Just now?
When I came, so like maybe like 10, 15 minutes ago. Maybe they want to actually maybe they want to go up.
Crazy. No way, I wasn't going to go up there. Would have gotten lost. 4-minute roll call. Don't stand for that. You're wondering why we haven't started. We're having an extra 5 minutes or so this morning to let the room fill up a little bit. Looks like you all needed it. I know I did. Good morning. How is everybody this lovely day? I think the theme for this morning is recovery. Disaster just doesn't seem to fit it. So we're starting off the second day of the OpenSIPS Summit. I want to start by thanking all of our sponsors again and our organizers. EcoSmob is our diamond sponsor. We're extremely grateful for their support. Voiceland and who are the others? Where's the slide? I suppose I can go off my phone. It's fine. So our gold sponsors are Voiceland, Connect CS, and Banafo. And our silver sponsor, VoIPGrid. We thank all of our sponsors for their support. We really couldn't have done this without them. We also have our organizers, OpenSIPS Solutions, Voice Center, Sippy Software, and of course Voiceland for getting us here to Athens, making this all possible. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? So we're going to kick it off here with our first speaker. Yeah, I'm sorry, I scrolled to the bottom. Carsten Bock from NG Voice. He's going to be talking to us about implementing supplementary services for VoLTE using OpenSIPS and friends.
Yeah.
Is that how it was? Okay. We're going to use real life people in this?
What?
Are we going to use real life people in this?
Yeah.
Okay. You've checked with human services? All right. So without much ado, Carsten, take us away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the first real-life event in several years, I would say. I think I can keep the first part short because we had the wonderful presentation of Giovanni yesterday. But let me quickly introduce myself because I think a lot of people don't really know me. I've been working in VoIP-related topics for 20 years, quite some time. I started with very early versions of Asterisk, something prior to version 1, then later added the Zip Express Router project, later went to the OpenSIPS project, and now today we are working with a lot of different open source projects. We did the very first fixed line service in Germany running on Quayle back then in 2006, which was quite exciting at that time. And then I started working at Telefonica. And at Telefonica, I came to know all the legacy infrastructure from Ericsson, from Broadsoft, all the legacy vendors that were around. And I thought, well, I know the open source community, I know the open source solutions, so we can build something a little bit more exciting around this. So I started actually 2010 migrating the open IMS core from the Fraunhofer Institute into the Quayle project. And a year later, I started the company 2011. Besides working on IMS and VoLTE-related topics all day, I have 3 children. My youngest one just turned 1 yesterday. And otherwise, I do foresting and wind energy, not related with IMS at all. Let me quickly introduce my company, and I think it's a little bit I mentioned before I started the company 11 years ago, but today we are actually a team of around 80 people working on the whole IMS part, on applications, on deployment and everything like that. And we've grown rapidly over the last year. When I started in 2011, the focus was purely IMS. We said, okay, we wanted to do IMS for the fixed line, so we had a lightweight HSS, we had a proxy interrogating serving CSCF, all the basic stuff. Initially, everything was running on Quayle, but over time, other applications were added. Like we added pre-switch for supplementary services like voicemail for conferencing, stuff like that, but in a very simplistic way. Of course, we saw from a lot of customer requests that the people are not only asking for IMS. If you're coming along with an IMS solution, people say, well, I need X, Y, Z, and otherwise I won't be able to run a mobile network. So over time we added a PCRF, and I can say today we added even more sophisticated services like SIVCC, and I think I will talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And this is actually the point. Initially, we implemented SIVCC using FreeSwitch, but later we found, we came across at that time new extensions to OpenSIPS about the B2B UA modules, which made stuff like SIVCC a little bit more nice. So I could say today we have a really a complete stack of solutions. We have the PCRF, we have an HSS, we have all kinds of supplementary services for interworking with legacy, for announcement, for media, for everything that you really need to run a VoLTE network. I think the key part that really makes us different, if you compare what you do today with open source, what we do as a company, is everything is standard compliant, and I don't want to blame any other companies, but I know there are companies around who are just offering the VoLTE service, which is not really standard compliant, but it has always been, and it has been a very key point from the start that I always wanted to make everything standard compliant. Everything should allow a mix and match logic, so you can actually plug together various components from different vendors. Initially, that was, I would say, I started the company on a shoestring budget, and initially that was a key point to say, okay, we need to have everything lightweight, we want to have everything small, so we can easily we would basically save warehouse, data center costs. So that's the whole reason why we started to build everything cloud native. And today everybody is saying like, wow, this is so cool that everything is running on Kubernetes, but initially it was not a marketing thing, but it was more like a useful thing. And of course, I think you all know that. I think the biggest source for making mistakes is actually the human factor. So we really focus on building everything in an automated way. So we wanted to really avoid human mistakes. Everything should be scalable. I think I always had in mind when I started this whole Kamalia IMS project that it really needs to scale from 10 subscribers to 10 million subscribers. That was the whole idea. And today I can say, wow, yes, we even won a prize for building the solution. What can you do with it? Of course, you can do the software-defined radio as Giovanni announced yesterday, but you can also take a very simple off-the-shelf eNode B, and it's really just a radio part, which really makes it a little bit more tangible because it's really a radio part, and then you can take a small PC and you can really run everything that you need for running a mobile network in a backpack, literally. During Corona times, actually the CTO of Ericsson once said to me, well, I thought, well, once this Corona stuff lights up a little bit, I could just come by and I just take my backpack and I take my eNode B and my EPC, my IMS, and I can do you a live demo. And he said, well, I wish I could say the same about our stuff. Really like that one. Okay, so let's have a look on the whole OpenSIPS stuff that where we're using OpenSIPS. And one thing that is really requested even today quite a lot is doing a seamless handover between 2G and 3G and 4G technologies. And as you can imagine, if you look at 2G, 3G, 2G, 3G is all SS7, it's all kind of legacy circuit switched technology, while on 4G, 5G, as Giovanni mentioned out yesterday, everything is a data packet, everything is IMS, everything is zip and RTP. So as you can imagine, it's a little bit sophisticated. The whole point is that as soon as you lose coverage for 4G and 5G, you need to, or there's a common request that you need to do a handover from 4G towards 2G and 3G. And I have to admit I'm quite happy that this requirement is going away slowly, because everybody's saying, okay, like in the Netherlands, we have a 4G only network. We see the same in the US. We see this basically all over the world, but it's still a very common requirement. Even I think, especially if you look into various countries, like we just rolled this out in Israel and in Southeast Asia and everywhere. Yeah. So the good thing today is that even though 2G, 3G networks is very legacy tech with SS7 involved and all kinds of SS7, you today in most cases see a call coming from 2G, 3G as SIP. But still, it has a different, a little bit difference in codecs and stuff like that, but it's today, happily, everything is in zip, even though in some cases it's just because the people deployed an SS7 gateway before the MSC. So what do we do with OpenSIPS? We basically created an application server for IMS, as you all learned yesterday. It's quite simple, and one key aspect when you're doing IMS is that you separate the core functionality and applications, and so the SRVCC application in this case is an application, and we do nothing really special there. We just say, okay, we store information about the dialogue. We act as a back-to-back user agent. So now we run into the use case that 4G coverage is lost, and we need to do some handover from 4G and towards 2G, 3G. The good thing is the technology behind this is very straightforward, because in the central database of your 4G, 2G, 3G network, you actually have a field which indicates a session termination number. And the session termination number or session transfer number is actually a number that is called from your legacy infrastructure as soon as you're doing a handover. And this comes quite convenient, because now we suddenly get an invite to this session transfer number, and which is routed directly to the single radio voice continuity server, and then we can do the lookup based on the session transfer number and the called party and bridge it all together. This is very standard, very convenient functionality in the back-to-back user agent of OpenSIPS. The back-to-back user agent really does just a re-invite towards a B party, towards Bob. Bob just sees a new invite, maybe with a little bit changed codec, but that's fine. And later we can do a buy towards a party on the 4G leg, even though that might be already gone. And then we can just continue on the 2G, 3G network. Looking a little bit on how you do that in OpenSIPS, I took this example a little bit, it's a brief example, because I didn't want to copy all my 200 lines config file for the SRVCC into PowerPoint, but you basically should get the idea. So as soon as we get a call from the IMS, we need to store some information. We need to store the logic key in a cache module. And then as soon as we get a call from the MSC for the handover, we can actually use the caching mechanism, fetch the information based on the asserted identity, and then really bridge the requests coming from the MSC towards the B party. Really straightforward, really nice functionality. A little bit really made many things so much easier. One topic that I typically ask for during job interviews if people apply to work in my company is, please describe me how a conference call works on 2G, 3G, on 4G, on VoLTE. Because the key point here is, if you're implementing a conference service, the call flow is a little bit different than what you typically see on a standard voice over IP setup. The reason for this is quite simple, because as a mobile network operator, the main focus is always saving bandwidth on the mobile bearer. When we first implemented voice transcoding, AMR wideband, then we had the discussion basically about doing a bitwise optimized codec. So instead of sending 8 bits for a byte, you can actually, in some cases, just send 7 or 6, and that gives you huge savings. And I told it to the girlfriend of my wife, and she said, well, you're insane. But that's the whole point about mobile networks. We are always trying to save bandwidth. Let's assume Alice wants to meet with Bob and Charlie as a conference call. So the initial step is that you actually that you're having a call with Alice and Bob. You can toggle between the two, and you can say, okay, let's talk with Bob, let's talk with Charlie. But now it would be good if we would have a 3-way call or a conference call. So what the place where Alice is living is rather small, so it would be a little bit crowded if she would just invite everyone to her place. So she said, well, let's go for a restaurant. And she books a table at the restaurant. That's basically what happens if you do a conference call on a mobile network. You send an invite to the conference factory, give me a conference room. The invite traverses the IMS, reaches the conference server. Then in the 200 OK, you basically get the ID of the conference room, and now you can go to the conference room. Really straightforward. But now you basically have to push all the participants for this conference towards the conference room. And there some really standard refer mechanisms comes into the picture, which is pretty much standard zip. But now basically Alice sends a refer to Bob. Okay, go to the conference room, go to the restaurant, and then this should happen. Well, either you can send it to the conference factory, to the conference server, so the conference server will actually send an invite with replaces to Bob, or she can send this to Bob to really so Bob can actually send forward the call to the conference, to go to the conference himself. There's a catch on this. And of course, if you're working with VoLTE, if you're working with IMS, I think there are a lot more standards involved, and there's a lot more stuff that you can actually expect from the handset. It's really like one reason why I always wanted to do IMS was because I thought if you're looking at RMS, if you're looking at the standards, you see that a lot more things are actually supported and requested by the handsets than from a standard VoIP device. So the device needs to support, for example, the refer method. It needs to support replaces for zip, stuff like that. But the point is, not every participant is a VoLTE handset. So, of course, we might run into cases where Bob and Charlie may be on a different network, on 2G, 3G, and all this refer stuff doesn't really work. We need to find a solution for this. And luckily, everything is defined in standards. It's even in RFC for this. If you look at FreeSwitch offers conference capabilities, and I have to say really good AMR wideband support. Really happy about that one. But the support for the standard is, I would say, kind of basic, and it's really, I have the feeling that every time we tried to use it natively in FreeSwitch, it was a little bit heavily dependent on the endpoint and what the endpoint supports, stuff like that. So the first approach that we did was actually to use the OpenSIPS B2B module, because as you all know, the B2B modules in OpenSIPS support handling refer. And the idea was really to use this refer, to intercept the refer from the session and just trigger a scenario. However, we are moving a little bit away from that, because we are now, today, we are again still intercepting the refer, but instead of really triggering a new scenario on the B2B, we're actually triggering really FreeSwitch to do an outbound call. Let me have a quick look at that one, because that's really, again, fairly simple. We take the refer that's now coming from Alice for Bob to go into the conference ID. So OpenSIPS in this case can really say, okay, I take this refer, I accept that, and now I really just start a scenario where on the one hand I talk to the conference server, on the other hand I talk to Bob, everybody's happy, everybody's fine. And this is the main reason why we added this B2B trigger scenario into the B2B modules, because we explicitly wanted to say, as soon as we get a refer for a conference, we want to trigger a scenario where we really want to bridge two parties together. Of course, if you look at it from a standards perspective, and if you look at a little bit from a call flow perspective, in my call flow that I had before, of course, I don't only send a refer for Bob, but I also send a refer to Charlie. So the point is really the standard example that you find in the B2B modules for regarding refer didn't really help us, because we might get multiple refers within a call, because it's a little bit a different scenario. But again, really straightforward, quite happy to the OpenSIPS teams for all the stuff that they did regarding back-to-back user agents. And today we're doing a little bit, again, we're intercepting the refer, we're intercepting it on an OpenSIPS server, but now we actually use a FreeSwitch scripting module to really do an outbound call from the conference server, simply because it makes the call flow a little bit easier to understand. Now I've talked quite a lot, but just to give you a quick idea and a quick overview, again, you see we're intercepting a refer for a conference server, but today we're just really calling the FreeSwitch ESL API to trigger an outbound call from FreeSwitch, and that's it. Now you've got a conference call, and yeah, I think I made it in time. I've got 5 more minutes? Okay.
Do your Q&A for you, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Any questions?
Do you have any questions? You have a hardware for the 5G, right?
Yeah.
The one. Is it compatible with Open5GS?
Yes.
Really? Like
Yes.
you've done this like 10 times already. You can't wait for me to bring you the microphone.
Yeah, sorry.
So people can hear your questions. Can you repeat that?
Okay, I'll repeat. Sorry. I was asking if the hardware that he provides supports the Open5GS.
Yes. Yes. We we typically, in most cases, just use an off-the-shelf G Node B for 5G instead of an E Node B for 4G, but that everything works with Open5GS. The limitation that Open5GS has is a little bit, it comes more a little bit if you look into, let's say, if you want to use Open5GS in a roaming scenario, then it gets complicated. But if you just want to connect a E Node B, G Node B, that's just working fine.
Okay. Let me do, can I do 2 questions?
Absolutely.
Can you share the price of the box?
Yeah. It's actually, wait, let me quickly go back. It's this box.
Yes.
Yes. Well, let me tell you a story. When I started NG Voice, and I first looked into getting a lab network, I got a price from a vendor for 40K for getting a 4G network, which was like, okay, I'm starting the company on a shoestring, I'm not going to do that. Later, I came across a French company called Amarisoft, which does basically the software-defined radio stuff for 4G, and they were including hardware around 9,000. That's the way I went back then. Today, this is a Chinese model. I'm always not sure about Chinese because I can tell you over a coffee, but this one is actually like $500. Really, and it serves like 25 people or something like that. So it's fine for let's say an office on premise, and it's really fine. And it even supports a little bit more sophisticated scenarios, like I think it was actually before MWC. I had like 3 different boxes at home and deployed them in different parts of my flat and did a seamless handover between them. And I was quite amazed on how well that went, even with those cheap boxes.
Nice. Thank you.
Questions. Any other questions? Of course you do.
Hello. Thanks a lot for this presentation that is so interesting. And I want to connect to the first part of your presentation when you were speaking about Kubernetes. And we know that there is a lot of problems and I mean a lot of engineering work to go the Kubernetes way and to have RTP correctly flowing through RTP engine, etc. How you solve that, if it's possible, and I mean if it's a knowledge that you want to share. And I heard that there was a special, let's say, network model or network driver for Kubernetes for doing that. But I leave it to you because I'm so curious about that.
Okay. I can. Well, we use RTP engine for doing all kinds of RTP relay and for doing transcoding. If you, to be honest, I'm not the Kubernetes expert. We have people in my company who do this all day long. But actually, if you look at Kubernetes, there are different hardware drivers for supporting the network interface. And if you take the right network driver, you actually get amazing throughput even in a container for RTP. So, yeah.
If I may, Giovanni, I think it's the network host. So basically, in the pod to use the network interface of the actual worker, Kubernetes worker, and not the virtual one.
Exactly.
That's very a lot of headaches. And Liviu will talk about it today.
Yes. Talked about it yesterday. But if I remember correctly, I believe that there is a special driver that is not Yoast driver that gives you the possibility to redirect entire ranges of UDP ports. But is that also a customer asked me, I had not yet the time to check it out, but if I remember correctly, there was an entire startup, Camali Award, that demonstrated that showing that network driver,
Yeah.
like a couple of years ago, 1 year ago. I can't remember.
Have you been satisfied? No? Okay. Do we have any other questions? Nobody else, really? All of your vectors have been resolved? Okay, all right.
Perfect.
Everybody put your hands together for Carsten. Thank you, Carsten. Dan Bogos. Let's go. Up next, we have our dear friend Dan Bogos, who runs the CGRateS project. He's going to be talking to us about migrating your CGRateS billing to Kubernetes. Can I see a show of hands? Who's awake? Who has the balls to say they're awake? Not having anything to do with the presentation, just that it's early morning and many of us had a long night. So we're playing a dangerous game with the air conditioning. Whenever we turn on the air conditioning, the screen starts to sway and like wave. It's on and off. It's too cold. Well, we can't make people happy. Yesterday it was too hot.
We have to get together.
On average, we have a good temperature.
All right, if you want to warm it up, everybody breathe heavy for like 2 minutes straight. Are you ready, Dan? Okay, Dan Bogos, everybody.
Hello. So, hello everybody. First, since I got the chance to speak, thank you very much to the organizers for dragging us finally out of our cages and bringing us here. So I appreciate it a lot. As always, something about us. We are a company located in Germany, Bavaria, Oktoberfest, which, by the way, it's right these days. So we gave up a lot to come here. With back offices in Romania and Albania recently, over 15 years of experience with architecting server-side solutions in VoIP environment. We got platform implementations covering both wholesale as well as retail, like I think everybody else in the room. And we quite understand by now what means a live system outage. So we are very careful and sensitive to that. That's all the commercial you get from me usually, and the rest, I promise you, it's all very technical. So regarding CGRateS, it's a project, we call it Real-Time Enterprise Billing Suite. It's more like a framework. You can use it for many things. Vasilios yesterday told us that they are using as a database even. So you can really use it in a very good pairing to your OpenSIPS server. It's pluggable, quite flexible into accommodating future components if you like to do so. And it should be non-intrusive into existing setups. So it communicates with your proxy, with your server, but it doesn't take your decisions. It doesn't force you doing things. So it's, in the end, it's still in the power of your sysadmin to decide in your OpenSIPS script whether you consider what CGRateS gave back to you or you simply ignore it. It's open source software. It was born sometimes in 2010 with the first sources published in 2012. The GitHub is our witness. You have full engine sources available on GitHub repository. It's 100% Golang. Why we specify that? From beginning, is because when we started with Go, Go was in weekly releases. So it was quite an interesting path to follow with money from the customer to go on a completely new language and a completely non-paved road. No add-ons for the engine in private repositories, and we really have consideration for community contribution. It's a performance-oriented engine. We have our secret weapon. It's the advanced cache system. You have a lot of functionality there. It's transactional. It has this LRU list record used, and also TTL, like expiring the cache records. And it's totally asynchronous processing in the engine with who knows Go with these micro threads. And actually one of the challenges we face is making our code synchronous so we can troubleshoot easier, and the most nasty bugs are coming from this asynchronicity. We run on 3 branches today. We have the classic one, like most conservative, the V010, which was officially released, I think sometime like 3-4 years ago. We have master, where all the development was done until recently, and which will become, we hope soon, the V011. And then we have the new branch we are working on, the 1.0, which is our masterpiece, we believe, and which kind of concludes our dream of how the engine should look like. So if you are starting now with CGRateS, you came in the right time, because the architecture is very close to being stable for good. All the branches, we plan to unlimited support them, so we don't have like long time and short time supported branches. We support them all because we learned that the customers in Telecom, they are quite conservative. We have today supported customers with support who are still not even on one of these branch. So they are sometimes in 2016 back, because the people in Telecom tend to upgrade very, very slow. Like they are always the last one doing it. So we plan to support them indefinitely. And it's a test-driven development environment. We have, I think, over 10,000 tests, including unit tests, integration tests, various call tests to prove the compatibility with the switches we support. Then it's all built on a modular architecture. Cloud-ready, microservices with rich set of RPC APIs, since everything is API in CGRateS, and it's pretty easy to enhance by rewriting specific components. So if you like to rebuild the rating engine in the upcoming popular language Rust, you can do that. It should be no problem. In terms of functionality, you get online or offline charging system, multi-tenancy from day one for those of you doing white labeling platforms. Multiple databases supported. We have MySQL, Postgres, even Microsoft SQL, SQLite, Redis, Mongo. So even our internal database, so we have built an internal database which is fully compatible with all what we do. You can imagine that even just supporting all of this, it's some challenge for a relatively small development team. Real-time configuration reloads, so you don't have to shut down the engine if you want to reload the configuration. This is still actively in testing mode, but we would like to get feedback there. Rating engine with derived charging, so you can get these distributors, resellers, pricing, life for a CDR. Also, you can have suppliers versus customers costs, so you can get your revenue and winnings in real time. You can also have a number rating, which it's necessary, especially in Europe. Account bundles and recently Dyna Prepaid functionality. So this Dyna Prepaid creates your accounts on the fly. So if you get some account which was not created before and you still want to give him some sort of limited access to the system, to your test or whatever, you can have the system creating accounts for you and maybe also notifying you that you have an account which talks right now and was not yet properly created. Session or event charging with balance, reservation, and refunds. This is actually the prepaid functionality. Still shaken since quite some time implemented. It's more like North America request. CDR logging with support for interim records and rating queues. You can get this the engine sitting like a very small black box for you and receiving your CDRs from your switch and pushing them in the few milliseconds rated already to you. So you don't have to involve our database. You can just, it will give you the feeling that you're getting the CDRs from your switch already rated. High number of interfaces for getting the events in, like your CDRs, or getting the events out. This can include AMQP, SQS, SQL, various other message buses we have implemented, CSV, XML, and so on. So there are quite some of them if you want to have a look. Fraud detection with automatic mitigation, LCR with quality-based stats, which is quite some requirement in wholesale. LCR with bundles, so you can get cheap price or free minutes also from your suppliers and use those in your routing decisions. We update, by the way, the bundles out of, it can be in real time if you have like some sort of prepaid balances, or at the end of the call out of your CDRs. Call statistics with pattern monitoring, so you can use CGRateS as your stats server, for example, to give you your ASR, ACD stats in real time, like coming from your switch. Extra to the ones which you can get from the proxy is ASR, ACD at the end of the call. So the real stats plus the billing stats, like average call cost or total call cost for the last 1 hour or so. Dynamic pricing imports with templates. You know, each of the suppliers, they are normally coming with their own rating sheet format, and that's quite a challenge to convert it to CGRateS. So you can have an almost perfect system for importing those pricing, and you can extend that as well. So you can both use your own price importers and also use ours. Then, since IMS, it's making a lot of noise these days. Diameter, which is in production with MVNOs quite some years now. I think the first one was in 2015. Radius, if you're still doing some Wi-Fi authorization. DNS, there are still wholesale equipment out there, for example, Acme Packet, which are doing enum-based routing, so you need the DNS. We even have a very basic SIP server implementation which works only with redirects. So you can get, for example, traffic from OpenSIPS and then get a redirect from CGRateS with the right routing number and IP address. Then you have resource allocation controller, so you can assign virtual channels to your customers, and high availability and API server and a tool for capturing and analyzing the traffic. So some sort of n-grep, but built in, because the communication can be done over RPC or in process. We have these virtual processes or these micro threads which are running, and if you want the services to communicate and you win quite some speed by that, you need still to capture the traffic, and this is why we came up with this service, which is capturing the traffic internally in process. Clustering through remote replication, remote queries. We have remote queries and replication for both our cache as well as database connectors, so you can have replication done at our engine level. Data versioning with automatic migrations, so if you are crossing between releases on the same branch, you can use this data migration tool. And we are quite excited every time we have something to develop. So just come with your feature, bring it to us. We are happy to implement it. Just some basic internal architecture diagrams, so you can see that you have all the interfaces out there, which includes a lot of open source solutions. Here, you don't see OpenSIPS because OpenSIPS does it through their own module, which is much faster and better because it's native in OpenSIPS. And then you connect to our component sessions, and then from there you get access to all these components of ours which we developed, which each can run in its own process or all together to get performance. You can use the system, for example, as these are just some use cases, because as I told you, the system is more like a framework. You can use it as online-offline charging system with, of course, highly configurable rating, with bundles of voice data, SMS, MMS, monetary, whatever you want to do. Recently, on the 1.0, we even we can charge really, if you want to count your cats, you can do that. And it's quite flexible bundling system you have there. Then concurrent session handling, and then centralized CDR server. So this would compose what others are calling online-offline charging system. You can also use it as dynamic routing system. We are starting to be popular there as well. We have dedicated module with various routing strategies, including their load balancer. The difference is that our load balancer doesn't work on the setups, but it works on real calls, because we get this information from CDRs. So you can combine with the routing module of OpenSIPS, who does it on other stats, for example, and get advantages of both worlds, because in the end, it's all open source. LRN support in the routing system. Again, bundle support in the routing system, quality-based, quality monitoring via these thresholds, and load balancing. Yeah. So I finally reached the subject of my talk today, Kubernetes world. Thanks to the very good talk of Liviu yesterday, I don't have to explain so much anymore, because he did a great job on Kubernetes side, and of course OpenSIPS one. And now it will come the CGRateS side with just specific notes on implementation. So what did we do to implement it? We have taken a very simple approach, so just define it 3 different things. A service, a deployment, and the persistent volume claim. So with all these 3 things, you should be able to start your component in Kubernetes. Regarding service, you should know, if you are familiar with Kubernetes, is the one exposing your IP and ports to the network, passing through all these levels of NAT, which Kubernetes is doing. It maintains the IP address, so you can reach your system. You know that a pod cannot do that because it's meant to be like very dynamic and can be destroyed, brought up and down. So the right component is the service which you have to configure. A deployment we have configured to manage all the components behind, like the replica set and pod updates. The pod itself, it's running the engine of CGRateS in a container, so it's one pod, one container architecture. The Docker image behind the pod will be the one started from scratch, so it will be just containing your engine. So just the binary itself, no other tools, nothing. It's very stripped down, so you can only reach the engine through our APIs. So you can communicate only through the APIs. It will be all managed through the deployment configuration. Persistent volume claim, it will make the request for persistent volumes needed by CGRateS. The persistent volume itself, although you don't have access all the time on the Kubernetes platforms, you can still see some configuration how we have done it. And for the eventuality that you are running your own web interface, which we don't offer right now, you can configure an ingress, and I'll show you a sample of that ingress in the next slides. So as an example of service configuration, you can see it's very straightforward and simple. So we tried to not do any platform specific things, so to leave it as simple as possible so the people can just benefit on many architectures. So simply one service file. You can also use with this, I think, node port, they call it, the type, if you want to expose directly on your public IP addresses, although this is not a really recommended architecture by Kubernetes to be run in production. So this is why we have just the ingress for exposing the web interface, and the rest should be via internal RPC calls. So you can see here in the service file that we are exposing 2 ports outside, is the 2012 for JSON RPC, our internal RPC calls, and 2080 for the HTTP protocol, for example, for the ingress service. A deployment file, it's again really straightforward. It's very simple, one replica. So we are not a big fan of this multiple processes everywhere. We are still coming from old school, so we prefer to control it. So I think what we did actually was taken a VM and bring it to Kubernetes. I know it's not really like Kubernetes mentality, but you know, in production you like to be more in control than to be more modern. So it's kind of a compromise. If you want to see your system that you can manage it, make it simple. So you can see in terms of volumes, we are here, at least in this configuration, we are recommending 2 volumes for CGRateS. One is for configuration, and one is for tariff plans. Why did we come up with the volumes? Is that we don't hard code the configuration in the, or we don't build the configuration in the container, but we always push it from outside. So we want to push the tariff plan changes from outside, and we also want to do the configuration changes from outside. So what we would do, we normally use an NFS server and then let the pods read from that NFS server. So you can do even real-time reloads directly with NFS in Kubernetes. Persistent volume claim, again, this is a sample for the tariff plan, but the same you would do for the second one for the configuration. And this is an example of persistent volume. You can see here we have used NFS towards some path on some server, and then read, write many, and again, standard things. These are our 2 workers which we did in that setup. We have tested, by the way, all these files and set up with a real operator, and it was behaving in, let's say, testing mode, quite good. However, if you ask me, did you ever run it in production, I'll tell you it's like cryptocurrency is very fancy. People pay it well, but it's not really for us for the moment. So we are going towards the production, but we are not really big fans. And an example of an ingress we used, exposing on some host your web interface and some path inside and finished. Regarding scaling, because Kubernetes people, they want to go there for scaling, we have researched. It was based on our caching and our concurrency on the database level, on bundles especially. We could not really go in a purely parallel fashion. So we have done, again, a compromise where we have said that we will do sets of service plus deployment. So we don't go with stateful sets, but in a light mode with, actually, we actually replicated the VMs into Kubernetes. So for each, let's say, engine you would like to have up, you would use a service plus deployment file with a name, let's say CGR1, CGR2, CGR3, and then you will bind them together via our dispatcher module, which exchanges routing between them. And it's also able to lock them. So if you have, for example, a bundle for an account handled by CGR1 deployment, and CGR2 is getting the request, CGR2 will look into its cache and into internal routing of this dispatcher component, and it will forward the request to CGR1. So CGR2, even if it receives the request, it will not process it. And also what happens if CGR1 is down, because Kubernetes has the right and it enjoys bringing pods down, it will automatically, CGR2 will see that it cannot reach CGR1, and it will take the responsibility of running the routing itself. So it will become like the master for that account. So in this way, you can have these deployments, each deployment for one account or for these things. So I did it, you see, 2 minutes. Yeah, if you have a question, otherwise you just reach me. So yes, please, but don't throw it really on Kubernetes, because I'm the CGRateS developer here. Please.
It's about CGRateS. Do you know, and if you can refer them, some soft switches, class 4, class 5, that they are using CGRateS as the billing main engine?
You mean like a generic platform or like a real customer?
Real customer.
Yeah, real customer.
Maybe
I know
real
many.
software.
Yes, real customers. I know many, but
Okay.
you know about this NDA stuff.
Okay.
But platforms, there are many, including OpenSIPS in production. I know many. So it's, and then I know Nokia switch in production with CGRateS. I know Huawei. Actually not Huawei, it was ZTE platform. So there are many using us in production. So you have at least V010, we guarantee you that it should be, including Vasilio's platform.
I know.
I think they are also in production. So you should be safe.
No, I'm not asking about the safety. I was asking about how is this
Interaction.
famous? Yes.
Yeah, so the plugins, normally with each platform you have different plugins. As I told you, some exotic was this Acme package, which was talking through DNS with us. So
Okay.
OpenSIPS have their own module, Camaillio free switch. Also, we have developed modules. Asterix, we have developed modules to interact with it. Others, Radius, Diameter. So you have a lot of plugins to interact.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Quick question. If someone were to start evaluating CGRateS now, would you recommend they start with version 0.11, or is 1.0 safe to begin?
No, I would say 11, because
Okay.
on 1.0 we still are very much developing and still in concept phase.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the current master. This is always, we will move to master as soon as we are ready. So we will destroy 1.0 and make it master when we are ready to give it to the masses. Thank you very much. I think that should be all.
Thank you, Dan Bogos.
Thank you.
Evan, are you here? Plug in. So our next speaker today is going to be Evan McGee from SignalWire. He's going to be talking to us about why social economies need WebRTC. By the way, all of you that were holding your nasty, dirty, dangerous questions during Alex Kinch's talk, feel free to air your grievances at the end of Evan's.
Please. Don't wait till the end either. Air them in the middle of it, I don't care.
All right, so what's this about? No.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So what's the deal with airline food? Did that work? Please, God. Oh, you're great. Yeah, one sec.
All right, Evan, take it away.
Thank you. Setting my timer. Go. Great. Giving myself a timer so I know when to stop talking. So I might wander around a little bit. I'll try to stay near the microphone, but if I tend to wander when I talk, so I will attempt to, if I can carry this with me, I will end up doing that. Yeah, hey, everybody, thank you for being here. I'm sorry I missed yesterday. Getting here took a lot longer than I wanted to. I heard yesterday was awesome, and like they were saying, if you have any questions that came up from Alex's talk yesterday, I'm happy to answer them about free switch and things like that. But this talk is more about sort of WebRTC and social economies and Web3 stuff. And so this is more of a discussion topic than it is really like a technical talk. We can get into how WebRTC is done, but I think a lot of you know how it's done. And I think you know a lot of the details of that, although happy to talk about that. This is sort of more about the idea of why is this important? Why is WebRTC, the way that we are building it, the way that we think about it in this room, important to anybody else in the world, right? When you leave and you talk to people about what we do, you want to know, why would they care? When you find an influencer somewhere on Hollywood Boulevard, why do they give a shit about anything that we do? So a little bit about me. I'm Evan McGee. I'm the CTO and one of the co-founders over at SignalWire. This is just the stats on me. That's that. So, what's that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. It's all there is to know about me. I have nothing else going on in my life. I have 2 boys. They're lovely. But we can talk about that over drinks later. Social economies. So what are we talking about here? Basically, we're talking about the idea that has arisen where people are now making their living and making their livelihood out of things like being content creators, influencers, something that actually ends up requiring large-scale communications with a lot of people, right? Traditionally, this has all been one way. They make videos, they post them online, they do TikTok, they do live things like that. But a lot of this is a one-way communications mechanism, but it needs to reach a huge number of people, a wide variety, both interactively and also passively. One thing I'll keep bringing up over the course of this talk is the idea of like the breadth and depth of engagement these people want. They need to be where their audience is at all times, because the way they make their money is by being in front of people whenever they can find them. And so, one of these things is also about like creating NFTs. So you'll notice also during this talk, I've sort of liberally sprinkled images from the internet, but also images that I generated with things like Stable Diffusion in here. So if you can pick out at the end which ones were which, I think you'll notice pretty clearly. But this was me typing in the idea of a bunch of saguaro cactuses trying to play cards. This is what it generated. But the idea that you can do this now, you can generate art, you can do these sort of things just at the tip of your fingers, right? This was set up through a Google Colab. It took about 20 minutes to generate a whole bunch of these images. The idea that you're able to get out there and be in front of people and create sort of these different economies is really interesting. So NFTs are one of them, right? What are NFTs and why are they important in this context? Well, it's about Web3 stuff, right? So Web3 is just sort of a marketing term for things like decentralization. You can talk about blockchain, you can talk about the technology behind what it really is, but at the end of the day, it's really about building up communities of people, right? So it is about sort of the technology, but it's also about what does it allow people to do? Well, it frees them from this traditional sort of centralized model of control that people like to ascribe to companies like Google and Microsoft, these sort of tech silos. But really, at the end of the day, it's also a different way to generate money. A lot of the stuff about Bitcoin and all these things are ways that people can actually leverage the capacity of all of us to sort of create new versions of ways to make money for themselves. And NFT is really about, and that Web3 is sort of about social economies and the social economics behind them, where if I can go generate art and then I can make that art and get it out to people. Maybe people love my cactus art, right? Everyone really wants a piece of my cactus art. I can turn around and I can sell that to people. That's something that seems sort of very silly on the surface, but it's actually happening right now in day-to-day life, right? People are creating fan bases for their own content all over the world all the time. And it may be super niche. It could be fan art about Stargate SG-1 or the next generation, whatever they want. There's people out there who will participate in that and then actually spend time and money on that. And people can actually make a living doing this, and they are doing it right now. But one of the real questions is how do they communicate with these people? How do they find a way to contact and stay in touch with these fans and with these kind of, their community. So for NFTs and content creators, again, it all comes back down to the idea of social communities, right? They need to be able to create and reach out and touch people anywhere they are at all times. And if for those of you who are not, who in here really knows what an NFT is? Can you raise your hand? Sort of vaguely aware? Okay, all right, so, yeah, okay. So when I talk about this, NFTs stand for non-fungible tokens, all right? My brain's a little, non-fungible tokens. My brain's a little fried from the jet lag. But basically, they are the idea that you own a digital asset, really. It's the idea that, you can have this picture. Again, I generated this one of a saguaro cactus in a bar. So, that's a art that was just generated by me. Now, I could put that up somewhere on one of these marketplaces and sell it for whatever. Let's say someone buys that for $5, right? The person that buys this now has a record. It's usually printed on one of the blockchain mechanisms like the Ethereum blockchain or whatever. You now have a track record and a digital token stamp saying that you own this. Now, does that mean that nobody can go copy this and use it wherever they want? No, they can do whatever they want with it. What they don't and can't do is claim ownership. And that idea that you own something is what drives the value in it. So is there inherent value in this picture? Absolutely not. Do people derive value from it just by the virtue of other people wanting it? Yes, and that's where all this stuff comes up. When you see Bored Apes and these things selling for $500,000, it's not because they inherently have that much value. It's because everyone else in the greater community who wants a piece of that is ascribing that value to it. So that's why a lot of the things I'm talking about are really just the way that people work together with other people. And that's sort of how these guys make money, and this is how these economies run. And could the value of a tank tomorrow? You bet it could. The value of these things could just drop to nothing, like any kind of art speculation. But they probably will in some cases and won't in other ones. Some will rise, some will fall. How do artists maintain their popularity over time? A lot of that is by going out and talking to and working with people that love their art. Picasso was well known for going out and being at all kinds of different parties and things like that because people wanted to be part of Pablo Picasso's world. Same thing goes for Andy Warhol, right? He was well known for throwing big things because, again, being an artist is part about getting out and talking to people and reaching people. And content creators, people that generate NFTs, kind of things, at their core really are artist-based communities. So yeah, they have to work hard and they have to be pretty tireless about it. If you talk to, I live in Los Angeles, so I know quite a lot of people who work in that industry, sort of tangentially or not, and they are some of the hardest working people I know. I don't watch what they do or really pay attention to it too much all the time, but they are constantly doing it. They're constantly having to worry about, are they putting out enough content? Are they doing enough work? Are they engaging with their audiences enough to actually have their livelihood? And then, you go talk to them at their houses and they have kids and they have mortgages and they have everything else. So it's a real job for a lot of these people. And they are always looking for new opportunities and new tools to get out and be in front of their audience. And it's not about a glory thing. It's not about anything else like that. It really just is about how do they maintain that sense of connection. And that's the social communities part of it. And so a lot of what they do is communicate, right? A lot of what they do is they don't spend a lot of their time or all of their time making the art or doing the actual content creation. They spend a lot of their time just communicating with fans or trying to talk to people and figure out what they should be doing. So in that particular case, they come talk to us. And that's why WebRTC is the answer to that. In my mind, and I think when I love to talk to people about it, I think WebRTC is the only answer currently to how you're going to engage with your audience around the world in real time today and for the near future at all. We can talk about web codecs and web transport and different mechanisms that might work, but WebRTC is the only one as of right now that will actually allow us to scale up to the level that we need. So we can thank Google for that, although I would take some umbrage with the fact that their implementation of WebRTC is so geared towards the Google Meet use case. I think there's many other use cases it could be geared towards, but that being said, they created it and they drive that, so they get to do what they want. Right now, the standard way to communicate with people is kind of basic. It's usually one-way HLS or RTMP, which we'll get into in a second, streaming with chat on the side. Typical Twitch-style use case, right? You sit there, you chat at people, they're like, thanks for the money, thanks for the whatever. This is not super interactive, right? This is not super great. It's good. You get to be there. You get to see your person. They maybe give you a shout out, like if you're on a Peloton, and they're like, good to see you. But it's not really something that really gets people jazzed up anymore. What they really need is sort of a two-way interaction, right? So currently we have pretty much over here the HLS RTMP stuff we currently do right now, right? The delay on that's about 2 to 5 seconds, so it can't be really real time. One of the issues that we talk to people about when we discuss WebRTC at scale is that they really do need these things to be instantaneous. If you're doing, in the US, trying to have a town hall with a senator or a congressman and they want to ask questions, you can't have 5 to 10 seconds of lag before the person gets in. It just messes up the conversation. They need it to be somebody is out there, they have a question, they're in, they're out immediately. You can do that a little bit with LLHLS. These things are like pushing the boundaries on that. I know that's getting faster and better. There are use cases for all of this. Again, archived recordings, like any kind of stuff. I'm not saying WebRTC is the only answer to video streaming. What I am saying is it's the only real answer, the only answer to real-time engagement of people if you're trying to do something in the moment. And so, again, one nice thing is that you can, inside WebRTC as well, combine all the different things. You can have voice, video, and chat, all these things in sort of one communications channel, one SDK, versus having to go piece this stuff together through multiple sources, which is a super useful thing. And, of course, it works everywhere. One of the nice things we've finally gotten around to, for those of you who here actually uses WebRTC on a semi-regular basis? Yeah, okay, great. So you all remember, how long it's taken to get us to the point where it actually kind of just works most of the time, all of the time, right? It took forever to get into iOS. Like it was not useful for the longest time. It's been around for 10 years. We've been trying to get WebRTC to actually be something useful. And we've actually reached a point now where it does pretty much work everywhere all of the time. So this is now the conversation of how do we enable it for everybody else? One nice thing too is that, these are kind of the topics people talk about a lot, right? Is that you really need it to have sort of sub half-second latency sort of to make this thing. That's the holy grail sort of around the world for if you want to be real time, less than half a second for these kind of engagement scenarios. And that also, includes some really interesting, different, unique opportunities where if someone is a passive watcher, and this is something we'll get to in a second, where you have an audience. So let's say there's all of us in a room together. Let's say we're all in a virtual room. Not sure why we'd all want to be, but we're all there together, all talking, and we're interactive. We can talk backwards and forwards. Potentially, because OpenSIPS is such an amazing project, millions of people around the world want to watch us do this. But somebody has a question from somewhere randomly. Being able to pluck them out of that audience into this interactive conversation and then push them back again at scale is a really interesting, difficult problem. And it's something that a lot of these communities and these content creators need, because they might have only hundreds of fans, they might have tens of thousands of fans, or if you're a guy like Mr. Beast, who my kids love, Mr. Beast has millions of fans, right? If Mr. Beast could get out there and be like, hey, offering you, $10,000 to the first person to do whatever, and pluck them out of the ether and put them on his stream, that would be worth, that's what he does. So that is literally how his operation works. This guy he's pretty, if you don't know Mr. Beast, go look him up and how he lives his life. So scaled WebRTC, in my mind, is just required for the future of real-time engagement. I think we covered a lot of this one. Text chat doesn't really make it interactive. I do think that scale is a thing here. So you'll see in a lot of WebRTC implementations, it scales, whether you're using P2P or an SFU or an MCU, kind of all depends on your technology choice, right? That's the next slide here, basically, is that, what do you need to do? Which problems are you trying to solve? P2P naturally doesn't scale so far. I think we all know that a mesh topology is something that's just going to fall down. But meshes are okay for certain scenarios where you need, some sort of very, very high level of assurity that there's nothing in the middle. You can have end-to-end encryption with SFUs and a lot of the newer sort of streaming stuff inside WebRTC. Then you have things like what SignalWire does, which is more MCU-based, right? Where we bring it all in, we mix it in the cloud because FreeSwitch is powering it, and we pump it back out. And that's really useful for things like massive scaling and low bandwidth scenarios, because we only have one stream coming up and one stream going back to everybody else. It does, and you don't need the device to do any of the actual video mixing or audio mixing, so we can do that on cloud servers and leverage, much more advanced stuff up there to give the audience sort of a better experience in that regard. But again, SFU, MCU, P2P, it all kind of depends on what you need to do to solve the problem of the community that you're attacking. And go back to this one for a sec. One of the things I think that is critically important is really talking about the idea that the current solutions scale to tens of people. You go to a lot of current SFU implementations of WebRTC, you're going to see that they go up to 10, 15, 20, 30 people in a room maybe. Again, because the end handset is the one doing the decoding, you start to run into limitations on older like Android-style handsets or anything else. You see the quality degrade down to like 240p or 360p. So do you need super high quality? What do you want? Do you need some sort of amazing audio mixing? Do you need sort of broadcast-style audio? But then you need to be able to scale that up. So how do you then attach tens of thousands of watchers to that, right? There are solutions out there. I know is Lorenzo here or is he virtual? He's going to be virtual. Okay. Lorenzo, how you doing, buddy? Hope you're good. Things like Janus, it's like that can do amazing jobs with this. There are lots of ways to get there, but I think the next step really is basically how do we get this into the level of millions, right? Sometimes people do have communities where millions of people watch these things. In the US, that comes down primarily to, and I guess around the world, sporting events, right? If you want to do the Manning brothers, who are big American football guys, they have huge fan bases of hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people that will watch their ESPN thing, and they all now have these online portions. They call it Manning Cast. And the question is, how do you allow someone to be a passive watcher but then engage with the Manning brothers in real time? And this is something that a lot of the big companies out there that we've spoken with are really interested in. They're really interested in the idea of bringing fans into these engagements. It's that depth and breadth. I think some folks at one of the big ones one time told us that they want to be everywhere that their fans are all the time. And they realize that because there is so much content and so much out there you can look at, and you can rabbit hole down any particular topic, being sticky and being able to connect with people on a very sort of visceral and intense level is something that really gives people a lot of advantages. But they need it to scale because they don't know who those people are, right? Might be 1 million people, might be that one person over here. They need that idea that it can happen at any point. And so that's why getting WebRTC up to the level where we can do like passive scaling to millions and then bring them in interactive is, I think, very and critically important. Again, that's kind of the thesis of that right there. So, that's kind of the thrust of what I wanted to talk about. And I wanted to spend some time just discussing with people if like a lot of this makes sense, if some of these terms don't make sense, or what your guys' opinions are and thoughts are about the idea of WebRTC at scale and WebRTC used in these kind of scenarios. I think it's a really interesting topic to talk about, so I'd love to hear from everybody else. Or any questions about it.
Seriously?
I can keep going.
You have 10 more minutes.
Okay. So if we want to talk about it then, let's talk more about WebRTC in particular, okay? Specifically about how to do a lot of the scaling aspect of it. The scaling aspects of WebRTC, as you all know, who here uses Coturn and actually does any kind of WebRTC development? Okay, all right, so folks here know how to do it. All right, a little bit. So there's a bunch of here scenarios that you need to cover. One of them is that when you are scaling it, right, there's a lot of infrastructure you have to do. The choice here comes down to whether you want to build it yourself or whether you want to use like a managed service. It is up to you. So as you're out there talking to clients and they want to say, hey, I want to add video. This ties back a little bit to the idea of this slide where we talk about OpenSIPS and how things interact with each other, right? A lot of the interest in WebRTC not only comes from sort of newfangled people who want to like build these content creation communities, but also existing legacy businesses that have voice and communications infrastructure that realize they need a video component as well, right? Maybe they have a contact center, but they actually want to do some sort of video one-to-one system. Maybe they're going to video contact centers, or they're doing AI contact centers now. A lot of these things come together. The question is, do you want to sort of build it yourself using, a Janus or a FreeSwitch or anything else, or do you want to go use sort of a managed service? And I think that there's actually a lot of room for all of these things, and I think that would be something fun to talk about is, when and what to do. Those of you who build WebRTC know that it comes with a lot of, just as many edge cases and sort of bits as typical VoIP, right? Not only is the signaling not defined in WebRTC, so you have to do your own signaling protocols, or you use SIP or anything else that you want to do, but then you have to deal with all of the different edge cases of all the different browsers in all the different, scenarios. We're back to that, unfortunately, that world again where it does work in Firefox, it doesn't work in Safari, it does work in Android, it doesn't work on iOS. So this level of testing and things like that are really a pain in the ass. And one of the benefits of using one of the services that's out there is, and including SignalWires, and is just simply that doing that testing is just a lot of work. But it is something that is worthwhile to go through, because by the time your clients come to you and say, hey, we want to add video, you can say, okay, great. How does this interop with my existing services? So how do I get my OpenSIPS to talk VoIP into these services? I want to be able to call into a video room. Let's use a medical use case example for a minute, right? You're dealing with a medical office or a series of medical offices or any kind of EHR system. They're going to have doctors and people like that who don't have video devices. They still use pagers half the time in the US. And fax, we all love fax. So, how do you interop those systems into a WebRTC world? Well, you need some sort of gateway, right? You need some way to get those SIP signaling and the SIP and the phone calls into those video rooms. And it has to be a seamless experience. The doctor might be on there doing video with another doctor. A patient has to call in. They have somebody else call in. Another doctor has to call in. Being able to switch modalities between WebRTC, going upwards and downwards through the communication stacks, if you can take it all the way from chat all the way up through voice and then into video, that is sort of a critical decision as well. And figuring out how to piece those together is beautiful. Going back to Mr. Beast and those guys, they also want that. A lot of times I talk about, everyone always falls back to, can I use voice at some point? Do I have to do video? Does it have to be WebRTC video? And the answer should be no, it doesn't, right? We know how to make it be anything, right? You can call in, you can be a part of that through any communications medium that you need. And that's a lot of the time when it gets down to a business level what these guys want to see. They're like, I just need a way for my people to reach out and get a hold of me in any possible fashion with no friction. And I think that OpenSIPS and similar projects can provide the underpinnings for basically linking together what we would consider sort of traditional communications and sort of the upcoming future of sort of web-based comms, as things become more and more internet-focused in that regard.
Let's take some questions.
Yeah, sure.
I think we already have an eager question over here.
Hi. At the beginning, you used an analogy of an influencer on the street in Los Angeles and how this would relate to that person.
Yeah.
So in my mind, then I was thinking, oh, TikTok, Instagram, I'm guessing that's the kind of thing these guys would relate to as opposed to a technology choice. Mm-hmm. So how would you see this relating to that kind of person? I mean, the Mr. Beast was interesting because I assume with the YouTube you can build your input stream from wherever you want and just broadcast it through YouTube. But for like the Instagram, TikToker type people, do you think is this relatable? Is it the same? Is this better? Is WebRTC better? Is that what they're using?
No, yeah. Well, that thing is, a lot of these guys they're more technical than you expect. So they understand the difference of the technologies, and they're actually, because they make their living on platforms like Twitch and YouTube and places like that, they're very well aware of the limitations and the underlying technology choices. I think that what they see are things like that YouTube and those platforms are sort of siloed monetization opportunities because their income is dependent on how much Google pays them through ad revenue. So what we're seeing a lot of is people saying, hey, I want to own my own experience. I want to own my own interaction with my fans. Because not only can I then push my own merchandise through it and my own ads and things like that, but I'm not beholden any longer to some algorithm they don't have control over. And they can, I have friends who work in music in LA, and they have been, I think they call it demonetized. They've been demonetized multiple times and had to change their entire way they approach their careers. Mm-hmm. A couple of them were animators, and for a while, I think 5 or 6 years ago, animation was paid. The Google reimbursement rates for views was different, so animation made sense. Nowadays, you don't see any animation anywhere online because it doesn't pay well enough. Okay. You can't. It's all about how long can you keep somebody watching.
Yeah. So do you think that's similar to people maybe pushing towards other platforms like Patreon? And then YouTube is the secondary. It's there on YouTube, but they want the real audience to be at this primary channel where they're trying to push people to.
I think there's a huge opportunity out there for a platform like Patreon or somebody like that can actually cater to these communities using technologies like WebRTC to allow them to basically be their own brands and companies in a much more creative way and give them a lot more control over that. It is technically hard enough, as we all know, to stand this stuff up and get it running. So a lot of these people don't do it themselves. Some of them can, some of them can't. The simpler you can make it, the more low code, the better they can do. But I think that there is coming, if someone were to create a platform where these people could then be that and then give them a higher percentage and more of a guaranteed siloed experience where they can have their own thing, that's what they're looking for. Mm-hmm.
I have time for one more short question. Can't be multi-part, must be short and direct. Anybody?
I have a question regarding WebRTC versus Voice over LTE. In a way, one of the advantages that I heard of Voice over LTE is that you don't need OTT software any longer. And in a way, WebRTC is almost, you don't need to install anything either. So we are providing call centers, and we have implemented WebRTC as a way for customers and agents to interact at the endpoints. So I was kind of just wondering, is Voice over LTE still relevant with WebRTC? And for what kind of scenarios? Because I have the impression, well, we can practically do anything with WebRTC. Why would we have to be interested in Voice over LTE?
I think Carsten could respond to that one. I think, Carsten, if you want to say why. I think I come from a wireless background world, so I think VoLTE still has its place.
I think the main topic for running voice over LTE is that you get a guaranteed bit rate. Like if you're doing a WebRTC session on a mobile network, it's best effort. So if you're in a crowd, I always take the example of a football stadium. And if you're in a football stadium, a lot of people maybe surfing the internet, streaming, whatever, then you run into network congestion. But as soon as you do a voice over LTE, you get your guaranteed bit rate and the call will be just fine.
Yeah. We spend a lot of time working on that too. A lot of what SignalWire does is work on, because it has that MCU in the center, so it's just one stream up and down. We spend a lot of time trying to make sure that the link conditioning works so that in variable bandwidth conditions, but other architectures have other considerations in that regard. So it's a lot of work on that side of things, whereas VoLTE is guaranteed.
Satisfied? Okay, let's give Evan a round of applause. Evan, that was awesome. Thank you, man. Up next, we have our first virtual speaker. This is going to be as well a best effort, so nobody have any extreme expectations. That was actually kind of interesting. So we have Lorenzo Miniero. He's going to be talking to us about call transfer and multiple calls in WebRTC with Janus. Lorenzo, can you hear us? Apparently, yes, but we cannot hear you yet.
Okay. Lorenzo, let's see how it works.
Can you hear me in the room now?
Yeah, just volume. Yeah, try to speak louder a bit.
Trying to speak a bit louder, also increasing the volume on my capture device here.
Okay.
Is it good enough?
Speak loud. Try it again.
Talking. Can you hear me? I don't want to wake the cat sitting right in front, next to me. Just kidding.
I'm trying to figure out
Where your speaker is, right?
I don't know.
Keep talking. Sing us a song.
I don't know. My singing voice is not that pleasant, so it's not something that you may want to listen to, especially so early in the morning. So first of all, I'd like to say I'm sad that I couldn't be there in person, so I would really have loved to visit Athens, which I've never been. My sister got married a few days ago, and so that had to take a priority. And it's going to be challenging to follow Evan. He's always a great speaker, and his last presentation.
Lorenzo, one second. We're still trying to figure the audio.
I mean, no problem for me if you want to move around.
Let's give it 1 second. We will need it from.
Hey, it's working here. It's working here, so get them on here.
Okay. I can invite you in the meeting? Yes. Where do you have this? So so just go in Google Meet. Go on Google Meet. Open a Google Meet and join. Browser.
Bear with us here. We're just about ready. This is our way of building anticipation.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well? Okay, great. So how much time do I have, by the way? Do you need me to stop at a specific time? I don't know if the schedule has been moved a bit. How long, sorry? Ah, no, okay, no, just needed to know if I needed to speed up a bit because of the schedule, catching up with the schedule or not. Okay, sounds good. Do you want me to start now, or do I need to wait for anything else? Oh, okay. So first of all, hi everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this time. So as I was saying before, I really would have loved to visit Athens for the very first time in my life. But actually my sister got married a couple of days ago. And so I really couldn't pass on the opportunity to dress up for once in a while. So that was nice. And again, it's nice, but also challenging to follow a presentation by Evan, who is also always very entertaining and engaging, and I really love this presentation. So hi back, Evan. So hope that we'll catch up again soon in person as well. So this presentation will focus specifically on some features of Janus, which pertain specifically to call transfer and multiple calls in Janus using SIP, of course. So this is just a very quick slide about me. So I won't indulge much in. I won't focus too much on these slides. There are some links there that you can follow if you want to learn more, a bit more about me. And just a few words also on my company. So I'm one of the co-founders of Miteco, which is a small company based in the south of Italy, and we do different things in the real-time multimedia application space. And we are all based in the south of Italy, in Naples. And I guess that this picture now is much less effective considering that you are all in another very beautiful city of the south of Europe, but Napoli is also very, very nice in this time of year. And again, as I was saying, this will be a presentation around a specific feature of Janus. And if you're not familiar with Janus itself, I actually talked about it a few times during other OpenSIPS summits. And I chose this specific presentation as a good reference because it's a good overview of how Janus works from a high-level perspective, especially when you want to use it with the SIP architecture. So I also spent some details on how you can use it with OpenSIPS itself, for instance. So that's a good reference if you find this presentation interesting and want to delve a bit deeper into what Janus is and you're not really familiar with it. Just to give you a very quick introduction, Janus is a WebRTC server that we conceived to be general purpose. And it's, of course, completely open source. So you can find there the link to the open source repository on GitHub. There's also some links to demos and documentation that you can refer to online. And we also have a very active community on a Google group. And when I mean modular pretty much in the sense that other applications in the same space are. So for instance, OpenSIPS itself is very modular in nature. And we have a similar kind of architecture where we have a core that is responsible of all the WebRTC stuff. And then we have different plugins that can be added to Janus in order to extend its capabilities, whether it is for transport functionality or for how to handle media itself. And so, for instance, if you have different media plugins that allow you to implement video conferencing scenarios or SIP functionalities and so on, these are all different plugins that an application can then communicate with. And this modular architecture is also reflected in the API that you use to talk to Janus, which is extensible by default. So if you add a new plugin tomorrow and add it to Janus, that can already be carried on top of the Janus API without needing to do any change. And of course, the SIP plugin itself is one of the modules that are available in the Janus repository by default, and one of the most used one, of course. And in a nutshell, basically the SIP plugin acts as a collection of endpoints on behalf of WebRTC users. And by this, I mean that the WebRTC user that you see on the left actually never sees any SIP at all, if not SIP URLs. So they just use the Janus API and JSON-based messages to initiate calls or answer them or transfer calls, as we see in a minute, and use WebRTC peer connections to exchange media. And then it's Janus's responsibility to actually take care of the actual SIP interactions with the SIP infrastructure on the other side, which means that Janus translates all interactions that you do using the Janus API to actual SIP dialogues. So it keeps it keeps track of the SIP state on behalf of different WebRTC users. And this is an important point to make, so that the fact that Janus is a collection of endpoints rather than a SIP infrastructure by itself, which is what sometimes confuses people who may think that Janus can actually be a replacement for a PBX, for instance. It really isn't. It's just an endpoint on behalf of users, and so can be used as a very simple and effective WebRTC to SIP gateway for different purposes. And of course, I'm talking about a generic SIP infrastructure over there, but OpenSIPS is a very good example of that. So I've used Janus with OpenSIPS several times in different demos, and there are different companies that actually use the combination of these two software in production for different uses. And even Razvan himself, when we had our own conference in Naples, JanusCon, made a very interesting presentation showing how we used Janus and OpenSIPS together to implement a contact center application. So there are different use cases that you can make combining the strengths of these two applications. And again, as I was saying, the Janus SIP plugin is basically a collection of endpoints, so it's not really a server or a trunk or anything like this. And it doesn't support transcoding either. So you really just have to see it as an avatar, as a SIP avatar on behalf of WebRTC users. So if you need transcoding, that should be done as part of a server-side functionality, let's say. Even though that's usually not that much of an issue because WebRTC endpoints support Opus, support G711, and those are more than enough for the vast majority of use cases. And the reason why we chose not to expose any actual SIP functionality on the user side is mostly to simplify the life to web developers. Because you may know how WebRTC is actually basically a marriage between voice over IP functionality and web development. And web developers usually are not that familiar with SIP and the complexity of how to manage a SIP transaction, a SIP dialogue. So by abstracting all this and keeping all this complexity on the server side, we make it much easier to implement SIP-based applications and just focus on the web side of things instead. Even though we provide functionality to take advantage of more advanced features in SIP, like manually injecting SIP headers or using different methods and stuff like this. And so, as I was saying, the main focus of the presentation will be call transfers. So how to actually transfer an existing call to another participant, for instance. And that's something that when we first started working on the SIP plugin was actually not there. So it was asked for by many individual and companies across the years. And a couple of years ago, eventually we started working on this, even though we realized that adding call transfer support to Janus was really not that trivial, because even though the stack that we use for SIP, which is Sophia SIP, the same stack that is used by FreeSwitch, for instance, Sophia SIP does support call transfers. Having support in a library doesn't automatically mean that adding the same support in an application using the library will be easy, as you all know. And we actually needed to do some work in order to implement this kind of functionality. And we identified 3 core steps that we needed to implement before getting to an actual call transfer functionality in Janus. First of all, we needed support for generic subscribe notify, which was missing in Janus as well. And as you know, notify is needed as part of call transfers to basically notify the transferor about the state of a transfer of a call being transferred. We also needed to support multiple calls at the same times, which is also, and I'll explain why in a minute, not something that the SIP plugin did at the outset. And again, this is important because while you are transferring calls, you may be in 2 different calls at the same times, especially during the transient phases. And then eventually we needed to figure out an actual signaling for this transfer functionality. And this was also important because, as I mentioned, when you use Janus to talk to a SIP infrastructure, you never use SIP itself. You use simplified requests to actually interact with the functionality. And so we needed to simplify as much as possible also how you handle a transfer functionality from the web development side of things. And eventually there was a Colombian company that gently sponsored the development of all these features, because this was actually quite a lot of work to do, and they were interested in call transfers, and so they actually volunteered to pay for implementing all this functionality. And if you want more details on all of these different features, you can find the links to the individual pull requests over there that have all been merged. So if you're using a recent version of Janus, you can already take advantage of call transfers. And so just to focus a bit on different functionality and how we added support for those, as I mentioned, subscribe and notify are definitely important for call transfers itself. And they were definitely at the very basis of what we needed to implement. And so that's the feature that we implemented first. And that was actually, as I was saying, completely missing in Janus until then. And we chose to implement it in a generic way. So not something that only worked for call transfers, but could also be used for other features that take advantage of subscribe and notify, like presence and things like this. So basically any kind of event that you want to subscribe to. And of course, we made it easy enough to use from a web development side of things, where you just tell Janus that you want to subscribe to a specific event and possibly a specific individual, and then everything happens pretty much automatically on the Janus side of things. So Janus takes care of actually sending the subscribe messages and handling incoming notify messages so that the web application can be notified as well. And I mean, this is just a very quick and simple high-level diagram that explains it more clearly. So you have a very simple request on the user side, which translates to a set of transactions that happen on the SIP side. And anytime that there is an incoming SIP notify, Janus knows that there is a specific WebRTC user that needs to be notified about this, and so can send the same kind of event formatted in a way that is more familiar and easy to use for web developers instead. Multiple calls were a bit more tricky, and as I was saying, they were indeed another requirement for call transfers, because you could be in two separate calls at the same time, because again, Janus doesn't mix and doesn't perform transcoding in this context. So call transfers do require different calls at the same time being active in order to be able to perform the transfer functionality. And considering how Janus itself and the SIP plugin work, this was not an easy thing to do, because without bothering you with too many details, In Janus, you have a concept of a handle. A handle is basically an abstraction of a communication with a plugin, like the SIP plugin. And in Janus, we have a very strict relationship between a handle and a peer connection, which means a media session that happens between a user and Janus. And so if you assume that you use a handle to connect to the SIP plugin, so to engage with the SIP plugin to actually have an endpoint on your behalf, this means that if you have one handle, it means that you can only have one SIP call at any given time on that specific handle, which means that if you get an incoming call while you are in a call with somebody else, by default, Janus will just refuse that with a 486 because it will basically tell that you are busy in another call. And that's something that we needed to overcome somehow if we wanted to implement call transfers, because we need, again, to be able to be in more than one call at the same time in that case. And again, we decided to implement it in a more general way. So nothing that was very much specific to call transfers, but could actually be used for other things as well. And so we implemented the generic concept of multiple lines. So pretty much as in a soft phone, you can have multiple lines where you can handle multiple calls at the same time and switch from one to the other in a dynamic fashion. We wanted to make something like that possible via Janus as well. And basically the idea that we had was to just reuse the same concept of handles, but rather than having each handle be associated with a separate SIP stack in Janus as it is by default, we also wanted to have helper handles possible so that you can connect to the SIP plugin, but have that new connection reference another SIP stack that you already registered before. So you only register via Janus once, and that SIP stack is shared across multiple connections that the user has with the SIP plugin. And that basically allows you to have multiple SIP sessions for the same user at the same time using Janus, which was actually quite helpful for SIP transfer functionality as well. And again, this simple diagram, which I'm not sure how visible it is in the room, basically just summarizes this a bit. So by default, when you connect to Janus and create a handle, so a communication between a user and Janus itself, if that handle is being used, for instance, to call Alice, the moment that Bob tries to call us, Janus will automatically reject the call. But if as a user we register two different handles and we use one of those handles to actually register to a SIP infrastructure and the other handle to just reference that existing registration, so we are actually reusing the same SIP stack as the main handle, then in that case, the moment that Bob sends us a call while we are calling Alice, we are actually able to handle that call if we want, which means that on the website of things or in a mobile application, if you are using Janus to facilitate mobile usage, in that case, we can actually handle two calls at the same time and decide which call we want to handle at any given time. And of course, there's no limits to how many helpers you can have. So you can have possibly indefinite multiple lines if that makes sense for your application. And finally, of course, we needed to simplify the management of the signaling part on the Janus side of things. So because I'm talking to a room full of SIP experts, so you all know how actual transfers works using refer and stuff like this, but we wanted to hide the complexity of those interactions and keep it simple on the website of things instead. And of course, it was based on the pre-existing support that we added for both subscriber notify and multiple lines. And so we basically implemented this as a sort of orchestration of the SIP interactions in the SIP plugin so that we could simplify it on the website of things, which means that we only have a single request for actually transferring a SIP call in the Janus SIP plugin, which is just a transfer request, which can be used both for blind and attended requests, which at the moment really depends on whether or not you want to specify the call ID a transfer refers to. And then the Janus SIP plugin code tries to handle these automatically for you, which means that as the person being transferred, you have the ability to reference a specific call in order to actually choose whether or not you want to be transferred. And as a recipient of this transfer call, you are also notified about whether or not this is a brand new call or actually a call being transferred from another call instead. And I won't even try to describe this diagram because it's a bit more complex and probably not very visible. So I'll share the slides later on if you want to have a quicker look at it. but it basically just summarizes basically the combined usage of the three different features that I discussed. So the ability to have multiple lines, so especially for the transferor and the transferee, the ability to handle subscribe and notify so that the transferor is notified about the state of the transfer of the call, and basically how this all impacts the three parties in a transfer call happening basically. And if you have actually attended other OpenSIPS summits in the past few years, you may actually have also attended a workshop that I made. I think this was from last year, where I actually demoed this very functionality in a workshop as part of a more generic workshop on how to use Janus and OpenSIPS together. And basically in that presentation, I just reused the very same stock demo that we have in the Janus repository, which means that you can actually try this yourself if you want, if you download Janus and play a bit with it. I just basically chose different colors for the different pages so that I could more quickly and immediately show how Alice, Bob, and Carol were actually interacting with each other in the context of a call transfer. And basically the idea in that demo was that I had Alice and Bob together talking to each other in a call, and this was all made with OpenSIPS as a SIP infrastructure. So Janus was handling the registrations of Alice, Bob, and Carol, but they were all talking to each other via OpenSIPS in the background. So Alice and Bob were talking to each other. As you can see over here, we have a few buttons that can be used to interact with this session. And one of those buttons is actually a transfer call button. So very simply, this basically allows you to choose whether or not you want to transfer a call to a different endpoint. So in the demo, this just shows a prompt where you can insert the SIP address of the person you want to transfer the call to. And this basically transparently uses the Janus API transfer request that I was talking about before. And of course, the moment that Alice originates this transfer, whether it is blind or attended, Bob is notified about this so that Bob can decide whether or not he is okay with transferring the call to Carol instead. And once he accepts this, Carol is notified as well about an incoming call. But again, since Janus is aware of when a call is actually a fresh new invite and when it's actually related to a call being transferred by somebody else, we also present this information on the website of things as well, which means that in this case, Carol is notified that the call is coming from Bob, but the call was actually referred by Alice instead, which means that from a presentation perspective, you can also present this in a more or less interesting way, let's say. And just to give a very quick look at the actual messages that are sent, just to give you a better understanding of how this works in practice. Again, I will not, this is just as a reference over there in case you want to watch the slides later on, so that you, when you look at the messages that I copied in the slides, you know exactly who is who in the messages that are being sent back and forward. The idea is that this is the message that Alice sent when she decided to transfer Bob's call to another person, in this case, Carol. She was sending it on a specific handle, which is the handle that was actually hosting the call with Bob. And so she's sending a request transfer, and she just specifies the URI of the transfer. So basically, this is a call to Carol. Bob is she is first of all notified that the call is being transferred, and Bob receives a call. Bob receives the transfer request. So now he knows that he needs to refer to Carol, and he also receives a private identifier that is specific to Janus that can be used to then send the new call and use that refer functionality so that Janus knows that when generating the invite to Carol, Carol must be notified that this is related to a transfer request, to the transfer request that Alice made, which means that when Carol receives the call, she also received the referred by information and so knows that it is actually a consequence of a refer. And of course, Alice is notified via notify messages, for instance, as soon as the Carol's phone is ringing or as soon as the call is actually completed. And this is basically all. So I hope that this was clear and interesting enough. And please do let me know if you have any questions or if you are interested in in trying this out in practice. Also because, I mean, again, I'm talking to a room full of SIP experts, and I'm much less of a SIP expert in that sense. So there may be assumptions that we've made implementing call transfers that were not really matching what actual SIP usage requires in some cases. So we would definitely appreciate feedback in that sense. Thanks. I see everybody muted though, so I don't know if there are any questions or not.
I'm going to ask some questions and relay them to you, okay? Oh. Which one is? Oh, you muted that. I thought he said he was muted.
Yes, I can. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Who's got questions for Lorenzo? Do we have any questions out here? It was thorough. I have to say that. There was a lot to... Okay, here we go. Norm has a question.
Hey, Lorenzo, sorry you can't be with us in person. My question was, when you were implementing this through the Sophia stack, did you find or did you come across any bugs in Sophia around this logic as you were implementing it?
No, I mean, not really. I mean, the support that they have in Sophia SIP seems to be quite straightforward and also quite performant. I have to say that we mostly use the version of Sophia SIP that was improved by the free switch guides. So basically, it may be that the original SIP library had some issues that then were sorted out by the free switch team, but I didn't encounter any specific bug, if I recall correctly. So at least from that side of things, Sophia SIP didn't cause any headaches, which it sometimes does.
That answer your question, Norm? Any other questions? We've got time for one more question. What's been eating at you since Lorenzo started talking? What do you absolutely need to know? Because he's here right now. You might not have this opportunity again.
As long as it's not, when do you call your hair? When will you cut your hair? Because then I'm not going to answer that.
I just want to know what kind of product you use. Okay, so let's give Lorenzo a round of applause. Thank you for making it, Lorenzo.
Thank you, and enjoy your time in Athens. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to shorten the coffee break a little bit because we were running a little over. So we've got 20 minutes for coffee. Everybody go ahead and get to it. Be back in here in about, not about, but no later than 20 minutes. Okay, we're going to be starting here in just a few minutes.
Let's go. Roll call.
Trying to kick people in and it doesn't work. Full of sound effects.
Alex, the MC.
Calm down, calm down. We've got heart medication for those of them that are racing. Welcome back, welcome back. Everybody get enough coffee? Is everybody awake? Well, we're going to start off with Joachim, or Zoa, or this guy. But I will not say his last name, only because I can't. He's going to be talking to us about homebrewed speech recognition. Everybody ready? Take it away.
Okay, good morning. So, Speech Recognition Homebrew Edition. Initially, the talk was called Speech Recognition on a Shoestring Budget, but as you might find out during the conversation, that didn't really actually happen. So we'll just change the title, it's easier than change the content. So I'm Joachim, nice to meet you. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to speech recognition. I used to be the founder or one of the co-founders of Zuiper. I still manage the company, co-manage the company. But nowadays, I'm doing a lot of speech recognition. I'm by no means a speech recognition expert, definitely not a machine learning expert, but I do have quite some experience with it already. I'm also not a linguist, which is important for some parts of the presentation, and I'm definitely not a mathematician, so the actual machine learning part is not something I touch. I do applied machine learning, let's say. So today, I would like to talk about our experiences with speech recognition. We make our own models, and I would like to explain to you why we decided to make our own models, how did we do it, what are the results, and how could you try it yourself if you really want to. So in the beginning of COVID, we started a new project, a spin-off of Zuiper, which is doing extra functionality on top of conversations. And that extra functionality could be the simple things like when you have an incoming call, look up the telephone number, convert it into a name based on your CRM, or during a conversation, take some notes, upload them to the CRM, make a transcript of the recording, again, put it in the CRM, and maybe share your recordings with your colleagues or the people you just had a conversation with. And when I say conversation, I don't just mean a Zuiper call. Actually, it's not even integrated in Zuiper yet. It's what Mira said yesterday. We're working on it. But it's, for example, a web extension. Jitsi works with it, with a browser extension for Chrome. You could do native calls, though we made a native app only to be blocked by a policy change by Android just a few days before we're going to launch. But we also have an app coming for physical meetings where you can just put a voice recorder in the middle of the table, have your conversation, have your meeting, and everything gets uploaded to our servers afterwards and gets transcribed, and you can share it again. This is how it looks like. I'm not going to talk too much about it. You can sign up for it if you want to. You can try it. It's really good for English. For the other languages, not so good yet because it's not a model we trained. So why did we decide to make our own transcripts if there's already plenty of services available that offer this functionality? There's Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Rev.ai. I think those are the ones with the best quality. There's a bunch more. The reason we didn't use a decent quality hosted version is because mostly of the price is one big factor. All of them have a price that varies between something around $1.40 to $2 an hour. But we have a lot of experience with the freemium model. And we also wanted to do some freemium model with Banafo. And if we want to do a freemium model, but we want to give free transcripts, even if it's only a couple of hours a month with that service, but it costs us $1.40 an hour, every free user will cost us a fortune every month. And if 95% of the users would be free users, not paying users, we would have to charge the paying users, I don't know, several $100s a month for something that wouldn't be worth it. So, on the other hand, the other reason why we didn't do it is that there are other people doing similar services, transcripts, meeting transcripts specifically, or things that have relation to CRMs and conversations. But they all use some of these cloud services. So if we can't compete on the quality of the transcripts because we use the same as everybody else, if we can't compete on the pricing because we use the same as everybody else, we'd have to compete on marketing. And it's kind of difficult to compete on marketing with a company that has hundreds of millions of euros of investments to spend on marketing. So there's another option, other than the cloud-hosted services. We could have chosen one of the two projects that are open source, actually, Vosk or Cookie, where you can download the models, use them on your service. And actually, in the case of Vosk, we do for some of the models we use now on Banafo. If it's not English, it's probably Vosk we're using in the background. The reason we didn't use them is, although they are very performant in the case, very fast in the case of Vosk, the quality is not the best quality you can get nowadays with more modern technologies. And we'll see more about that later. And the models probably work quite well if you're a native speaker and it is very clear audio and it's somebody reading a book or so, it would work pretty well. But if you have a real conversation with an ambulance passing by, a dog barking, with a person speaking English like I do, non-native, it probably wouldn't work as well. So how did we start to do this? Well, we started by just looking for some tutorials on how to do speech recognition. And we found that, okay, Kaldi is a good approach. It had good quality back then. It's already, how long ago? 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And we started by buying some video cards on eBay. Back then it was 1080 Ti's. I think we started with 1 or 2 cards. And then things didn't go really fast enough for us, so we expanded a bit, and we ended up with 16 cards in a Slurm cluster. This is some sort of, well, it's obviously some remnant of a mining rig. But then it's hacked together with a card where we did the PCI Express splitter, where we split the 16 lanes into 4x4, and we have 2 such cards. So we actually could control 8 cards per server, 2 servers, a 40 gigabit network between them to be fast enough. You don't need that at all, by the way. And so that's how we started. And we used Kaldi, and there was a tutorial or some sort of project on top of Kaldi, which is called Zamia project, that had good explanations for English, German, and French on how to train models. So we started like this. And it worked quite well. So this is our initial setup. The new setup is proper hardware, proper GPU servers, no more hacking there. So the reason we stopped using Kaldi is because Kaldi is using phonemes. And when you do the speech recognition, you need to have, for every phrase, every word you have, you need to convert it into phonetic transcripts, which is okay for English, because you have dictionaries to do the conversion, to do the lookup between the two. And once you have a quite large dictionary, you can train a machine learning model to convert non-existent words for you. And it's going to work if it's really an English-sounding word, but it probably won't work if you say Zelensky, for example, probably will have an issue with it. So for English, it's okay. And for other languages, many of them are also okay when you have enough data for it. If you have enough dictionary already, or if you're a linguist, which obviously I'm not, and none of my colleagues are. And so if we wanted to go ahead with Kaldi, we would need somewhat of a linguist for every single language who also happened to be a bit of a developer, and it wouldn't really scale really well for us. So that's why we stopped using Kaldi in the end. There are some advantages to using Kaldi, but this is the major disadvantage. So we ended up using Wave2Letter Flashlight, which is a Facebook project for speech recognition. We were very happy with it. We're still using it. And you can try the quality on banafo.com. So for our offline models, do your best. Try with some very funny accents. It's probably going to recognize them quite well. Try with some, I don't know, make some noise in the background. It's going to perform really well for English. Don't judge us by the quality for any of the other models, because I don't think they're models we trained. So this is how we did it. What would I recommend for you to try it if you want to try it? So let's first ask the question, is it worth doing it? The answer is most likely no. But we're a bit too far in the process to stop now. So when I started the presentation, I said I'm an addict. I have an issue with machine learning, checking the models, how they train, how the model might crash, how they might diverge, how things might be better. So if you have some servers outputting something on average maybe every 15 minutes, after a while you really want to check non-stop to see, because if something fails on a Friday night, then you lose 2 days of training if you check it on Monday morning. So it's somewhat, at least it kept me busy 24/7. The other question is, what is your expected quality? If you want something simple to maybe control your home automation, that just has to recognize lights on or lights off, you'll probably manage quite well. If you want to compete with the quality of Google and the likes, it is very high effort, it's very expensive, it takes a lot of time. You can do it, we managed to do it, but it's not something you say, okay, I'll do it now and next week I'll compete with them. It's not gonna work. It took us more than a year, probably a year and a half before we were at a really good level of the speech. So that's the time to market issue. If you want to have something soon, forget about it, it's not gonna work. Budget for training. I'll talk a bit more about it later. If you want to do this on the cloud, a GPU server with 8 GPUs, I checked this morning, is $16,000 a month. Yeah. This is the A100 4 gigabyte with 8 GPUs. If you do it yourself, it used to be okay. Okay, you have quite a big cost up ahead to finance everything. But electricity prices in Europe are a bit up nowadays. So many of the frameworks that we'll discuss a bit later are very difficult to set up. Some of them are easier. That's why if you just want to start and play with it, which is very interesting, some of them are easier. But the biggest issue is, what data do you have available? So if you want to train English, so this is a bit what you have to do. So first you have to find a data set, a framework, maybe choose an architecture, etc. So for the data set, if you want to do English, there's a lot of audio available. Maybe not for the accented speech, but for the normal data, normal speech, there's enough. If you want to do a weirder language, like Bulgarian, there's 6 hours available. And I think you need about 1,000 to have a decent model. You probably want more than 10,000 for a really good model. Afterwards, the improvements become marginally smaller. So luckily there's a few data sets that are available that are multi-language. So Common Voice from the Mozilla is one of them, the biggest one probably. Then you have MLS, which is Facebook, and Vox Populi, I think, is also made by Facebook. So you could check, and let's say you want to do, I don't know, Hebrew, you could check how much data is there. Do you find any other data sets? I put a link on the bottom with some more data sets. If you find a decent amount of data, you could try something. If you find 6 hours, probably not going to work unless you do some really advanced techniques, which we'll maybe be able to discuss at the end, but I doubt we'll have time for them. So once you have a data set, you have to clean it a bit. Because if something, for example, if you have in a text 1,200 here, could be 1,200, could be 1,200. If you have 8:15. How is it going to be written in the text? So you have to normalize the data, get rid of the capital letters, normalize them, get rid of the punctuation. Convert your data set, get rid of any broken files, because if you have broken files, maybe you'll find them out because they crash when they're loaded on the GPU 2 days later. And you have to make some sort of index files that make a mapping between your audio files and your transcripts. So once you have your data set, and the data has to be small fragments, so audio segments of, let's say, less than 20 seconds with their corresponding transcript, and it needs to be quite accurate. If you have a lot of broken ones, you have issues with the quality afterwards. So then you have to decide on a framework to use, and probably the first thing to look at is what quality can this framework theoretically offer you. There's some other reasons, so how easy is it to use it? Does it do real time or only offline decoding? How fast can you do the training? Can you convert it to ONNX, for example, to have faster inference? And if you need to use the phonemes or the graphemes, luckily only Caldi is really using the phonemes. You have to be, the others you can choose, but nobody does. So in terms of quality, all the frameworks will offer you a quality metric called word error rate for a specific data set at least. At least LibriSpeech, which is people reading books, they will have some score for it. And you can compare different frameworks based on this score, at least for this LibriSpeech dataset. It doesn't say everything, but it gives you an idea. So on the bottom is currently, it's like a competition. There's a scoreboard. And I don't know if this is Google doing it or Facebook doing this model. So this is the minimum error rate that somebody achieved so far on this dataset. It's 1.4. And on the other set is 2.5. So Coqui, which is a successor to the projects from Mozilla, has 4.5, 13.6. And LibriSpeech, this is with the language model, so this a little bit, some augmentation on top of it is a lot higher. So this is the score that we had like 6 months ago or so. So 3 and 5.7. Now you can't really just compare those because these are artificial, especially this one here is an artificial thing that only has to score good on this data set. They don't care how it scores on all the other data sets. So if this is for reading books, then maybe it won't be as good for, I don't know, some financial data, a VoIP conference, things like this. So how is this word error rate made? It's a metric that is the number of, when you have the original transcript, which is, for example, here on the top, and this is what the transcript is made by the model. The word error rate is the number of substitutions, insertions, and deletions divided by the number of words. But the metric doesn't say everything. Because, for example, if you have a compound word, like businessman here, if it is split, for a human to read it, it's not really an issue. Your English teacher might not be happy with it, but it's okay. Some of the other words, some of the other mistakes are much worse. But so this is, obviously, this is completely artificial, hypothetical transcript. This error rate of 78.6% would be really awful if Google maybe does 1.4 on it. I just want to show how it's not a really good indicator of the quality. It's good to compare frameworks directly for this data set, but not for the rest. This is a single letter mistake. So this would be a fantastic letter error rate, but the real transcript, maybe not so good. So what are the available frameworks? Caldi is the one we used. As I said, the phoneme thing is not so good. Also, quality is not so good. Big advantage, you don't really need 1,000 hours. You could probably get around with 30 hours, 40 hours, would still give you something reasonable to use. Deep Speech 2 is a Mozilla project. I'm just adding most of them because you'll find them if you look with Google for frameworks. It's outdated, wouldn't use it. Coqui, it's easy to use. That's the reason why I might recommend it, as this is the first attempt to do speech recognition. But I think their focus switched mostly to text-to-speech, which is what we use for text-to-speech. So they don't have the best quality. It's not state-of-the-art anymore. Flashlight, really good quality, hard to use. Not so hard to use, hard to set up, hard to compile. SpeechBrain, I think this is the new, the future. This seems to be where a lot of efforts are going to. I see more and more about it. I'm not too familiar with it. I know what it is. I haven't used it. Then there's K2 Icefall, which is the new version of Caldi. I know it exists. I haven't tried it. I don't think it's really ready for use. I've used it with ESPNet once. So ESPNet is a framework that is, most of these frameworks are open source, if not all of them. Probably all of them are, except for Nemo maybe. It's a very complicated one to use, but it's extremely flexible. So you can do a lot with it. So it's something that I have a bit more experience with. And there's some more that I don't have experience with. Hugging Face, Versic, and Nemo. Versic I know a little bit. I think from all the ones that I've discussed, if you want to try something, I would probably recommend to start with Cookie or Nemo, because they're going to be the best documented ones and the most easy ones to use and probably the best support. When you want to move on to higher quality, then I would pick maybe Flashlight or SpeechBrain or ESPNet. So once you pick the framework, you still have to pick on the model architecture to use. And again, you have to decide, okay, what quality do you want? Bigger model, better quality, slower inference time, slower training time probably. Should it do offline only, which is much easier. It's much easier to set up. It's much easier for the model, but not everything supports streaming. So ESPNet does, SpeechBrain does, the other one's not so sure. Or not anymore, at least in the case of Flashlight. I won't discuss too much the architecture, but these are the three to look for. Anything older than that I wouldn't use. It's not going to give you the quality you want. You have to decide as well when you want to use this model in production. Are you going to run it on a CPU or on a GPU? If you want to run it on a CPU and you want it to be reasonably fast, you have to pick a quite small model. On the other hand, how big is your data set? If you have only 500 hours, you probably want to use a small model, a small architecture, because if you use a big one, your model is just going to learn your complete data set. And then it's going to look as if your model is really good on your train set, but try to use for anything else, and it's going to be completely rubbish. On the other hand, if you have audio that is very noisy, maybe 8 kilohertz, big background noise, non-native speakers, varied circumstances, you will probably want a bigger model. And you'll also need a lot more data to avoid the overfitting. So what do you need in terms of hardware? If you just want to play with it, I think you have enough with a couple of GPUs that are over 16 gigabytes. I wouldn't buy anything less than that. A couple of CPU cores per GPU, maybe 32 gigabytes per GPU. And you want SSD storage, not because you need to transfer gigabytes per second, mostly because it's a lot of small files and you will have a lot of random reads. Random writes doesn't matter for this. You can make something, if you have a proper data set and you have a nice architecture and model, which, for example, you can do, there's examples for LibreSpeech, you can build something quite nice in just a couple of days. For making a proper model, you will need a lot more hardware than this, and you'll probably need several months to train it to the maximum. So once you have this, you can augment, let's say you train an acoustic model, which is this part. You can make the quality a little bit better, and you'll see this also when you try to compare the word error rate between the different frameworks, or between the different architectures, that they use a language model on top of the acoustic model. It's optional, you don't have to use it. But what it does, it gives a likelihood for a specific word. So if I put the United States without an S in here, my likelihood will be a lot less than if I put the United States of America. There's different ways to make this model, doesn't really matter. But so this is how this would work. It will start with the first word. It will maybe, this is simplified to just have a beam size of 3, so it has only 3 options here that it will keep. But maybe your acoustic model will give you 50 options. And so you ask your acoustic model, okay, give me the score for the confidence level for each hypothesis. And then you ask the language model the same, and then you maybe check if this is in a dictionary or not. And you have some weights that you have to do a hyperparameter search on. And like this, you can only keep the top 3 candidates. And then you go to the next word, where you maybe have 5 possible candidates from the acoustic model. And then you calculate the confidence level for a fox, a vox, a rox, then the fox, the vox, the rox, that fox, that rox, that rox, every time, and you sum the things with a different weight. And like this, you can pick which one would be the best one to use in the end. It's a bit simplified, and there's some other methods to use it, but it gives you an idea of how it works. There's some downsides to using a language model as well. Usually the language models are trained on text only, books, for example. But when people write a book, there's no stop words, there's no repetitions. It's a bit clearer, so the grammar makes a lot more sense than somebody having a spoken conversation where maybe one party interrupts the other one half phrase and then continues anyway, so it doesn't always help that much. In the beginning, I said you need 1,000 hours. There are some tricks to make your own data, though. You could take your existing data set, stretch it a bit in time, change the pitch, add noise to it, like an ambulance, barking dogs, cut out parts in the frequency band or in the time band, maybe add echo, add all kinds of things. Just try to ruin the audio as much as possible, stuff it in there, and on the next round, make it again. And it will stop the model from overfitting, and it will probably learn a bit different voices, because maybe if the pitch is higher, it will sound a bit more like a woman. Maybe it will pick up another voice better. There's even more you can do. Let's say you have an audio file that's 2 hours long with the corresponding transcript, but it's not cut into small pieces. So you could use a model, try to align the two. There's some special tools to do it, and then you can make your own data set like this. You could inject the opposite. You could train first a text-to-speech model and use a certain percentage of the data with pure artificial audio. You could make some pseudo-labels. I won't explain exactly what the options are, but what it pretty much means is you have audio without transcripts, you run your model on it, you make the transcripts, and you train on that output. So you have your model train on its own output. Obviously, in that case, you probably need to check a bit if the token frequency is okay or if the constants are okay. You probably need to do some filtering, otherwise you're just going to make your errors worse and worse. There's some more options. You could start with English and then move to German. Actually, you could go from English to Chinese as well. It's still a language. There's still some logic between the two. You could do fine-tuning on a different domain. Let's say you have to make something just for medical data. But you could train it on something more generic and then fine-tune with a lower learning rate to go to the financial one. And there's some more recent trickery where you don't use MEL spectrogram to make it, but you have some sort of pre-training first. But this one is a bit more advanced. It's easy, but it uses a lot more processing power. This is for the setup. There's some more things, but I don't think this is very important. So summarized, it's possible. You can do it. If you have a clean data set, maybe if you buy a data set, if you can buy 10,000 hours and it's clean, you're going to manage without any issues. The data is the biggest problem. If you want to try, there's two things. So this is the super convenient URL you can type if you want to for the streaming one, which is probably going to change tomorrow. But so the streaming one is not, it's a first attempt. It's not that good. The banafo.com one, you can try it for free, has really good quality for English. We also have an API, which is a Banafo.ai. It's all very new, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask now or later. Yes?
Are you familiar with the Whisper project that was
yes.
by OpenAI? And have you got any thoughts on how that compares to...
Yes, so the Whisper part, I haven't tried it myself, but I've read some third-party analysis on it. I don't think it seems to be all that good. It has some interesting parts. So for English, I don't think there's a reason to use it because the error rate is much higher than the other models. The interesting parts for Whisper is how they trained it. I think it's on 680,000 hours. It is trained on many languages at once. And for those languages where it's extremely low resource, it will probably help you quite a lot together with one of the pre-training options. So there probably the error rate is better. What I hear is that it somewhat hallucinates at parts, is the description I read about it. What else did I want to say? There's something else that I haven't really figured out how it works. I just quickly went through what it does. You can directly translate with it. So you can transcribe from an English audio file into Romanian, for example. It would work. Yes?
We have our first question right next to you.
Okay.
That's actually a second. Was there. So when are you going to release it as open source? Your model, I mean.
Well, we probably will give out some models. I don't know for the models how you can open source the model, but the architectures are all open source. We will probably give away some models for free as well, but we don't have anything where you can just download it and install it. Our setup at the moment is a Docker file of, I think, 3-4 pages long, and it takes a couple of hours to compile, so it's not something I want to give to somebody to play with. But yeah, so it's possible. There's a lot of models available already for many of the things. And there's some difficult questions legally as well for the data sets used for this one. Meaning, I noticed that when you look at the model that is publicly available, downloadable, it's only trained on the few publicly available data sets. So when you buy a data set somewhere else, I'm not sure you can just release the model downloadable. I'm not sure about this part.
I'm here. Can you tell us few use cases why? Okay, you recognize the text, then you need to store it somehow to do something. For example, with CRM, you can store it like recognition of the conversation. But maybe some other examples. Why we need this? What to do with this?
Why you need voice transcripts? In many cases, it could be, for example, for the non-real-time ones, it could be quality control. It could be to check what the person said during this sales call you had last week about the budget. It could be for legal purposes, like banks have to record the things. It could be for fraud checks like this. It could be for the real-time one. It could be for real-time subtitles, for a video, for example, for an online meeting. You could combine it with real-time translations if you want to. It could be for the creation of IVR chatbots that are not, you have normal chatbots, but it could be spoken as well. So there's lots of use cases, depending on what the person might want to use it for.
Is there an obvious correlation between the size of a model and the speed and the efficiency of a transcript and the cost of power usage?
Yes, so within the same architecture type, a bigger model will be slower and will be more expensive, and the quality, given enough data, will probably be better. I don't think you can directly compare them one-on-one and say, okay, this is 100 million parameters and this is only 10 million parameters. It's going to be 10 times slower. It's not working like that because you have the different layers, you have the different parameters per layer, the different weights. So generally, yes, but it's not that simple.
Hello. And it's a tricky question, maybe. What is the competitive advantage of using something that you brewed against using public APIs of the big boys? I'm meaning, we do that for voicemail transcription, obviously. And the accuracy that they return is pretty acceptable. I mean, like more than 80%. And they also give you a figure of the accuracy that they think the transcript is. And so, I mean, I can understand that maybe in a restricted domain of, I don't know, medical or something, I mean, that you really need to nail 95% accuracy. That may be, but generally speaking, there is not an advantage, or yes?
So it depends on the purpose. If you just, when we started the project, we didn't aim to have 100% accurate transcript. We just wanted something where the salesperson would be able to do Control F, search in the transcript for this section, and then just listen to 30 seconds of a two-hour conversation. So you don't need perfect accuracy for everything. If you want subtitles for a movie, though, you probably want them to be quite accurate. So, it depends a bit on what you want to do. So other than that, the big factor, so quality, you can actually do better than the big guys. I'm not sure you can do better for every language, but for English you can actually do better. I don't know for how much longer. Maybe they'll catch up because obviously they have a much different process. We can just cook something up and release it after 2 weeks. I'm sure that in Google it takes a bit longer to make a new version.
Sales cloud definitely is a use case.
Yeah.
I've not talked about it.
Actually, you kind of dipped on something, like if you have like a very niche type of conversation, doctors use a specific like syntax in the way that they talk. Using this in a niche like this and like providing high accuracy, that could be a very big competitive advantage, and you're not going to get that from one of the API services unless you're training models specifically for that. Okay, let's give this guy a round of applause. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Okay, next up we have Liviu, one of our OpenSIPS core developers. You know, we were talking about the first time that Liviu actually was up here as a OpenSIPS developer. He did admit to me he had to change his shorts after his presentation. Today he's calm, cool, collective.
That was supposed to remain private, Alex.
Really? Because it's already on Twitter. Sorry.
Okay. At least no pictures.
So Liviu is going to be talking to us about optimizing TCP handling with profiles. Liviu, take it away.
Can I have the mic?
You have the mic.
Oh, so...
What, you
anyway,
think it's you think it's catching you all the way over here?
Yeah, every day is not Tuesday, right?
Opa!
Yeah. Okay, so hi everyone. Today I will be giving kind of a bit of a lower level presentation than Kubernetes one. So if you're interested in the TCP part of OpenSIPS, you will learn quite a few things about it, or refresh. About me, you already know me. I'm Liviu. Hi. And we're going to get it into the architecture side of OpenSIPS on the TCP engine and the transport layer. So I can explain to you how these profiles, how we build them on top of it, and go through the DB schema of the new module and how you can provision it and how you can make full use of it. A bit about some problems that we try to address with this new module. It turns out that although the entire TCP support was great and it allowed you to do quite a bit of flexibility, right? It is configurable. You could fine-tune all kinds of parameters on the TCP connections. You couldn't do it in a fine-grained way. For example, let's think about this kind of scenario where OpenSIPS is linked to some gateways which are closer to it, and some maybe across the ocean or whatnot, maybe with some poor network quality connection that basically forces you to set a different kind of timeouts on them or a different kind of lifetimes to them. And you simply couldn't do that. You had one global setting on the timeout, and all of the other connections, for example, the ones that you could optimize and set some kind of a lower threshold, they had to be also bumped to higher thresholds only because of the slowest ones. And here, for example, on the latencies, you would play with the TCP connect timeout or the TCP max message time, which isn't that well named, but it pretty much means the read timeout on a message. So I try to keep the kind of the same names of the variables, but on some of them which could be named in a more obvious, suggestive way, I went ahead and did that. Then you have one-way TCP connections. There was a problem of having to flag some connections with the TCP no new connection branch flag, and all of that had to be carefully managed from the script level. For example, in this picture I have some dedicated interconnect where it is bi-directional, right? The connections can be both accepted and you can connect to the gateway. But if we imagine some clients coming in from the public internet, those are one way, and you have to take care and fiddle around with the careful spots in your configuration script and set the flag, right? Which sounds good on the apparently. I had some animation here. right, we just detect the source IP and we set the flag. But what about the clients? Same thing, right? We just, if it's from customer, we enable the flag. What if it's some buys which are automatically generated from OpenSIPS, right? And we have to tell it to not connect. No problem. Like we have the local route, and if it's going to the customer, and if it's the downstream buy, or maybe if the call was in the other direction, right? It was headed from made by the customer, and OpenSIPS, we're talking about the upstream buy. We again set the flag, right? Easy peasy. But what about presence, right? What about internally generated pings from all kinds of modules, right? You have to manage all of those, and the script pretty much is littered with all of this branch flag setting nonsense, and maybe it is exhaustive, like to a point where it is hard to keep track of all the scenarios you have to take care and carefully program. Another scenario, maybe we have TCP connections with simply a wide variety of throughputs. As Bogdan was saying at some point yesterday, client connections, you don't see that much traffic on them, right? From here and then you see an invite or some kind of options ping. But maybe on a gateway connection to a carrier, there will be more traffic pushed. And even more, imagine you have like a synchronizing connection between two OpenSIPs. You have the hot backup, typical solution, the bread and butter of OpenSIPs. That pushes, so the binary replication of the cluster pushes a lot of traffic on that connection. And there will, obviously, you may need to do some different settings on that, maybe enable parallel reading on it. Speaking of parallel reading, if you haven't heard of it, this is a new feature introduced in the 3.3 release. I'm going to talk about it in the next slide, actually. Pretty much enables you to optimize these high throughput connections. And there was another scenario I thought about, we thought about, with connections which you would want to configure, but you barely even have access to them, or you don't have access at all in the script. For example, maybe some internal kind of generated message from the back-to-back modules or from the registrant or that kind of stuff. And you cannot programmatically, maybe you want to set the no connect flag, but you cannot. So here to explain better what the TCP connection profiles are and what they will impact, well, I thought it would be interesting to show you how the TCP works in OpenSIPS. And there are two levels. You have the transport level here on the net directory in your core OpenSIPS source tree. And pretty much that is all where all the magic happens in the net TCP and TCP named files. And there is also the kind of a special, and then you have the protocol modules, right? All the modules which give you access to a new socket type, and they are TCP based. They are going to be placed in the modules directory. So you get, where was that slide? It was, you get TCP sockets, you get HEP sockets, MSRP, TLS, binary interface, SMPP, WebSocket. So you get all of these protocols which are TCP based. And the protocol TCP module is actually an exception here because it is so close to the transport layer, pretty much it just gives you the message. There is no further processing on it. And the idea was to also bundle it in the base OpenSIPS package. So it is in a, we call it a static module. So it, although, this is a fun fact, although we do load module pro TCP shared object all day, it is not a shared object. If you try, yeah, so maybe some of you are like, what the heck is going on here? Right, we do this, but if you try to find it, right, locate per TCP SO, where is that file? It's not found. It doesn't exist. It's just an internal hack just to make it look like a real module, but in fact it's just bundled with in the binary. So, but just to make the consistency of the script. So, yeah. So load module works for all the modules. Why would there be an exception? So that was the fun one here, and also maybe the confusing thing. Like sometimes maybe you don't know where to find your UDP module. About applicability. So although this looks nice, like being able to configure this on a connection level, not all of your TCP connections will actually be configurable. Of course, everything that has to do with OpenSIPS supported protocols will be, right? We get all the modules, that's awesome. But there will also be, right in the runtime of an OpenSIPS, you'll get a lot more types of connections. For example, and of course, both the incoming connections and the outgoing ones are included here, so both sides are configurable. But let's think about the many more TCP connections that you will be having. For example, to MySQLDB, to Postgres, to Redis, to Mongo. Maybe you're doing REST client HTTP with libcurl, or accept MI requests through the HTTPD library, or Kafka, or Diameter, or all of those. These will obviously, I mean, not obviously, but they will not benefit from all the parameterization that we have on the TCP layer, because these connections are simply managed by the library. It doesn't hook into the OpenSIPS kind of engine of processing the TCP connections and creating them, not just processing. And I hope this makes for a good foundation for explaining the TCP management concepts. So once we know about the structure of the TCP engine, we see all these global parameters, right, that we had and everything leading up to version 3.2. And we simply bundled them into this, let's call it an object, which is a TCP connection profile. And this will be, from now on, configurable per each connection. And now you might see the new setting, the parallel read, and here's where I will expand a bit on it. This is the idea was to maybe offer some optimization on the high throughput connections. And by default, you will notice it is off. And here I will try to explain how the reading works. Basically, we have, this is an OpenSIPS, right? We have a main process that accepts the connections, but the heavy work, right, the heavy lifting is not done by the main process. It will simply start to balance these connections over to the reader pool, and each of them will actually keep it for 120 seconds. So all the reads on that connection will take place only on reader 1, let's say, right? And after 120, it returns the connection back to main. So that is how OpenSIPS. So good. It should come back up, right? Nice. That is how all the TCP reading works up until 3.2, including 3.2. And starting with 3.3, if you set this thing to 1, now the worker, after it processes the packet, so after all the script, right, all of your TT relay, whatever, the connection is returned to the main process. So it now, on the next packet, it will again balance it to a new worker. Whether this will be, like, I haven't personally done any tests on this mode. Maybe we can ask Bogdan towards the end. But this might offer some benefits, right? But at the same time, it kind of accelerates the message passing between the processes. So it could be a double-edged sword here. And then there's the next level, which is an obvious optimization here. Now the worker will return the connection even before processing the packet. So now it reads the invite and gives the connection back, so another process can read another message, maybe in parallel, right? I mean, for sure in parallel, and then they process it in this way. So this is definitely a cool thing to benefit from, and will most likely benefit. I'm thinking about the binary replication connections. Like there are a lot of packets flowing on those, and they will start to be processed in parallel now. No, it's not before the reading. It reads. So the reading is not parallel, right? Because it's one connection. You cannot read in parallel. But the processing. Imagine so this process reads the invite. It clones it into shared memory. So now it just gives the connection back. It can like clear the buffers, forget about what's in it, because I have a backup invite, which I will process and send through the script, right? Through all the scripting logic. Depending on your use case, it might take a bit, right? Maybe even in the order of hundreds of milliseconds. So why not benefit from this time in order to process more packets? Okay. So that was all about the new option to switch to parallel reading. Obviously, you shouldn't enable it on all connections, but at the same time, it doesn't do any harm. So, yeah. So this is this is the profile, and now we came up with this TCP path concept, which allows you to actually define the connections that you want to be impacted by various settings. And you can customize this on, like you can go as generic as including any protocol. Maybe you don't care about the remote address and you will only want to configure some local receiving address, although it's kind of backwards. You would want to configure it based on the client. So you would maybe leave the local null, right? You can do like IPs and just a /32, or you could even give it a prefix, and so you can bundle more ranges of IPs into a single rule. And also, if you want, you can just force on a certain protocol. So this allows you to be as flexible as possible, or as let's say minutious as possible, and carefully set your parameters for each of your customers or gateways and whatnot. Here is how the database schema looks. Similar to the previous slide, right? We get the remote, the local, and the protocol, and the profile is pretty much thrown in here. We didn't make it like a separate table for you to do referencing. Yeah, it could be a way to further improve the module, I guess. You also have a TCP management tool in the OpenSIPS control panel, and it's here. I took some screenshots from it. It allows you to view the profiles. Here, this is when you click. Since there are so many columns in the table, there is this nice view button that zooms in on the profile itself. You get to see its attributes. And if we click add here, we get into this window, which carefully validates each of the IP, the protocol, all of the stuff that gets into the profile with some nice helpful pointers. And that's pretty much it on how the module works. And as I was saying before, maybe one idea to further improve it would be to, depending on how we see the use cases for it, like if there are being more paths created than profiles created, then it would make sense to just keep things as they are. But if we find it that people make a lot of different kind of profiles, and then they will start reusing those a lot in many more paths, then it would make sense to reuse, right, the connection profile IDs and make a separate table for them. And we could go down that route. some documentation. There is a DB schema which will explain each parameter in case you, I guess you want everything in one place, because they are already explained on the global parameters page on the wiki. But you get the explanations again here, and nicely bundled together. There's also a blog post on it in case you need to refresh on things. And yeah, we hope that you are able to better customize your platform to cater to the needs of your customers or your business. Also useful to know that all of these profiles can be dynamically reloaded, so without any impact on your existing config or existing ongoing calls, right? I think I wanted to touch on one more thing here. Yes, note that not like the connections won't immediately be affected, right? Let's say we double the timeout. The existing connections will eventually die out, and they won't have the new settings applied. The new settings are only applied to newly created connections. I have to give up some credits to the team. They helped me with a brainstorm, and we had some, a phase of brainstorming, and some documents were gone through, and they helped with the design as well. And that's pretty much it. Let me know if you have any questions here on the new TCP. Thank you.
So, questions? Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
That's better. Nice work, by the way. Actually, the optimization of TCPs is a bit tricky and depends on the hardware and on the other end, of course, and the connectivity between each other. So it will be nice to have some tools in order to automatically create profiles, either for the hardware that the OpenSIPS is running and for the end user. Something like a tester that it could be executed at the welcome of a customer or a new TCP connection and optimize or put the specific customer to a specific profile. Because for a large scale, it's very difficult to
micromanage each of the,
yeah. So that's just the point. It's not a question. That it will be helpful to have a tool in order to automatically create TCP profiles based on end users and hardware used.
Like somehow watch over the connections, like understand their behavior and make this optimization. Maybe start off with a default, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
Go from there. If we need to go, like if they are too slow, we bump up some timeouts. If they are too sufficiently fast, I don't know if you need to bump them to shrink them, but yeah. You could do that as well. Yeah, that's an awesome idea. Thank you, Antonis.
Hey, were the statistics updated to be able to provide some real-time data as to how many TCP connections are used or what's going on with the internals?
We didn't do it, so like there was no preoccupation or focus on this side. So the TCP statistics are just how they were in 3.2. But I'm trying to figure out how would that relate to the fine-grained control that we offered, right? I mean, if this problem seems to be unchanged, coming from 3.2 to 3.3, or unaffected by this new feature, right? This statistics, they are unrelated to the, so we did no extra work on the TCP stats, if that's for sure.
Okay, thank you.
But you did make an interesting point where, are there many more questions? Or
go ahead.
You said keep track of the connections which are going stale, right? Or that could be an interesting one.
We can talk about this all.
Yeah, they do have the timeout, right? So they are slowly ticking down. When the timeout is hit, they die down. But there is no stat to preemptively warn you about that, right? Or that could be useful.
Right,
yeah, we can.
The new parameter would return some of the readers back into the pool. So it would be nice to see how that pool is doing, how
Okay, so Norman's suggestion was to keep track of which connections are being held up in the TCP readers and which ones are being returned to the main process for further balancing if they get busy, right? Because as long as they stay idle, they will just sleep in the main process. So maybe that could give you, that's actually brilliant, right? That could give you a good insight on how busy your connections are. If they are all sleeping in the main process, it's an insight, I guess. Or if they are busy in the workers, it means they are, yeah. Okay, that would be nice to know. Right now, we definitely don't have. Yeah, exactly. We don't have those stats. Yeah. Okay, nice. Maybe it could give you some good info on where to work next. I think there is one more question. Yeah.
No? All right. No more questions. So thanks again.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. And now,
are you watching?
ladies and gentlemen, please accept Vlad Patrascu. Did I say it right?
No,
Of course I did it. Talking to us about the MSRP stack in OpenSIP 3.3. Take it.
Hello, everyone. So today we'll talk about the MSRP stack in OpenSIPS 3.3, so all the new stuff that we developed for the new release. Trying to change the slide, doesn't. Okay. So a short outline of the presentation. First, we'll look into the instant messaging in SIP and the MSRP protocol, so to understand how all of this works. Then we'll effectively look at the new modules and features that we implemented in 3.3, so MSRP relay, user agent, and a SIP message to MSRP gateway. Okay, so in terms of SIP messaging in instant messaging in SIP, we have essentially two modes of operation. We have the page mode, the legacy mode, where we use the SIP message request as defined in RFC 3428. So it's an old RFC shortly after the base SIP one. It consists of a series of unrelated messages and does not establish sessions. So the media content is practically transported in the SIP request itself, so the message is in band with SIP. And it works in a similar fashion to an SMS in a classic GSM network. But the new session mode is based on the message session relay protocol, MSRP, that's defined in RFC 4975. It groups messages in sessions. So we have a definite start and end to the series of messages between the peers. It uses SIP as a rendezvous protocol and the MSRP protocol for transporting the media. And the big advantage here is that it's better suited for building advanced messaging services such as group chat, conference, and many others. We'll see. So why is this MSRP protocol important and why we have looked into it? Because nowadays in the IMS and UC context, we have MSRP as the foundation for both of these technologies. So in IMS, the IP multimedia system, we have advanced messaging services like chats, read receipts, file transfers, desktop sharing, and many others. And this is in IMS actually delivered through the Rich Communication Services Protocol, the RCS, which states that SIP is used for establishing the sessions. So although in RCS we have various non-SIP microservices that are maybe based on HTTP web servers or other different applications. The MSRP transport is the foundation for the actual instant messaging, so for the transport of the actual messages. On the other hand, in the unified communications realm, we have the purpose of integrating multiple communication channels like voice, video, presence, and other stuff with the instant messaging. So we can provide a single service to the end user, a similar service to the end user, regardless of the communication channel that he uses to reach that service. So if you look here in a complex messaging system, it's too small. Okay. We have a service provider that interacts with IMS, and we have different kinds of SIP clients with MSRP, WebRTC, classic SIP clients, and everything is made possible by an OpenSIPS media MSRP relay that basically relays and handles all the traffic, all the MSRP traffic. For the IMS side, we have OpenSIPS RCS gateway. In terms of SIP, essentially we don't need to do much aside handle some capabilities in contact headers or stuff like that. But if OpenSIPS can handle the MSRP protocol, we now can talk with RCS-enabled smartphones in IMS and, of course, the rest of the IMS network. On our side, maybe we have SIP clients that don't support MSRP, so we have classic message-based page mode clients. And we can use an OpenSIPS message to MSRP gateway to translate this to an actual MSRP session. And all of those different types of clients and connections, we can integrate them nicely into, for example, a contact center, where all of those types of different messaging capabilities clients can we can put them in contact with agents via classic calls or calls and instant messaging, so at the same time. For example, if you have a conference, a video or audio conference, we can have at the same time a chat on the side using an OpenSIPS chat server. This is actually a feature that we didn't have time to include in OpenSIPS 3.3, but it's on the pipeline. Okay, so let's take a look, an overall look at the MSRP protocol. It's a text-based connection-oriented protocol for exchanging MIME content, but usually it's for instant messaging. Sessions are established in SIP, as we have seen, with SDP and a few extra MSRP-specific attributes. It's peer-to-peer, basically, but we can also use intermediaries called relays, and actually, most of the time we need to use those. It uses TCP or TLS for peer-to-peer connections, but when we have a relay, TLS is enforced. It has a request-response model with transactions, success, failure reports for delivering the status of the operation to the end user, if he is interested in that kind of information. Also, it may chunk messages in multiple requests in order to interrupt sending, so to have a kind of a synchronous functioning on the client, or split up large messages if we use MSRP to share files, which it is also used for that quite a lot. The basic minimal MSRP session setup, so we have see here, Alice wants to establish a session with Bob. It's a basic SDP with a few extra attributes, like the type of content and the MSRP path to the user. And Bob responds in 200 OK with with its SDP offer, with its accept types, and the path to contact the endpoint. The actual MSRP exchange, so to take a look at how the MSRP protocol looks like, it's also header-based. The most important headers, I think, are the to path and from path. There are reversed and mirrored between the exchanges. And there are a few other headers, but those are the most important ones, and here's the actual content. Okay, in terms of our implementation, we went for a modular approach. So we have the proto MSRP module, which does the low-level stuff like sending messages, parsing MSRP messages, MSRP headers, and all that stuff. And it offers an internal API for different modules. We have the MSRP relay, which in turn is controlled via OpenSIPS scripting mainly. Also, the MSRP user agent is a fully fledged client in OpenSIPS. So we did this in order to, for example, build the MSRP gateway or in the future MSRP conference on top of OpenSIPS. So here we have an internal API for those modules, but we also can use the MSRP user agent directly from DMI or OpenSIPS script to build our own applications where OpenSIPS acts as an endpoint in MSRP. The interesting thing about the MSRP relay is that it requires HTTP digest authentication. So this is basically for obtaining an MSRP URI from the relay, which the client will advertise in its SDP in order for the relay to be included in the MSRP path. So this URI has a unique session ID, so the MSRP relay makes sure that every exchange between the endpoints uses this session ID, so it belongs to this authenticated session. In terms of usage in OpenSIPS, the module provides the dedicated script routes for providing the authentication credentials and maybe performing bridging between multiple interfaces if we need this kind of feature. So here is a basic config example. The MSRP module works out of the box, more or less. We need only to define a socket, a new URI to provide to the endpoints to include in the path. Here is an MSRP auth hash route for providing the credentials for authentication. Essentially, we have the username and we have as input. And we need to provide the password or the HA1 from our database to do the verification. In terms of routing, we can use the classic OpenSIPS core variables to see the socket input or the source IP, source port, and we can force different sockets, an MSRP socket, to bridge between interfaces. In terms of the MSRP user agent API, it's essentially a call controlling API with OpenSIPS scripting where you can answer a call from OpenSIPS. As the external API, we have various MI commands like starting a session, ending a session, sending messages, list the current session. We have OpenSIPS events to the event interface that let us know when a new session has been created, when a session has ended, then when we receive an MSRP message. And the same kinds of operations are also available via an internal API in terms of functions and callbacks. Okay, so let's see an actual flow when an application starts an MSRP session from OpenSIPS. We have a MI and events as interaction between the application and an OpenSIPS API, and SIP and MSRP between OpenSIPS and, for example, a SIP client with WebRTC and MSRP. So to start the session, we call the MSRP OAuth start session command. This creates an internal session, UA session on OpenSIPS. We send an invite with an MSRP offer. We receive the response in 200.k. And from this point on, we can send messages via MI. So the messages get to the other side. If we receive messages from the client, the content and content type are delivered via the message received event. So for terminating the session, we call MSRP UA end session, and this generates a buy on the other side. Now if we, for example, want to answer a session from OpenSIPS, we receive an invite with MSRP. This invite gets into the OpenSIPS request routes, and we can call MSRP UI answer. This replies to the endpoint with the MSRP offer. And after receiving the ACK, we now have a new MSRP session, so we can start exchanging messages. So this is signaled via this event to the application. Now we have the flow of messages with either an MI command if we want to send a message, and if we receive one, we will handle it in an event. And if a buy comes from the other side, we have a different event for ending a session. Okay, so now in terms of the SIP message to MSRP gateway module, we essentially have two ways of starting a gatewaying session. So in this case, it starts from a simple SIP message that we receive from a client. This gets into the OpenSIP script. We call the message to MSRP function, and this internally generates a new gatewaying session, which uses the MSRP user agent internally, the user agent module, to create a SIP call with MSRP with the client. So after the session is established, this message is queued and then sent in MSRP, or the sequence of messages between establishing the session and when the client responds. Then for each new SIP message that comes in, we just call them a message to MSRP function, and internally it looks up the already established session and sends it, encapsulates it in MSRP. Of course, messages coming from MSRP, since there is no route in OpenSIP specifically for that, it's automatically transported into a SIP message. And as there is no way, since we don't have any session here, there's no way of knowing when the client wants to stop the communication. We simply have a configurable timeout, after which we end the gateway session and send a buy to the other side. If we want to gateway initially from an MSRP call, we want to send messages on the other side. So for the initial invite that offers MSRP, we call MSRP gateway answer. This answers the session. And same as after the ACK is received, every MSRP message coming from the client is translated into a SIP message. And on the other side, when receiving SIP messages that get into the OpenSIPS route, we call the same message to MSRP function that translates it to MSRP. Okay, when a buy comes from the SIP call, we automatically delete the session and the gateway session and the call. You can find out more about the MSRP gateway tomorrow at the interactive demos. So in terms of what we need to do next in MSRP, as you said, we have to implement the MSRP conference module and some various other tweaks to MSRP, like adding a proper support for message chunking, improving the reporting mechanism in MSRP UA and gateway, since at this time all those failure reports or success reports for delivery status of the message, as we have seen initially, basically we can't get that in OpenSIPS at the moment. And of course, more testing, since this is a freshly released code and features. And basically that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlad. So let's take questions.
Hello. What about multi-party interactions? Let's say chats for more than 2 persons.
Okay, we have to do a different approach to the conference module, like the old IMC module that we had in OpenSIPS. Use the kind of like IRC like interaction. So we had commands to start a conf room, join a conf room, and all of this now would have to be done with MSRP. So each client interacts with probably a conference room in OpenSIPS, and then we can exchange the messages between them.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I think that was one of the last slides with with the further work. Yeah, the MSRP conference module.
Just remember that with RFC you should send one message for all participants without any additional modules. I mean, but yeah, but RFC not described.
What RFC are we talking about?
Yeah, but
so the message RFC or?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I got it.
Yeah, the message RFC I think does not address conferencing.
I mean, you should send for everyone, but how? Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's still in the works. We need to think of a way to do it.
Actually, the plan was to have this module in the 3.3, but because of the time constraints, okay, we said it should be for the next one. Because the module we have right now in OpenSIPS, it works like kind of a chat room, works only for the SIP message thing, not for the MSRP. MSRP, it's more like a audio kind of a conference. I mean, there's a model, okay, it's text, but yeah, we need, based on the MSRP user agent, to build this conference frame. Okay? Okay, more questions?
So on the MSRP relay gatewaying side, how do you correlate between, let's say, the sessionless message stuff, so you know how to push it in the MSRP like proper session?
Yeah. For this, we have an arbitrary correlation key that we. Let me get back a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
So here, when we do message to MSRP, and also when we do an answer initially, we have to provide an arbitrary key to this function based on what we think are two good identifiers for either the MSRP side client and the message client. For example, we can take from user and to user and build a compound key from that. And whenever we call these functions, theoretically we have both of the sides, so we can build the same key and know which gatewaying session to select.
To a certain point, if the SIP client message, let's say it's a real device, you can take some information, identify that device particularly, let's say the source IP or something like that,
Yeah,
just to enforce.
A simple example, but you can take a lot of information from the message.
Okay. Other questions? Giovanni? Okay.
Hello. Hi. I'm so glad for this presentation because I've done a lot of work in this area too. And there is some info that I want to put and then a question also. I saw that, for example, LeanPhone has in its message function try to mimic some feature of MSRP, putting information into the body of the message. So they actually encode about the session and, for example, also the typing part, so you know that the other part is writing something, and they encode all of that into message, so they are actually just compatible between them.
Yeah,
but if you, whatever other
like
client will see something, yeah.
Replicating the entire SIP protocol using only message requests.
Yes, and that is LeanPhone. But for example, one thing that is important, nice, and kind of very little know is that the module, the conference module in FreeSwitch allows you to manage also the chatting into the conference. So actually, with some settings, you then have that each participant to the conference can send a message to the conference, let's say, user. It will be grabbed by the system. It will be passed to the conference module that it will broadcast to all the other participants with enough info so you can see which one has typed the message. And that's, for example, what the basics of what it is, the chat, the conference chat into FreeSwitch things and Berto Communicator, etc., etc. And that is very useful when you build a conferencing system. And what was my question is, what it brings that is not clear to me, MSRP on top of the, let's say, basic message, or that you can't mimic with the basic message and some encoding.
But yeah, essentially it's the fact that the session is established in SIP, so in plain SIP. We can combine it with different media streams. Maybe you have voice, audio with in the same session, and we can renegotiate it with SDP.
So always the same session, also
yeah,
for voice. Okay, now
it can be. It can be the same. Yeah.
For example, I mentioned yesterday we're going to see tomorrow during the demos with the contact center. You cannot have a contact center messaging if you don't have actually a session of messaging. So you cannot do something like that with simple SIP message because you don't know if, let's say, multiple messages are actually belonging to the same conversation. So to send it to the same agent, or when the conversation ends, so you know that, okay, you have to release the agent from that chat. So the simple fact that you have a session helps you a lot in terms of allocating the resources and so on. So
yeah, maybe the message to MSRP gatewaying introduced a bit of a confusion, but it's kind of a stretch. It's not really a session. We try to correlate somehow the messages with an MSRP session to enable the message-based clients to speak with MSRP, but it's not essentially the same.
But Giovanni, you mentioned the FreeSwitch support. Is it actually the chat part? It's MSRP or it's a SIP message? The one in the
actually, FreeSwitch think FreeSwitch actually think in terms of the chat interface. That is something that is not very known, but is, let's say, the abstraction that cover all kind of instant messaging. For example, I mean, it can be SMS, it can be, at that time there was a Skype chat, it can be SIP message. So, yes, it passed through Sofia and used SIP messages.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Let's. Okay, you are the last.
In the last row.
Yeah, just a small nitpick from the SIP Security Police Department. Could we backtrack to slide 16, sir?
Okay, sir. Oh, nothing interesting here, just a title.
Oh, 15, sorry. 15.
Okay.
There we go. You have a sensitive word there. It's called password, and we don't like that. The only question we have is, do you give the option to store hashes in the database or just passwords? Plain text.
It can be either hashes or passwords.
Thank you.
Yeah, so basically the authentication, it's on top of the authentication framework. So exactly,
Yeah, here-
theoretically you could do even the SHA if you want.
Yeah, it actually, only the variable is called password, but it can hold either a plain text password or HE1.
Okay, no more questions? Oh, sorry. You're on the wrong side of this room.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you're only interested in gateway, and can you use some kind of media relay as well? Theoretically, I mean.
Media relays for...
Yeah.
Yeah, because...
Yeah, but what like, what if we had some kind of support in RTP proxy? Can it be used to relay those?
RTP is a different... No, it's a different media carried.
Oh yeah,
So
obviously that's UDP, that's TCP, but other than that, should be
It's
work.
actually a protocol, so it needs to interact like in SIP hop by hop, so it requires an extra layer. It's not just pure data flow, but has inside messages like signaling for like sending a message, getting confirmation, getting reports. So it's
yeah,
not
it
like,
has kind of transactions.
Yeah.
So request replies. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Vlad. Big applauses here. And yeah, now, yes, food, glorious food. So we have the lunch till 2 p.m., right? And today the lunch is sponsored by Banafo. So let's have some applauses for them. And now, enjoy the food. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, I will share all the meetings with you.
But I mean, with regards to the MSRP stuff.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wednesday lunch.
Preparing your next presentation.
No, just putting the. What? Why do we see different shit? Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? You said Banafo?
Yeah.
So what was the question?
Oh, yeah, just like Sippy by only if we're only doing like
It's more like
May I ask you a question? Memory from 2.4 release of the experience of the dialogue model. So maybe during the transition, the certification and source code, experienced a failure when calling the dialogue module, the functions with failure reports. As before the root type was not propagated, so the first instance of defined the root and the module was still callable on the failure. Now we are doing that we are continuing doing maybe for example code transfer on the field. So we do instantiate another code from the failure and without patching the dialogue.
even if you do like a failure yeah, sure. You go to another destination, it's still the, from a same dialogue perspective, it's still the same dialogue. It doesn't matter if you change
For us, dialogue.
It's the same. I mean, again, the failure transaction level is only the invite when you have this initial invite creating the session, the dialogue. But it doesn't matter what the destination, which branch actually accepts the call, the dialogue is the same. So the same dialogue, you will not get another one or anything like this.
That's why we start another dialogue within the failure group as we do two calls. So we do the first call. User.
It's time. It's at 9999.
Yeah, I let it like that. Take a photo of it, yeah. I was playing with the guy, there was like 996 and he did like a couple of fake coffees just to get to the 9999.
Oh yeah, but who's gonna push it now?
Let me take the phone, I will do it.
I was gonna say somebody needs to come do it.
If you want a coffee, do it.
I'll get the coffee. I don't need one. I will definitely have one.
Let's, hold on, I'll be back.
Documentation says absolutely not. This is a cute guy. Documentation says absolutely firmware versioning something. It looks like an upgrade package. Overall upgrade package. Yeah.
But it's not like a decent version.
It's a zip file.
Yeah.
It's an upgrade package.
So you are creating anything here? Any dialogue here before when you were sending from user to this number?
We dial this number.
Yeah.
If the number is busy,
Okay, but
we will instantiate another code. So it's another dialogue. But this happens in the failure mode.
from their perspective, it's the same code. It's not another dialogue. Because you had one invite here. These are just branches of the same.
But we have a failure, so the failure finish is terminated.
No, again, this failure is the transaction. So basically, it's still the same call, but from the transaction perspective, you just try a different destination. So it's still the same zip call. The call will actually end only when you send here.
According to
fly from the code inside here. It will not pass it, right? So from it's the same code. So this failover happens at the transaction level, not the dialog level. From dialog level, you are still trying to establish the dialog. It's still the same dialog, but you are just trying different destinations for it. See?
But we do need to keep track
That's I said.
of the calls. So we need another dialog. And even for duration, the whole duration.
Well, this one has no duration. At the end, it will be one established, right? You cannot have multiple here established. You have only one. All the previous branches will be like fake attempts.
Two setup times.
You can use the for that. You can use in the accounting missed call event. This will reflect only this attempt. So you can get an interim CDR reflecting this attempt with setup and everything. And of course you will get also the CDR reflecting the branch which established. So the CDR with the 20, okay. So check in the accounting module. There is the I think there is also some tutorial about accounting with missed call, because that's it, what you want to do is you want to record it only this attempt. But this is at the invite level. But again, from SIP perspective, it's the same. It's the same. There's no change in dialogue. It's the same dialogue. Also from the SIP perspective, also from SIP perspective. Same call ID, so tags, everything.
I had another issue, and during the time I patched the back-to-back user agent module.
You're not using back-to-back here, right?
No.
Okay.
I've made a patch to handle the tracks. So it was replies. But I had to update the database structure, and also during design, changing a lot of both inside the back-to-back user agent.
Yeah, I think in 3.1, I don't remember which one, when we dropped to this B2B logic with XML stuff. Yeah, there was some changes with that.
So if I do update the patch, how can I push it to have it in code?
Just need to do a pull request on GitHub.
Okay, so I do just a fork and ask for.
Yeah, you can do the pull request, and somebody will review if everything is okay, if you accept it, or usually we do feedback on things that are not okay, and eventually hints on how they should be.
Okay.
Okay.
So we introduce it just the handling of replies and keep track of the rec and so on. So this is handled in two ways. One pushes to the user the original replies even with another counter, something filtered by back-to-back user agent. Or just the original replies can stop to one side of back-to-back user agent, and it keeps track of them.
Somebody pushed the change, I think it was only in 3.3 for the track, because initially the back-to-back was actually consuming all the tracks. And somebody said, no, I want it to propagate all the way to the original caller. So there is in 3.3 in the back-to-back module, there is a switch where you can say, okay, I want the track to be answered locally or to propagate. But I think this is only in 3.3.
But it's the same rec, so if you make some shapes, maybe it will not work. So if it's propagated without renumbering, maybe it will not work.
No, I think we should propagate, accordingly to the other dialogue, to the dialogue on the caller side. It's still going back, otherwise it makes no sense. So that should be the way it works. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think about the missed call limit, so
yeah, again, go in the documentation, there are some
so the diagram will just keep track of the
Например, ты же даже денег за это не платишь.
Человек сидел некоторое время, врывал голову.
Слушай, я для себя несколько лет, ну там, полгода назад, еще по моей также было. Если ты не читаешь инструкцию прям построчно, внимательно, то ты будешь постоянно спотыкаться на это. Ну, это как, знаешь, как циска. Это как если сравнить циску с делинком. В делинке ты три кнопки нажал, работает. А в циске, если ты начнешь делать то же самое, у тебя ничего не заведется. Тебе нужно каждый шаг описывать. А ну потому он сам сказал, ты профессионал. Если ты профессионал, значит, пожалуйста, будь внимательным.
Нет, видишь, когда это архитектурное дело, там же в Сипе, сначала обрабатывается конфликт, и он превращается в вот это вот всегда, язык программирования, фиксема, там, ления, вся хрень, а потом кто-то загружает много, и они на это дело начинают впрыскнуть. Ну, из-за этого вот, он действительно в этот момент не может, не знает, загрузится, может не загрузится, значит, там еще что-то. Дело этого ядра, там, ну, только разобрать синтаксический конфликт. Ну, вот.
Ну, что-то, по-моему, его жестко бомбануло. Меня бомбит с того, что его бомбит.
Да, нет. Я вижу, человек там сидел, наверное, хотел, почему не работает.
Все мы так сидели, потели, а как иначе?
Понятно, понятно. Ну, реакция-то понятна.
Ivan, can you send me links to the meetings?
Oh, shoot. Yes, let me do it.
Don't you have that laptop because it should be able to.
I want to put it backwards, so it's kind of
Yeah. Do you want to try to see if that one works?
Hmm?
Do you want to see if that one works? Try to see what was happening, or?
It's okay. Something we could not get the output from. It's okay. Well,
So HDMI was not.
No, just line output. Those.
You can get it through HDMI.
No, it's not set up to do like HDMI.
No,
not
because
sure
it
how
needs to go
switch.
there to go to IC.
Yeah. It's probably something between those two, but yeah, it's better not to.
Yeah, but
not to mess with it. It's useless.
No, I just wanted to.
Whatever known to works.
Just wanted to release your laptop.
Oh, it's okay. I will need it for presentations. And mine's after that.
Okay.
It's kind of.
We still have like 2 more online meetings, right? 3. Okay. No. Still don't know what it is. No, still it's a random crash. But yeah, we'll probably need to.
You need some more traces?
I haven't looked at the latest trace because I was
busy.
But I will try to.
There's no immediate rush.
I saw a consequence of that. So, and I sent you the patch. I'm not sure I did manage to get.
Yeah, we applied a patch, some more examples. Hopefully, I think this was having a bit of problems correlating the two. When I sent it back to you, correlating the logs with the.
I mean, not me. Like with the pickups, me.
I can't remember. I can remember you. No, so he was having problems correlating the logs with the photo.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I remember because
Yeah.
they were
Hopefully, he's got the right ones to you now. But if not, we can find some of that.
Yeah, I remember last time you set up it and you had to, but I didn't get to.
We've got about 10 servers crashing every 30 minutes or so, roughly. So it's medium.
No, it shouldn't happen.
No worries. Just shout us if you need anything else or tomorrow.
Yes. Sorry, we've been so busy.
It's going well now.
Yeah.
No problems, so that's all good. Yeah. I'm still deciding on the city if I like it or not. On the city.
Just so
if
that
I
I
like
can go
it.
back to John.
It's got some good points, some bad points. I'm getting a bit more used to it. I'm liking it more as a staying here longer.
Per niente stanco d'essere lucido, umano, troppo umano, circospetto e logico, e mi rivesto delle mie parole, e il tuo silenzio quasi mi commuove, sì, ma perché il cuore è poco intelligente.
That's why we have Lorenzo, initially Lorenzo and Janus were handling the stuff in Amsterdam. Now we are handling them, but we already have all the connections. So
Otherwise, John will yell at me.
locally, it's working remote. But if you go to a new place, you don't really have.
Thank you. You've got team members on that.
Yes, but
Yeah,
you need
I'm
to
Ah, okay.
want to be in.
I don't know for the UK, but I
Should
don't
I
think the UK
start
is a good place.
the other one also?
And it's
It's
because
Yeah, you can do it. It's still hooked up. So. Let's wait for. I want to show up.
We do the same setup.
Yeah.
With both laptops.
I just think it's going to be difficult for visas. This place is
visas, and you also need connections, of course. If you do it like somewhere else or another
for the privilege.
Yeah. It's not too far away.
Our new team?
Yeah, yes.
Our new video team.
Somebody was
Fights the worst. So Athens is a big hub. Amsterdam is a big hub of UKs, and Frankfurt is a big hub. Probably Barcelona, but others. So people even they have to connect without having.
To be honest, just not just happy to be at the conference. It doesn't matter too much for me. As long as, I mean, the American one would have been, yeah, the trip would have been nice, but
7 minutes or so, right?
yeah, some more work. Yeah, to get over there, but whatever it
I
is.
created the meeting starting like
Yeah.
5 minutes before.
Yeah.
It's
So
actually
just to give him a chance to join.
Yeah, he can join anytime.
either Europe or wherever
Yeah.
could have arranged it.
Okay, let me switch on to that one.
Involve as much
Ready.
as,
So we don't need to.
Well, if you do ever have it in the UK, let me know, because I've got some resources I can put towards organising that. That's a bit
That's a
territory.
bit.
So what, like this one here?
Sure, sure.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for the update.
No, it's just ground loop. Yes.
That's a bit too much.
Yeah.
how's it going? Yep, hear you loud and clear. You're well done. Share. Gotcha. Yeah, it's no problem. I'm just working out how to share the my presentation. Settings. Ah, here you go. Yeah, I was just, you know, it is, everything has a different name. So I'm just getting there. Here we go. Share. Okay. And it should be full screen, yeah? Oh, okay, let me see what's going on. Oh, what I might need to do. Yeah. You still don't see the full screen? Okay, just hang on a sec. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Let me go to here. Ah, right, I see. Yeah, I should. Oh. On the upper menu. Yeah, that's what I was thinking might have to do. So let me stop sharing and then go back to, if I do my share my entire screen, I know that'll create an infinity error. No. Well, let me do it.
We're going to get underway here in about 3 minutes.
Okay. No, let me do that. Still the same. I don't understand. Let me just, I'll get there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop out and pop back in again. See if it's, just the way I came back in. I'll just okay. And tab. Okay, now the next hurdle is, do you see the screen change? Perfect. Okay, we are ready. Just in time.
Okay, everybody out in the hall, get your butts in here. We've got the 2022 edition of the Open Source Telecom Software Survey, brought to you by our own Alan Quayle. We're about to shut the door here, Alan.
No problem.
Okay, I guess this is how much we've got. Again, we want to thank all of our sponsors for helping us out, making this possible. And without further ado, Alan.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So can everyone hear me okay? Excellent. I assume everyone can hear me. So what I'm going to do is run through some of the results from the Open Source Telecom Software Survey we did for 2022. But first thing I must do is thank the OpenSIPS community. Without you responding to this survey, we have nothing. So again, thank you so much for your time, effort, and insight in putting this survey together. So what I want to do is just give a little bit of background. Why are we doing this? What's the point of it? Now, it was all the way back in 2019, before the pandemic, that we created a survey to gather people's experiences and opinions on using open source telecom software. And what we've been doing is we gather all the views, excuse me, and then we share an anonymized aggregate view of the survey from those who complete it. So completing it means you get early insight. Normally that's in July. And then through the OpenSIPS Summit and also through TED Summit, we share the full results. Now, why I began this is I get asked lots of questions about the different projects, common architectures, and lots of stuff that, it would make more sense rather than getting Alan's view. Let's get the open source community's view. So it really was just all those questions I get. I thought it makes more sense that we collaboratively, as an industry, respond and help people, gain a common view on relevant, pertinent issues. So these are hot links, so not that relevant, but the 3 surveys and their results are all available online. Just go to my blog or to TED Summit and you can see them there. Now for this year, what we did is something different. Normally we ask about how people view the different projects, and we also have some general questions. This year, because the difference in opinions, per year for how people view projects isn't so significant. So we focused instead on some general questions. We'll most probably every 2 years do a project-related questionnaire. I mean, there are some changes like we saw last year, you know, the views around Oiseau had changed a little bit. But for this year, we focused around DDoS, security in general, stir shaken, IP messaging, SMS, IPv6, looking at broader open source project usage, impact of the recession and investment plans, accelerators, so, you know, like Subspace, what AWS offers, RTC, real-time communication device, lifecycle management, and VCON. VCON is the standard that's working its way through the IETF. Thomas Howe's leading that. It's virtual conversation, so it's a standard for sharing conversation data. So they're the topics we covered, and we ended up with 120 responses for this year versus 114 for last year. So I was really happy. I'll be honest, I was a little worried when we're not including when we're not asking around the different projects, would people be motivated? But they showed that if the questions are relevant, people are motivated to answer them. So again, thanks for all your time and effort in completing the survey. So that hopefully gives you a little bit of background into what this is about. The way I'm going to structure this is I'm going to run through a summary of the results. And then what I'd ask is if you have questions, ask as I go through the summary. And then I've got slides that go into more details around the different topics. So let's use the summary as a way of guiding me as to what from the audience is of most interest. And then we can focus in there so that we can keep to around the 20-minute time to allow time for questions at the end as well. So in summary, what we did this year is quite interesting. Every year is different in the responses. And we've been, for the past 3 years, pretty European biased. But this year, we actually ended up with pretty equal representation between Europe and North America on the response rate. Africa also did really well. But that, I felt, meant we had a more representative set of answers, more aligned to how I see the market. And of course, with North America showing more responses, that changed some of the results slightly from previous years. I think in part, just the general market-related questions were more attuned to the North American respondents. We had fewer consultants and resellers. We had more from the UCAS, CSAS, CPAS service providers, and also a doubling of the telco ISPs responding. So more service providers and, as I said, less consultants, resellers. Also, I'll be honest, you know, in doing the survey, we're learning how to ask better questions, keep the survey shorter. So, and you'll see some of the questions we asked were, rather than asking people to generate nouns, when you give people nouns and ask to click on the nouns that are relevant, you get a far better response rate, which is like 101 survey design. But hey, you know, sometimes it takes some of us a little bit longer to learn the basics. So looking at some of the popular open source projects used across Telecom, Asterix was top with 87 votes, Elio and OpenSIPS neck and neck as always. Home 63, Switch. On Web Enterprise, so this is just your general open source projects, Docker, as you'd imagine, then PHP, Apache, Grafana, HA proxy. And then we sort of grouped these together. I know that they're different, but it was just, again, just to keep things simple in the presentation on operating systems, databases, Ubuntu, then CentOS, Redis, MariaDB, Postgres. Now, on those last two, on the enterprise web and OS database, you know, I live just outside New York City. I have quite a few friends who work in companies in the financial services. And I would say that those last two columns are very common to the open source projects that they use. So that I thought was quite interesting, that Granted, the telecom open source projects are pretty specialized, but across enterprise web and operating systems and databases, that's actually quite common to a lot of other industries. So just wanted to mention that. We asked questions around accelerators. I'm sure many of you know, Subspace closed down in the first quarter of this year. They've been running for a few years, trying to provide a way across the internet to support VoIP WebRTC services more reliably. And the dominant service that's used is AWS Global Accelerator, and that tends to get bundled in the standard pricing. So that's created a perception for a low or no price point for accelerators. So that sort of explains why Subspace was struggling a bit in terms of getting revenues, because it had a big competitor that many people were using, and it offered it essentially for free. And there's also, the regions that wanted that type of service tended to be in emerging markets, not in developed markets, because internet access there is good, it's solid, so there wasn't too much of a performance problem. So for example, Africa, there was interest. I did some introductions on customers there, and there it was all around, we've got a POP we're using in Ireland or in the UK, but we really like a POP in South Africa or in Kenya or in Nigeria. So it was all about having the relevant POPs where AWS didn't have a POP. And of course, that requires investment. And then the other piece is it's voice. Voice is commoditized. So as a result, the price points around it were quite low. So all that resulted in AWS is dominant for acceleration, and a very interesting startup wasn't able to survive. Now, we also asked around some questions around end-to-end security for real-time platforms. There, it was an even split between yes and no. The no camp considered TLS, SRTP with SIP adequate, or, PSCN's never going to bother, with SIP, so why try? So I'd say there isn't a strong push to, for a end-to-end security approach. But again, we can talk about that in more detail in the slides of interest. Just 3 slides on the executive summary. We asked some questions around IPv6. That's always a interesting one, and only 6% see mostly new deployments are IPv6. 94% are IPv4 related. Again, NAT does its job. On real-time communication device lifecycle management, that was, we can see there's more of a push. Yes, we need to have a standard there, was 46%, 38% not sure, 15% no. Most of the yes answers were already working on something in the absence of standards. A common justification for real-time communication device lifecycle management is they need special treatment because they're an easy attack vector. So perhaps it's time to start looking at a standard in this space. Then we asked, of course, VCON, what's the most important feature? And that it's an open standard with both open source and commercial ecosystem. So that was the feedback there. And of course, that's making its way through the IATF, a standard that's one of those where we haven't done it already in enabling, excuse me, conversations to be easily stored and shared. So, the voice, but in fact, this is a session I'm doing here. We have the video, we have the slides, we have the audio, all can be packaged up in an easily accessible form with all the metadata so that it can then be used for robot food, for AI, machine learning, sorry, or it can be easily stored and retrieved for later use. We also asked a question around, given the recession, upcoming recession, depending on your perspectives, over the next 2 years, who do you expect to do well, be stable, struggle, etc.? So as you'd imagine, do well, is those with a monopoly. Stable was seen as being the carriers, UC contact centers as a service that focus on cost saving through bundling. And this was interesting because this is something I've been talking about, but I think we're starting to see it appear more in the industry when we looked at those that would struggle. So of course, Meta, everybody seems to be circumspect on the metaverse. Cisco, of course, Sangoma, Vonage, well, it's now hidden in Ericsson, so we're not going to see what happens there. But this one I thought was quite interesting, that CPaaS, some CPaaS will struggle at the expense of UC contact center that are focused on bundling cost saving. So what that's sort of indicating is that a lot of contact centers, a lot of sort of PBX, they didn't respond fast enough. They didn't start offering workflows or integrations. So as a result, CPaaS came in and was able to offer that. I mean, you see a lot of the features that are offered within CPaaS are very related to customer experience. And that, of course, naturally would fit into a contact center. So as they've built out those applications, built out their APIs, we've seen them start to fill the gaps. Another great example is RingCentral. They have a CPaaS, but they don't really talk about the CPaaS. They basically have a whole set of workflows, applications that their UCaaS customers can use. And then what I thought was beautiful, it was like all the financial analysts for Twilio, there's Twilio bulls and bears. And the same thing came out of this survey. There's those that think Twilio is going to do well and those that think Twilio is going to struggle. It's just one of those things. Though I would point out the recent layoffs of about 10% of the employees, given they're doing quite well. I mean, the growth is amazing. I mean, it continues, like $1 billion a quarter to implement layoffs, in part because they have the cost issues. So don't get me wrong. I mean, there was a core financial driver, but also, the culture of the company had changed. It wasn't the same as it was 3 years ago. Because, I mean, the problem is, as you hire, you get in a lot of suits. And it sort of reminded me a bit of in the 90s with Cisco, where it started hiring in, and I'll be frank, a lot of ex-Nortel executives. And it sort of started to feel and smell like Nortel. And it was a similar sort of change. It wasn't like Nortel with Twilio, but it still felt like it was becoming a lot more corporate. So I thought that was interesting. A company that's growing so strongly would do, such a thing. So, I'm in the middle. I'm not a bull or a bear, but I think some of the things they're doing potentially will ensure its long-term survival. And then this was interesting in terms of what are your investment plans for the next 2 years? So this is just to the open source community. Now, granted, it was back in May, June, we were doing this survey, but only 7% were conserving cash. I think that's most probably going to be a higher percentage. Most of the investment was in product and sales. So 60% of the answers were focused there. And then just to finish up on the exec summary, we asked questions around DDoS. Only 41% have solutions in place for volumetric DDoS. Attacks are on the rise. I'll show some results later because I think they're quite interesting. And 80% of the service provider participants could see an attack this year. And I'll show you some of those results because they're very interesting. Application DDoS, of course, is more mature. And you've got solutions across API, SIP, and WebRTC. And of course, on the application level, in-house solutions dominate, while with the volumetric, Cloudflare dominates. So that's its magic transit. Then on security, what I'm going to do is, just because of time, I'm going to focus on DDoS security in the slides. So I'm going to skip over some of the others unless somebody says stop, just to be respectful of everybody's time. But security was an interesting mix of results. It was starkly different between 2021 and 2022. Some of it, of course, is due to we had a slightly different mix in the regions, but I think also the growing importance of security. Popular tools were Sippy, Nmap, and SIPfish is open source. And then we also included a question around media encryption, and there the dominant method was SRTP DTLS with ephemeral certificates. That we saw a doubling in use there. And then just to wrap up, we asked some questions around stir shaken. Even though the perception of stir shaken isn't positive, how effective is only 32%, not effective is 68%. Implementations have grown, doubled in the last year from 11 to 28. And what was the interesting thing is strong growth internationally. So 75% were North America focused, but we saw work being discussed. So this was around discussions and not deployments from UK, France, India. So international made up 25%, and that was from almost zero in 2021. So significant shift there. So let me just quickly show you a few graphics on, this is 2021 here. So you can see we had 49 responses from Europe, 23 from North America. And for this year, it was broadly the sort of equivalent. As you can see, Africa doubled. And then I guess open source is a very geopolitical place. Russia, China decided not to respond while, have consistently been provided responses over the years. And of course, with the North American bias in the responses, of course, when we look at where your customers are based, we saw more responses there as well. So I feel, to be frank, this better represents the programmable communications market. So I was really happy that we lost some of the European bias and we saw a broader global response rate. This is just saying, I'm going to skip over to the DDoS slides. So this just shows that we had a lot more cloud-based providers. This shows the software providers and then the telco ISP. While last year it was more dominated by consultancies. But to see such a shift in the people responding, yet we're still growing, I think it shows this survey does fulfill a need, and it's just great to see a lot of new blood coming in, but also to see what I feel is a better representation across the industry. Then, let me just show you here. So this is showing what open source software do you use in telecom. So this is showing this year versus last year. As you can see, the number of responses is quite different. Overall, it's a very similar, so ordering. There's a little, a little shift, but as you can see, asterisks top because a lot more North American respondents. But this was just question design, rather than asking people what software you do and asking, which requires people to fill in. We just basically, made it a very simple tick sheet. So this was just question design. So all I can do is apologize to those who filled in the questions for the previous 3 years. We're getting there to make it easier for you to complete the surveys. And this covers web, enterprise, and then open source database. This is just on accelerators, showing basically, no, we don't use it because AWS Global Accelerator is bundled in standard pricing. Let me just quickly jump because of time. This is, who do you expect to do well, be stable, struggle? And there's Twilio with its bulls and its bears, which I thought was interesting. That was the investment plan. So as you can see here, this is, excuse me, sales expanding product. And this little orange one here is no investment planned, conserving cash. I think it will have changed slightly over the intervening sort of 4 months, but even so, I think it shows that the open source industry is investing heavily. So I just want to go through some of the security DDoS in the last couple of minutes. So this shows, no, most people don't have a solution because it requires you to do something quite extensively on your internet presence. The solutions, Cloudflare, Magic Transit, Google Cloud Armor, your hoster provides it, and there was a couple where it was the the service provider they were using provided some cover. And then this shows an application level, with API, SIP only, WebRTC, and the bulk of that was in-house. So that's far easier. As you can see, we had 81 responses. So it was, about 70-odd% of people, are doing stuff in this space. Now this, I wanted to share. This is showing when was your latest DDoS attack. So some are getting attacked every year, some haven't. And this was interesting. So this is showing every year the rate of DDoS attacks is getting greater. And we were barely halfway through 2022. And we were already at 24. So likely we'll easily bust through what was recorded in 2021. So that's the reason why we're likely to see many service providers attacked. And we have. Over the summer, we saw a lot more attacks. I'll skip over that. This was very interesting again, because when you get similar answers, it's like, okay, we've got the consensus view. But this was starkly different between 21 and 22. Now, again, in part because I think we had more North American respondents, we had a slightly different mix. But you can see here, in 2021, we said, is there an internal security team? No was dominant. Well, that's certainly changed. Are they involved in RTC security? Well, no. And now we can see it's equivalent. Are they proactive? Definitely. So this, I think, was very interesting to see that shift in the responses between 2021 and 2022 on the importance of security within the organization. This is looking at, again, what are you using in terms of testing tools, and this just lists them out. I mean, some of them don't make any sense, but I just include them, excuse me, because you get nonsense responses. So I just wanted to include that so you get that data. You can see, basically the top three there. And then that's shaken. So, because we're up on time, I'm just saying we've got lots of results there. All I want to do is, again, close in thanking the OpenSIPS community for your time, for your expertise in responding to this survey. If you fill it in, you get all the results as soon as possible. This is most of them, but at TAD Summit in November, I'll share all of it and publish all the material so the whole community can gain from it. So again, I don't earn any cash from this. This is simply, I do it because I have so many people asking me questions around the different projects. I really wanted to get the open source community to show what they think, so that it wasn't an Alan opinion. We've got an opinion coming from the community. So with that, I'll stop sharing.
Okay, we have a couple of minutes. Can we see anyone have any questions for Alan? Alan, that was really thorough, man. As usual. Any sparks of interest here? No questions? Okay.
That's okay. It's not technical.
Wait, hold on. We do have a question. Sir, next time I'm going to have to ask you to fully raise your hand. No? Oh.
Hi. Thank you for this really cool information. But in my opinion, to get the more accurate results in the next year, we definitely need somehow to share that there's some kind of, don't know, it's a Google Sheets where and how we can know that someone's researching this. I mean, you're getting this information from somewhere, and we need to talk about more often that someone's really interested in this information, counting the digits about the open source, and because the open source community much bigger than we see here on this in these results, especially in some places which you showed us about countries. Sorry, in some countries I definitely know that it's much more people using this on an everyday basis. So I think somehow we need to put more effort to somehow share the information about everything you're doing.
Absolutely. I mean, I just use the community. So, I know, several of the, major telecom community, open source software communities, and I just ask them to share amongst their communities. And as you can see, we keep growing year on year, and the mix keeps changing. So that shows awareness. We still got a long way to go in terms of awareness. All I'd say is, it gets a limited amount of time from me simply because there's no cash involved. I just do it because I think it has value for the community, because people keep asking me questions on this stuff. So to be able to provide them with something that is more considered, that's more reflective of what the overall community thinks, has a lot of value. But yeah, I will happily take feedback on what questions we should be asking, how we should be promoting this to get more broader responses. So as always, this is just me doing something to try and help, and whatever help you can provide to improve awareness, to improve the questions, please help me out on this.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Let's give Alan a round of applause. Alan, thanks so much for putting all this effort.
Thank you so much. I didn't realize that I still had bedhead. It was only 7 p.m. when I kicked this off over here in New York. So
I think it's an upgrade.
It's early morning for me.
Definitely an upgrade.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so the master of disaster himself is going to be taking the stage. Maxim Sobolev is going to be talking to us about the status quo of continuous integration for the OpenSIPS project. Are we there yet? This is a question I want answered. Who's having fun? Let me see a round of hands. Come on. I'll really know you're having fun if I see them pumping in the air. Wow. It's a lot of people that are like kind of in a food coma, I think. The Greek food will do it to you, I know. Just want to, while we have a second here, remind everybody that we'll be having dinner this evening, sponsored by Voiceland and our friend Vasilios. Have we announced where it's going to be? Is it still a secret? We'll get the details for you on that, but we'd like for everyone here to join us tonight. It's going to be 6 p.m., Italian food. Take a little break from the Greek food, right? All right, Max, you ready?
Yes.
All right, everybody, Maxim Sobolev.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Athens, Maxim Sobolev. It was a little bit change of the title. I made it a little bit less annoying. So it's how to stop worrying and love the CI. But I still happy that that message has been heard. Anyway, mandatory section, a little bit about myself. Well, that's the agenda, basically. I'll talk a little bit about myself, then I'll talk a little bit about what continuous integration, and are there many people who never heard about continuous integration? Or few, okay. Okay, then we'll talk a little bit about history of continuous integration runs for the OpenSIPS project in particular. I'll talk a little bit about some of the recent developments, and I'll share some of my own experience with continuous integration at the RTP proxy project, which will be probably the main kind of part of this presentation. And then I'll try to give some takeaways or directions for future CI development at OpenSIPS, and just in general, if somebody is curious about this. First, a little bit about me, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank organizers of this conference. It's very nice to be out finally after all those years, and we enjoy. I think everyone is enjoying it very much. I started in about 2003. I fell in love with SIP, and we found SIP Express router, created a NAT helper and RTP proxy just to solve some of the problems we've been having trying to integrate it. Then it continued on. I created a SIP stack and B2BA, which is Sippy, SIP stack and B2BA in about 2005. And then after some change of jobs, I eventually created my own company, Sippy Software, which I'm still CEO to this day. We basically build, sell, and support soft switches, mostly class 4, a little bit class 5, to small and medium-sized operators all over the world. And we strive to give like complete solutions. So it's basically very easy to deploy and very easy to maintain and upgrade, and we take care of the support and everything else. On the community side, I also been participating in quite a few OpenSIPS summits, I think starting with 2005, where I first been to Houston, and I also started doing streaming, live streaming from pretty much all of those summits where I've been. I also recently contributed RFC 8760, which is modern hashes support for digest authentication into OpenSIPS. And we also, together with a few people here, first of which is Liviu, organized OpenSIPit and did several runs in the past 2 years. Mostly kept us busy during the COVID time, but it also was pretty useful experience overall. I'm also father of 3. It's kind of the way. And then I also wanted to use this opportunity. I'm originally from Ukraine, and this year we all know there was quite unfortunate events going on, and I had a lot of support from many of the people in this room who offered help of all sorts and kinds, and it was very, very, very kind and very, I would say, unexpected, but very nice and timely. Anyway, going back to the topic of this presentation, so this is what kind of nutshell what the continuous integration term is. It's a little bit like a suitcase term because it has a lot of stuff in it. But basically it means for every commit you need to build your code, you need to run some tests and record results for posterity or for post-mortem analysis, so it's easy to figure out if some regression has been made or some bugs were introduced, and so on and so forth. So basically it's that. There are a lot of other aspects, but we won't go into details. It's a kind of nutshell. So now with the OpenSIPS project, I think all the CI runs started in about 2015, and I believe it was around the time some of the first services started to pop up, first of which was probably Travis CI, and that's where OpenSIPS started to put in their runs, and it's been pretty busy. I checked the stats over the span of 4 years. There were like 8,000 runs, so basically around I don't know 10 runs a day on average, or 20 runs a day, and it was good and pretty early. But then unexpected things happened. So Travis CI decided to change their business model, and they basically implemented some new business plan, which made it pretty much unusable for anyone for any active project in open source space, because as soon as you run like few times a day, they basically start throttling you, and you will have to wait like enormous amount of time for the next run. Pretty fortunately at the time, GitHub Actions was already been available and did not have any limitations on throttle issues, so I had to step in and move to OpenSIPS along with some of the projects of my own to GitHub Actions. Also did a little bit of improvement by adding a few cross-platform builds, because before that everything was built only for AMD 64. So I added old 32-bit builds for Intel architecture, which was and still pretty useful in an embedded space and other kind of communities that do care about this architecture. But also I think it is very important that we also at least keep code building on few more architectures. So I added ARM builds and also, just for the fun of it, Mix64. There was also, I think it has not been built in at the time with modern compilers, so it runs those as well as part of the job. And that's how it runs since then for two years or about. Until recently, we had some good improvement as part of his engagement on fuzzing the OpenSIPS project, which we also helped to finance a little bit. He also contributed GitHub Actions to run the fuzzing. So basically, it does fuzzing of a few key APIs in OpenSIPS. It's a good start, but definitely it would be nice if we can kind of carry it forward and add a few more bits, like more APIs, and fuzz a little bit more code in OpenSIPS, because obviously the amount of fuzzing he's done is probably like very small compared to the whole code size. Also, Liviu, I believe, has written some unit tests that are in the repository, but unfortunately they are not really run as part of the CI. I might be wrong on this, so Liviu, correct me if I'm wrong. So we're kind of not really, if we get back to that original slide, we really need to run stuff. So right now we're only building, and that's, I believe, is a little bit of something that should be easily fixable. Then again, it's not really in the OpenSIPS repository, but as part of my work on digest authentication, I created some scenarios to test my work, my patches. I think it's wrong RFC there, but it's okay, off by one, maybe not. And they're still running on my own project, so we could probably easily port them over to OpenSIPS. And that's about what the story with OpenSIPS CI at the moment. So now looking at my own journey with the CI at RTP Proxy project, we started at about the same time, probably just because everyone got excited with this ability that Travis offered. At the time it was pretty new and quite novel, so a lot of projects kind of jumped into this bandwagon. But we kind of continued pushing this forward, and I just checked a few days ago, I had about 500 commits to test infrastructure since then. We started pretty easy, like, I mean, so what should we test? Like, obvious stuff, you need to start, stop your software, make sure it comes up, goes down, check that you can send it signals, reload, like configuration, whatever. Then we added tester for command parsing, because RTP Proxy has pretty pretty convoluted and very kind of hand-built command parser. So I did that command parser with a lot of valid and invalid commands, making sure that RTP proxy first does not crash, but also that it actually does what it's supposed to do when receiving those commands. And then the next step was to look at, since a pretty common problem for any server-side software is memory leaks of some sorts, I added what I call it memdep subsystem that will basically track number of allocations and allocations, and at the end of each test we report like basically the balance, and it should be 0. So, and if something is not matching, then we have a problem which needs to be fixed. Then added session timeout, so we basically test how RTP proxy cleans up sessions after idle time. Pretty kind of big and uneasy to implement. We also added some packet forwarding. So we're basically setting up a bunch of sessions, send it packets from one side, capture it on the other side, and vice versa, and compare that everything goes correctly. We also added a stream injection test, so we basically also set up some sessions, inject some streams, make sure we are actually playing what is expected to play. And we test repacketization and also some of the modules that we added lately. So yeah, as I said, memdev is pretty, I think our OpenSIPS project already has something similar, but it's basically just dynamic memory bookkeeping. We use it on top of system malloc. We don't have our own malloc implementation because we never really needed one. So it basically just tags all the allocations and allows us to track if something has not been deallocated properly, so we can then debug. And not only that, but it also tracks where it has been allocated from, so if something is not deallocated, we know where to look for. And as I said, we run it as part of all of our CI tests and make sure that everything is deallocated correctly. And then somewhere around 2019, when we already been like running stuff on Travis for a few years, it became clear that we need some progress. So yes, we implemented a bunch of functional tests, but how much code do we actually test? There is a pretty good service, and it's free for open source projects called Coveralls.io, which basically uses coverage provided by the compiler. And you can get pretty nice statistics, but not only that, you can also see which lines are executed, which are not, how many times, and so on and so forth. And that gives us, if you look at this graph, this is basically our progress. So that's where we started with coveralls. We had, as turned out, about 50% coverage. And then pretty quickly we got to like 75, and then a little bit slower, we got to about 80%. Yeah, basically just looking at what code has not been exercised, creating tests specifically for those pieces of code. We basically exhausted that source of increase. And then what the next problem we faced is how do we really reach like exception handling code? By exception, I don't mean like C++ exception, but something like, for example, malloc not returning null. And your code might have I mean, usually you try to handle it nicely, but usually programmers don't really test those things. So you basically written something, it looks kind of okay, and then you move to like doing something else, and that code will stay there forever. And it can do all sorts of things. Your application might crash, it might do something unexpected. and so on. So that was a little bit of a challenge to figure out how to deal with this. And what I've kind of maybe invented, maybe not, but it's not something I've heard anyone doing anywhere else. So basically what we implemented is what we call glitching. So basically in all those important functions like malloc, we can track call stack, basically all return addresses. So if function A calls function B, that calls function C, and then we call malloc. In malloc, we can track all those addresses. It might be like 3, might be 10, whatever. And then we basically hash those addresses and create some pretty small hash, which is then will be different. So if, for example, the same malloc is called from the same function C, but if in the middle there was some other function that called function C, not a function B, you'll get different hash. And then the code itself, the glitching code works like this. We basically run all of our existing tests in survey mode. In this mode, we basically just record those hashes and basically record them. So that's one run. And then we use that list of glitch points to run those tests again and again, but basically failing that particular function only. And the expected results here is that your test should fail because something should not go correctly, and it should be kind of fail the test. So you should see the failure. If your test does not fail, or your software is crashing, or hangs, or test your hangs or something, then there is something wrong and needs to be fixed. It works pretty well. I would say we got, from that point on, we got to 91% coverage, found tons of bugs and issues that were hidden basically by this. And also it's pretty generic, so it applies not only to malloc, but you can basically glitch all sorts of functions that your application uses. So basically we have over the years built quite a list of those, just based on what code used and what we need to reach out to. And it's also very easy. It's just usually it's like 3-line code for each function. So once we get like all the subsystem, it works. But anyway, so that's kind of the status of RTP proxy CI. There are several issues that kind of you should be watch for. So UDP is obviously not an easy to repeatedly test because sometimes you get a packet loss and stuff. So like right now we're doing pretty naive approach where we try to hash all this traffic we receive from RTP proxy just to make sure that everything is correctly relayed. But that does not obviously work if few packets are lost. You're not getting the same checksum. Then unfortunately, public infrastructure is not as reliable as it appears to be. We see quite a lot of failures pretty often, like if you install some kind of third-party packages once in a while, like it just something breaks and it could not get the packages even running on like Microsoft infrastructure and all that. Then obviously third-party tools that you use to test your software might also break or change behavior, and you won't get any warning. Your tests will just start falling apart. And as I said, CI providers, continuous integration providers such as GitHub Actions or Travis could change things and force you to adapt. Like for example, they recently discontinued some of the old Linux versions or forced everyone to switch to from old Git protocol and so on. So sometimes you need to fix those things. But anyway, this kind of our story, and I think even though we have quite less code than OpenSIPS, and in my case, most of the code was written by myself, but in any way, I think it's still applicable even with a much bigger project, and probably even more important, because then the people who write the code are not necessarily the people who will maintain it later. So having a test for that code beforehand will take a lot of resources. Will free a lot of resources later, so you don't have to fix it, or at least it will be noticed that it's broke pretty early on. So yeah, start small, like, I mean, run at least something. So make sure that you can start your software, you can stop it, it does what it's supposed to do. Look at what others are doing, like build up, borrow infrastructures, tools, and ideas. Quite a lot of people do it much better than I'm doing it, so there are a lot of stuff to learn. Implement some way to track your progress. I mean, so you can basically see how many lines are tested in some way or another. Implement code, that's pretty important. Implement code contribution policies to embrace and facilitate the CI, because, yeah, as I said, especially in so big project as OpenSIPS, a lot of code is contributed by different parties, and it would be nice if also they will give us some of the tests to make sure that behavior remains intact in future releases. Yeah, don't expect it to pay like immediately, so put some effort and look for long-term effect. And last but not least, when we're developing new feature, also it's important, I believe, to allocate some time to write a proper, or at least some kind of test for that. And I think that's my spiel. Now questions and thanks.
Do we have some questions for Max? Hello? Questions? This young man here in the coral shirt looks like he has a question. Apparently not. Okay, let's give Max one more round of applause, people.
Thank you guys.
So we're going to be taking a short break here. We've got the afternoon coffee break. This one is sponsored by Banafo. Make sure that you thank them, pat them on the back. Tell them how much you appreciate the caffeine that's going to propel you through the rest of the afternoon. I believe we've shared on the Slack Summit channel the name, location of the restaurant that we're going to be having dinner at tonight. It's about 5 minutes south of here, 5-minute walk. Make sure you check that. And I'm going to just probably near the end of the day look for a show of hands of people that are expecting to show up for dinner. As of right now, though, I'd like to try and get an early count. Who's going to dinner tonight? Put those hands up. Who's eating Italian? Who's tired of eating Greek food? Let's get some Italian food. All right, that's great. That's great. So go ahead, get the hell out of here, have some coffee, rejuvenate, regenerate. I'm going to turn the lights on, bring the daylight back in here a little.
a laser point. Thank you. Okay. Hi, thank you for the introduction, Alex. Thank you, everybody, for turning up to my exciting presentation, 3 years in the making, called Designing Business Logic into OpenSIPS. And I always try to put a presentation together that that talks about like a problem we have to solve with OpenSIPS, or something we've encountered with OpenSIPS, and try to tell a little bit of a story around it. So, you know, one of the things we often have to do is put business logic into OpenSIPS. So to give you a bit of a background, we're a full-service VoIP consultancy/agency. So as Alex says, we've been doing it since 2012, so forever. And we specialize in the design and modernization of VoIP platforms. And when we started, we were doing lots and lots of like least cost routing, calling card, edge call processing, those kind of like traditional, regular things that you would do with SIP. But really in the last 3 to 4 years, things have got a bit more interesting. So we kind of do lots of things with dipping calls. We do lots of US toll-free work with some carriers in the US, lots of NANPER-based routing. And I guess what we would call full stack platforms, where you've got a user interface and the user interface interacting with OpenSIPS, and that's doing something else. And that kind of made me think, well, we've moved away from just kind of doing routing with OpenSIPS and scaling with OpenSIPS. We're now solving problems with OpenSIPS, putting people's real problems, solutions to those problems in OpenSIPS. So when we talk to a potential new customer, we're often approached by people who have maybe, and this is just an example, and I've used the asterisk logo because I had it convenient. It doesn't mean that people only talk to us about asterisk. It could be OpenSIPS, it could be Camellia, it could be FreeSwitch, but they've put themselves together some kind of voice system that allows them to route calls. It's maybe a new addition to their business. And it will inevitably talk to a database, and it may talk to a web app, to get some information. And the web app may talk to the database. And as Jonathan was saying yesterday, that's fine until you approach some level of scale. And then all of a sudden, you may run into issues talking to databases, talking to web apps, and introducing latency. And so maybe there's an attempt to scale that may look like this. So basically, throw some more asterisk servers at the problem. And then, we need to throw another web app at the problem because now things have really slowed down because we're querying this web app. And you get into this kind of situation. And then, inevitably, people will do some research. And they will find out all about OpenSIPS. And we've put OpenSIPS in there, and that solves the problem, right? Well, no, because you've still got all your asterisk servers, you've still got your web applications, you've still got your database, still causing problems, still causing delays in call setups and things. So, we often get approached with the help, slow SIP performance. People have identified they're having SIP retries. How do we scale up, another 10 times? We've already had to throw loads of hardware at this problem to get to where we are. In fact, after I wrote this, we were contacted by somebody who is almost in this exact situation, and they're talking about buying clusters of Dell Edge scale servers or something to add lots and lots of free switches into a network. And we're pretty sure the problem is just of accessing a database or a row being locked somewhere. What we have an outage. How do we resolve that? Because we've got these 2 web apps that are heavily being relied on by everything. And then this happens quite a lot recently. We have a crazy Kubernetes setup that's not performing, and nobody knows why. So, yeah. So, which is true, and we have to make it work. So just to kind of run through the OpenSIPS standard features that attracts everybody to OpenSIPS. It's good at protecting the network edge. It's good at authenticating and authorizing calls. TLS, WebSocket Gateway, you can make it act as an SBC with the topology hiding and back-to-back user agent modules. It can do load balancing, which I guess is what I showed you in the earlier slide when the theoretical customer had thrown OpenSIPS in front of 4 asterisk servers. It can transform SIP, and it can also act as a SIP proxy, which is quite an old-fashioned thing to do these days, I think. But what we then try to bring to the picture when we're talking to somebody is the fact that it can actually do so much more, like least cost routing computations. You can rate calls, you can manage ongoing calls, you can do stir shaken logic, you can do general dipping logic for LNP dips, for all kinds of other dips. And these are kind of the non-obvious features that we think that OpenSIPS can do that don't often stand out when you're researching a product for your next voice technology. And 2 of the things that I want to talk about today are the fast lookups and complex decision-making aspects of OpenSIPS that we tend to use quite a lot, and we find it's like low-hanging fruit that we can always get to quite quick, and everyone is delighted by it. So first, I'll talk about the fast lookups. And again, this is a situation I showed at the beginning. You've got this database. You've got many OpenSIPs perhaps, and you're doing lookups. And it's fine if you're doing a lookup for a highly indexed single row, for example, subscriber information. You know, you can, if you're running in MySQL or MariaDB, you can probably run tens of thousands of queries with absolutely no problems. But what people tend to do is they'll then throw a bit more information into that database, like a list of prefixes a customer is allowed to dial, or a list of prefixes a customer isn't allowed to dial. And then they'll go into OpenSIPS and they'll throw a query in there, and we'll do this select and we'll get the information out. And then they might put another query in, and eventually you get to the point where you're having locking issues, lookup issues, delays, and you're seeing slowdowns in your SIP operations. So one of the things that we will look at is Redis. Now, Redis is still a database, obviously, but it's a key value pair database. You're looking up values with a given key, so it almost makes you pre-sort your data before you're putting it into Redis. So you've got your relational database with all your CRM-based information. You can sort it into Redis, make it into a fast lookup format. Redis is based in memory. And you can also run a local secondary instance of Redis on each OpenSIPS server if you need to, and replicate the data down from a main instance. So it's a really nice way of kind of moving data that you need to look up quite fast out of a relational database. You know, the downsides are that it's an extra app that you have to manage in your code stack or your application stack, and it's extra technology to understand. So what we also like to do, and we tend to do this quite a lot, is use the dial plan module in OpenSIPS. I'm guessing, I assume everyone's familiar with the dial plan module in OpenSIPS. It's traditionally used for transformations. So, for example, here we want to convert a nationally dialed number into an international format, for example. You would have a substitution expression. So you look for the 10-digit number, and then you would replace it with a 1 followed by that 10-digit number. And it's great. It's in OpenSIPS. You call a single function, and it will do the transformation for you. Absolutely brilliant. Everything's in memory, super fast. You don't even have to think about it. But you can, if you read the documentation, if you fill in a null substitution expression and a null replacement expression, in fact, you don't need to do that. You can put things in if you want. But you can also fill in this attributes column. So you can end up with a match for any given string. The documentation says a number, but it can be any given string. And then you will get yourself a value back. So you basically created a key value pair lookup directly in the dial plan module in OpenSIPS. Another quick example of how that would work. So you want to know the customer's default CLI. So you can construct a variable, customer 123, we want the default CLI. We have a match expression in the dial plan of that customer 123 default CLI, and the attribute that would get sent back out is that CLI. So you've got your key value pair lookup right there in OpenSIPS. So you don't need Redis, you don't need to manage a third-party database platform. You've moved it out of a relational database and you've moved it into OpenSIPS. And we've kind of successfully have hundreds of thousands of rows of this data in OpenSIPS. And what it means for us is that it's great for scaling, basically. You know, if we've got a distributed deployment of a platform, you've now got this situation, and obviously this is an oversimplification, but you've now got this situation where OpenSIPS isn't relying on an adjacent database to run. It's not relying on Redis. It sits there standalone on its own. All the information it needs is in memory. It's accessed by its own modules. If you need to rebuild one of these or throw another one up somewhere else in the world, then you would just build the OpenSIPS box. You would hook it up to, well, typically we'd use RabbitMQ as a message bus, and we'd seed all the data out to the new OpenSIPS server, and it'll be up and running. There's no worry about having to replicate some data out there or create a new Redis replica or anything like that. So yeah, that's one of the things that we do quite often, and we really like that kind of that pattern of putting data in the dial plan module for fast lookups. Sorry? It's Laravel. Yeah. It's PHP, which was the most popular language, wasn't it, in that survey that was just presented? Yeah, which was interesting. You can't make it go away.
Why do you say such hurtful things?
I love PHP. I'm a big PHP user.
Me too.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah. Everyone else tries to make it go away. So the second thing I wanted to cover of those 2 bullet points near the beginning was customer-specific logic. And this is because when we're talking to a customer, an old customer or a new customer about a feature, there's traditionally things that you need to write into an OpenSIPS configuration. Concurrent calls, you know, that's an easy one. You can solve that with the dialog module, really easy. Rate limiting, again, that's easy. You can use the rate limiting module. But then you'll often get something thrown in there, such as we only want to route calls to the carrier grade that the customer has specified. So, you know, maybe you offer three levels of carrier that you can send calls to, like a gold, silver, and a bronze grading. Well, this customer only wants their calls sent to the gold carriers. Likewise, the customer might only want to route calls below a certain maximum price. There's a number of prices available for each route. The customer may say, if the call's above a certain price, I don't want you to route it. And that's kind of a non-obvious problem to solve within the kind of standard OpenSIPS modules. And we end up with something like this. You've got your inbound call. We need to identify who the customer is, we need to identify who the onward carrier is, and we need to route the call out. And I guess it could be tempting. I mean, we do work with some customers that are used to dipping like an expensively maintained third-party platform just for performing these kind of least cost routing operations, like a super 6-figure, some ribbon platforms, these kind of things, and all they will do is perform a natural request into it within an OpenSIPS script or something to get the information out. And you can actually bring this kind of lookup into OpenSIPS. So again, as people probably know, you have this concept of the routing script, the configuration file within OpenSIPS, and it's a real top-to-bottom script. So, it will start at the top and it will execute code all the way down until it exits or ends in some way. And this is typically what it will look like. If it's an in-dialog request, then you have this if has to tag section that will typically get filled in. But then the real power you have with OpenSIPS is that when you get to here and you're dealing with any new requests, you can do whatever you want. You know, you've got all kinds of constructs in there. You can call subroutines by calling other routes. You can use OpenSIPS modules. You've got variables. You've got all kinds of things in there, and that gives you like loads of power to kind of add in this business logic for your customers or for whatever problem you're trying to solve. So, so this is an oversimplification, but this is an example of how we may solve this problem: identify the customer, identify the onward carrier, and route the call out, without having to resort to calling external platforms and these kind of things. So yeah, the customer-specific area, identifying the customer, and again, as I said, we can use the permissions module, which is a regular OpenSIPS module that I think is a pretty standard thing to use if you're checking a source IP address and port and protocol. But what you can also do is, as part of defining the customer within this module, you can also define this context variable. And when you do a lookup for this customer, it will say, okay, this is the customer, and you'll get this for free. This will come out of the permissions module for free. So you'll get this variable. And you can put whatever you want in here. So you could put in here for this customer, their carrier preference is gold. They only want to have their call routed to the gold carriers. And the maximum amount they're prepared to spend per minute is 150, whatever, normalized cents or something. And then you can pull this information out. So you can then store it as a variable. You know, you use the transforms in OpenSIPS. So you can take the context variable, take the CP parameter and the maxPM parameter and store them as variables. And then for the rest of the execution of the OpenSIPS script, you have that information to hand to use later on. And then we come to the part where we need to identify the carrier. It's slightly more complicated, but it's still an oversimplification, and I hope it's easy enough to read for everybody. But once again, we can use one of the OpenSIPS own modules, the dynamic routing module. So we can set the variable as you would in any other programming language. We haven't found a carrier yet to route this call. We call do routing, which is the dynamic routing module's main function, and it will give us back some variables. Again, it's given us back this information for free. It's obviously been defined, but then it's in memory and it's part of the operation of OpenSIPS. So it's giving us this information for free. We're not having to look it up. And then we can call a subroutine or another route. And so you can call a route called check price. If that returns true, we know we have found a carrier and we can continue. If that doesn't return true, then we can continue on and we can find the next gateway with the dynamic routing modules. And again, that will give us the same variable information for free for the next chosen gateway for that call. And we can call that subroutine again. And what I wanted to highlight here was that you can run subroutines in OpenSIPS, which I guess you probably already know, but you can do checks on them. You've got if statements available to you. You've got the while loop available to you, so you can keep looping through pieces of code until you've found or haven't found what you're looking for. And that lets you just basically route through every carrier that the dynamic routing platform might find until you found one that you're happy with. And the check price route may look something like this. So you know, when we've chosen our carrier with the dynamic routing module, we know carrier 1 is going to be 200 cents maybe per minute. Carrier 2 is going to be 100 per minute, and this is a gold carrier. So we know the customer wanted a gold carrier, and we know that they wanted less than 150 per minute. So what we can do here is say if the carrier doesn't match the customer's preference, then exit the function, returning false essentially. Otherwise, we can go on, and there'll be a bit more complex logic here that I've not expanded upon here because it would be a bit boring. So you say basically if the cost of the call is greater than what the customer is expecting, then also return false. Otherwise, we return true. and essentially we get a return true, and that's what we're looking for, and then we can continue and complete the call. Yeah, so that is kind of that example, really. You know, as a new person coming to OpenSIPS, you may not realize you can do all these things, but you know, with traditional language constructs, you can replicate the logic that would normally be written elsewhere, and indeed people do tend to like to go and dip into other platforms and do an SQL lookup and things. And again, from the image I showed quite a few slide backs, it allows OpenSIPS to operate that much more as a standalone platform, so it's not being supported by all these surrounding applications that you're having to maintain and support and manage as well. And it's better for scalability, throughput and reliability. I mean, we've got a system that's more complicated than the one I've just shown, but it's very similar. And it will look up rate centers in the US for the from and the to numbers, and then it will look at the it will work out which jurisdiction the call belongs in, and then it will do a price lookup based on the jurisdiction. And I think when we tested it, we were getting to like 18,000 call setups per second as throughput. And that's on a server that was probably about 10 years old in specification, so you can, in fact, syslog-ng was the limiting factor on the call throughput, so you can do some quite fast operations if you decide to start putting your logic in these scripts. What we ended up doing as well is we tend to end up adding bits of unit and integration testing around these bits of complexity as well, because you know it's almost a black box, the OpenSIPS configuration, and one of the things that if you're going to make a change to something that complex, you want to know that you know the change you've made hasn't broken anything. So we tend to put integration and unit tests around OpenSIPS as well when we're doing this kind of thing. So I guess in conclusion, what we've done is managed to go from this, and this is a vast oversimplification, to this. And it really is possible. I guess OpenSIPS is more than just a SIP routing engine. The modules have a specific purpose, but you can do whatever you want outside of those modules as well. And you can do all kinds of weird and wonderful and crazy things once you get going on it. So that's the end. Thank you.
Anybody have some questions? Okay, I'm going to start over here just because he's closer.
Thank you for presentation. The question is, will it be possible to define the profit margin? So it will be not only like gold and silver carriers, but it will be also like cost with the carrier and for the customer. So to specify the specific profit margin that for that customer traffic we need to maintain.
Yeah, so you can also perform mathematical operations. There's a BC math module within OpenSIPS. So if you put the right data into, say, the dynamic routing module or the dial plan module, or against the customer module, and you've got both numbers that you need, then you can calculate the profit margins and do comparisons based on that, yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Anybody on this side of the room before I leave? No? Mm-hmm.
So basically what we've seen is kind of migrate or from database replication with Postgres, for example, which we have in a free switch environment, to Redis, which was your original idea with OpenSIPS, to having this all with messaging, with a messaging protocol, RabbitMQ or whatever.
Yep.
Are there no issues with doing that in terms of scalability, consistency, coherence, if you have multiple sites and locations and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, I guess it depends what the data is that you're dealing with. So if it's static customer-related data, so the customer's list of IP addresses or the customer's list of preferences, then our experience with a message bus like RabbitMQ is it will be out there to every server around the world within milliseconds. You know, as long as there's no issues with it being consumed on the other end, that's fine. But yeah, you're right. There are situations where it would maybe be better to use like Redis. So you know, if you're storing, for example, a list of every single ported number in the United States, then maybe you would use a Redis database and have that replicate out. But it's kind of, yeah, you have to choose the level of complexity you want or you need for each individual situation. So yeah, in reality, a combination of everything is needed, but it's just to show the examples of what's possible. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Last half a year, maybe more, I tried to use this business logic with OpenSIPS everywhere. Sometimes it looks very complex, and sometimes I see maybe it's already not too difficult to implement, maybe it's already too ugly.
Yep.
And I really like how it works, but sometimes, let's say, the colleagues and other guys in VoIP community, they said, stop doing this. It's a proxy. Don't put the business logic there. So for me, the main problem now, the general would say, it's to how to answer my colleagues, other guys in the VoIP community, that it's okay to use the business logic here, because they say you have an asterisk free switch, just use it. But I said it's much easier and much more performant to use the OpenSIPS for this. How to answer them? How to manage this? Thank you.
I don't know. I guess asterisk is just a PBX, isn't it? What right does anybody have to start writing complex dial plans and lookups and things? It's the same. I guess it's the same problem, isn't it?
That's it. It's a proxy.
Yeah.
You should get Pete's number, and the next time you're in this situation, call him up and just put him on the phone with Pete.
Often it would come down to cost. So I think the first time we did this in anger, it was when a customer wasn't prepared to pay for the surrounding infrastructure to support what was happening. Say, we can do all this on a single OpenSIPS instance, or you can do it on an OpenSIPS instance and 5 adjacent servers that you're going to have to pay for and maintain in your own data center. So maybe something along those lines, I don't know. So.
Any other questions? Let's put our hands together for.
This picture's moving. Are we at Hogwarts?
Did you seriously? Yeah. It's Dumbledore.
Yeah.
And this is Dumbledore's army. Everybody give Pete Kelly a round of applause. Thanks, Pete. Our next speaker comes to us not just from the UK, but from within the UK. You've all seen him on the Astra circuit, on the free switch circuit, on the OpenSIPS circuit. He's just pretty much synonymous with open source. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Duffet.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Really, really good to see you all. Can you see me and hear me? Great. Okay, now I'm going to flip over to do my slideshow here. And so I won't be able to see what's going on in the room because I'll be looking at my slides. So I'm going to be relying on people to tell me how things are going along here. So great to be with you. As Alex said, my name is David Duffet, and I've been involved with Asterisk, with the SignalWire people, with OpenSIPS, with Kamailio, with all sorts of open source projects. And I love them all very, very much. What I would like to do, though, is to speak about presentation skills today and your secret weapon. I realize this kind of breaks up some of the technical sessions that you've been witnessing, but I hope it will be a little refreshing break for you before you get back to those more technical sessions. What I'd like to do is talk about the background and the issues around geeks and presentation skills, then talk about the secret weapon, and then talk about the 7 protocols that I've distilled down and the magical factor. How does that sound? Would that be okay with you? I'll take that as a yes. Great. Okay. Good stuff. Okay, but before I carry on, I just want to say on a personal level, I really wish I was there with you. I really enjoyed OpenSIPS Summits. Here's some pictures from the last one, but I was at the one before that and the one before that as well, all in Amsterdam, and always had a great time with everybody there. And you can see there some of the likely suspects in some of those pictures. Really missing it. But in a way, I kind of feel connected and represented to you there. Number one, being British. Peter was just speaking. Peter's from the UK, of course. Alan and Alex Kinch yesterday. So, there's some Brits there. I'm speaking to you live from Brazil. And of course, Brazil is represented by having the wonderful Flavio there, part of the OpenSIPS furniture at any event. And so you may be thinking, well, how can David be connected or represented with Greece? And it's simple. I have a Greek uncle. His name's Sophocles. He doesn't live in Athens anymore. He now lives in the UK. But I do have a connection to Greece as well. So I kind of feel an affinity with everything that's going on there. Anyway, back to the program. And we're going to talk about why presentation skills matter so much. Now, in the geek universe, of course, we concentrate on the tech. Technical knowledge is the currency. It's the way we measure other people. Yeah, that guy knows his stuff. Or that other guy doesn't really know his stuff. He's still got a little bit to learn. And of course, in whatever open source project we're in, and specifically in OpenSIPS, as Peter's just been doing, we like to get right into the details. And there are a lot of details to get into for sure. And that's fine when you're doing what I call G to G presentations, geek to geek presentations, when it's one geek talking to another geek or a big audience that they know are all geeks, it's fine. However, what I'm going to submit to you is that many audiences contain people that do not live in that geek universe. And it just so happens that those that live outside of the universe of geekdom are often involved in giving you a job or maybe giving you a promotion in the company that you're currently in. Maybe they're involved in giving you new business. So if you're involved in any way in sales or attracting new business, and I don't just mean being the salesman, but maybe you're the tech guy in sales presentations, you could also be presenting to people that are from outside of the geek universe. And of course, if you're further along in the journey and you want to raise finance for your company, maybe it's even an exit or an IPO or something like that. Undoubtedly, there are going to be presentations that have to be made to people that are just not that technical. And so here's the truth bomb that I want to drop on you today. People really don't care how much you know outside in the non-geek universe, until, of course, they know how much you care specifically about them. And so your job actually is to understand these people and to have an insight into what it is that they need, because everybody really is listening to that one radio station. It's called WII-FM. What's in it for me? So the minute you start talking, people aren't thinking, I wonder how much that guy knows about OpenSIPS or that girl knows about OpenSIPS. What they're thinking is, how can this person help me personally? How can they solve my headaches? How can they give me a solution to do what I need it to do? And what I'm going to submit to you is there are a whole lot of benefits for being a geek that can speak. In other words, if you can up your game in the realm of presentation skills, it's not only just being better at presentation skills, but the confidence that you grow in doing that will actually be vital in other areas of your life as well. So what is that secret weapon that I was talking about unveiling? Well, of course, that secret weapon is, boom, you. And it's an often overlooked theme in the world of geek presentations, that we go straight onto the tech and we don't worry about ourselves. And of course, it's our personality, our style, or your style, your wit, and your sense of humor that can all be useful. That is if you have a sense of humor. Obviously, there are some people that have had the full triple bypass, charisma, sense of humor, personality, all of that. But none of them are in that room right now. All of you have that ability, if you're going to make presentations, to actually shine through. And what you've got to remember is people buy from people. Yes, of course, the solution has to fit. But at the end of the day, we buy from people, or we do business with people, or we interact, or we choose to interact with people that we know and we like and we trust. So what I'd like to do is just spend a few minutes bridging that gap from being in a position where you know your stuff. And here's one of my little key phrases. I like to say that knowing your stuff is not enough, because unless you've got the ability to clearly communicate your stuff, whatever that stuff is, with confidence and engage your audience, then it's going to be wasted, and the other guys might win the business, or the other company might get the funding, or whatever the outcome that you're looking for might be. So I want to help bridge that gap, to leap over the chasm to a position where you can be really confident and enthusiastic in your communications and really engage your audience. That is the goal of just the few minutes that we have together here, to drop some tips and hints and some tools that you can use when making further presentations or future presentations. It's all based on 7 protocols that I've distilled things down into. There's the purpose protocol, the planning protocol, the preferences protocol, very much overlooked, that one. In fact, pretty much all of these ones are overlooked, really. Practicing your presentation, not being a victim of lastminute.com, and then participation in your presentations. Performance, that's the actual delivering of the presentation, where people can get a little bit nervous sometimes. And then there's the post-event. I see way too many drive-by presentations, a phrase that I call myself, drive-by presentations, where people dip into a presentation and then rattle off again very quickly without actually following up in the way that they should. So let's have a look. But before we do each of those individual protocols, you'll notice that the thing that flows down the middle is rapport. Now, how many people remember the days when we used to get a little bit of this? Let's just see a show of hands here, and I'm just going to flip round so that I can see you. I see a few people showing hands there. Yes. Okay, yeah. That's the sign of a bad connection, isn't it? It's the sign when we haven't the bandwidth that we need. What I would submit to you is that way too many geeks jump right into a presentation without actually opening up that communications channel. The bandwidth of your presentation is the rapport you establish with the members of your audience. And if you don't spend doing that, if you don't open up the communications channel, then number one, it's going to be more difficult. It acts like a mobile phone, but also at the same time acts like a walkie-talkie, but it's got a push-to-talk facility. It ended up being used by all emergency services in the UK and in many parts of Europe. In the US, it was the IDEN system, but over in the UK, it was under the brand name of Dolphin. Anyway, we took on a 3-day training course from a very famous training company, and they sent down this expert trainer who definitely knew his stuff. However, the style in which he presented made it so difficult for people to ask questions in a kind of friendly way that it was only on the 3rd day, right in the afternoon of the 3rd day, that somebody plucked up the courage to ask a question. In other words, he'd not opened up that channel properly. And although we got value from that training, really we'd have got a whole lot more value if it had made that channel more open at the beginning and made the training more interactive. So having that connection is absolutely vital. And in the outside world, we'd call it rapport, but I would call it the bandwidth of your presentation connection. So what are the common issues that we've got to crack? Well, being too technical for a start. One of the things that we do as geeks is we go in and we talk about what the software does or what our particular use of that software does. We get into the nuts and bolts of it, but actually what people are looking for is the sizzle rather than the sausage. They're looking for the benefit rather than the feature. They're looking for what it will do for them. And I would suggest, just in general, just to throw in a little bit of advice here, that whenever you do a presentation, unless you know everybody in the audience is capable of accepting and processing detailed technical information, I would, as a general rule, come up at least one level from where you are. So if you're at circuit diagram level, to use an electronics analogy, come up to block diagram level. Those in the audience that want the circuit diagram level, they'll ask the questions and you can get into detail with them afterwards or in the Q&A or whatever. But generally speaking, if you want to bring the majority of your audience with you, come up a level in your technicalities. Sometimes there's that lack of connection that I was just talking about, where people just don't spend time getting the audience on side. That can lead to awkward pauses. And of course, if it's a remote video conference, then there can be that video conference fatigue, where people are kind of stuck staring into the screen at lots of different faces, not really able to read the facial expressions. You'll notice, by the way, that I've gone out of my way to try and give you a big face. Not because I'm an attractive man, just so that you can see a little bit more of me. Anyway, so what do we need to do about it to crack it in the time that's remaining? Well, the answers are within the 7 power presenting protocols and that magical factor of rapport. So let me just step through those for you. So number 1 is the purpose. When you are asked to do a presentation, or when you decide to do a presentation of whatever nature it is, whether it's a conference presentation like this, or whether it's a sales presentation, or whether it's maybe a lunch and learn where you're just telling people in the company about what you do, what you need to do before you get anywhere near PowerPoint or Prezi or Keynote or Google presentations or whatever, Google Slides, whatever you're going to use, don't get anywhere near that until you've gone through these steps that I'm talking about, these 7 protocols. And the first one is purpose. It's where we try and spend time, or we don't try, we actually spend time thinking about, is the purpose of this presentation, is it to sell or to advise people? Is it to educate them or train them? Is it to entertain people? And what we need to do is, if there is somebody that's asked us to do it, like our boss or a conference organizer or whatever third party may be involved, then we can talk to them as well as talking to the potential audience or people that have some knowledge of that potential audience to agree an overall aim and, if necessary, some detailed objectives for the presentation. So the tip there is always to begin with the end in mind. What outcome are you looking for? And remember that the outcome of a presentation is a kind of a 2-level thing, because no presentation is an island. It's going to be inside something else. It could be inside a sales process. If it's a conference presentation speaking about a solution that you've been working on, maybe what you're trying to do is do a little bit of thought leadership, because in the grander scheme of things, you're trying to get consulting clients, or you're trying to show people that you've got a solution. But there's that greater objective or that greater aim, and then there's the more macro or micro, anyway, the more detailed aim that you're looking for as the outcome of the presentation. So begin with the end in mind there. Then plan the presentation. And again, people just don't do this. They jump on the slides, start hacking away. Consider the beginning of your presentation. How are you going to grab people's attention in the first place? If they're sitting next to somebody they've not seen for a few months and they're having a chat, how are you going to break that and get them straight into your presentation? And you can grab the attention with a fascinating fact or a thought-provoking question or an amazing statistic. Then you've got to think about the middle of your presentation and how you're going to engage people. And there's a big importance in the beginning and the ending of a presentation. We call it primacy and recency. And actually, that reminds me to say to you, Alex, who I'm missing very much, Alex, I will be having questions and answers just before the end of my presentation. So I won't finish it and then go into Q&A. I'll have some Q&A and then we'll have the end. Anyway, just wanted to brief Alex there. Then we've got to think about the end, as I've just been doing, and to go out with a bang rather than a whimper, and to remember the technical level of our audience. And if we don't know it, don't assume that they can handle the detail, come up a level, as I was saying. So structure for recall. We want to get things into people's memories, and there are techniques to do that. And just one that I use when I'm thinking about these things is, I think that my audience needs proof. If you've got a pen and paper, you can write this down as a handy little mnemonic to remember how to structure a presentation. Proof. P for primacy, the beginning of the presentation. R for recency. Primacy and recency. The beginning and end of everything is so important. The beginning of an ad break on the TV is more expensive than the rest of the ad break, apart from the last ad. So the first ad and the last ad are the expensive ones. The ones in the middle are less expensive. PR, primacy and recency. Next is O for outstanding. Make things that are outstanding in your presentation. For instance, if I showed you 50 slides of my recent holiday in Greece, then they were all landscape scenes. The things that would be outstanding would be the things that aren't landscape scenes. So if they're all landscapes apart from 2, which are animals at the zoo or a dog riding a bike or whatever, then that would be outstanding. So try and think of outstanding. The next O in proof is overemphasis. You can overemphasize things in a presentation by repetition, by the tonality that you use around it, and that will get things into people's memories. And then lastly, F is for familiarity. So that's the F of proof, is familiarity. explain things to people, making analogies to things that they already know. Back to my photos example, if I showed you my 50 photos of Athens, of course, since you went to the Parthenon and had that trip, then if I had a photo of the Parthenon, then that would be familiar to you. There's familiarity there. In the world of training or presentations, familiarity is using something we already know to explain a new concept to people. So structure your presentation for recall. Then we've got preferences. This is very important. Think about the way you like to learn. No time to go through it now, but I have an exercise that helps you kind of decide how you learn best. Maybe you've got an insight already. Maybe if you get a brand new piece of technical equipment, you don't read the instructions, rip it out of the box and go straight in and use a bit of trial and error to try and get the results you want. But that's you, and you need to think about the audience that you're presenting to. Is that them? Is that the way they learn? If it is, great. Construct your presentation, your training, your conference speech, or whatever it is you're doing, construct it in that way, where you give them something to do the learning before giving them any input. On the other hand, if you think, well, no, my audience are probably made up of people that like to read the manual first, that's when you'd go through some slide material or some exercises with a flip chart or whatever it might be before you get their hands on to stuff. So remember to walk in your audience's shoes. And that actually reminds me of a little bit of advice for life. I once heard from Jack Handy on Saturday Night Live, the American TV show. What he said is, if you're going to criticize somebody, walk a mile in their shoes first. Because then, when you do criticize them, you'll be a mile away and have their shoes. Useful advice. Anyway, remember to build appeal for the emotions. Lots of decisions, the majority of decisions, are actually made emotionally, even when there's a technical basis. There's emotions in play. Does the person like you and like what you stand for? And build appeal for the sentences as well. So remember this, the easier the presentation is for you to deliver, the easier it's going to be for people to receive. If you're uneasy delivering a presentation, that uneasiness transmits through the channel that I was talking about, and people in the audience will feel uneasy for you. Then there's practice. This is a way to overcome many of the ills that surround presentations. Actually get out there and do it. In the world of software, I would like to think that the majority of the time we do beta trialing. We try things out first. If you think about professional sportsmen, they actually spend more of their time practicing than they do delivering what they do, in front of an audience or within competitions. So amateurs practice until they get it right, but professionals practice until they just can't get it wrong. Now, I'm not suggesting that in your busy professional life, you spend all of your time practicing, but you do need to allocate some time to it. If a presentation is important enough to be giving in the first place, then it's important enough for you to do some practicing. And bearing in mind what I was talking about just now, about the beginning and the ending of the presentation, the primacy and the recency, then it would make sense to practice the beginning of the presentation and the end of the presentation even more than the rest. Now, ideally, you'd practice that presentation to some valuable colleagues that could give you constructive feedback. It's quite embarrassing doing that, actually making it to colleagues that know you and perhaps know more about some of the things you're talking about than they do, but it's very worthwhile. If not, find friendly family members and other folks that can help. And last resort, but still useful, practice into your phone or your PC using audio or video recorders to get an idea of how your presentation is going to go. Here's what geeks usually do. Geeks usually look at their slides that they hack together in 10 minutes, and as they go through each slide, they say, yeah, when I'm on that slide, I'll say this. And when I get to that slide, I'll make that little joke or say that. That's no good because you haven't practiced it in real life, so you don't know which phrases you're going to stumble on, which words sound a little bit clunky when they're said out loud. And also practicing gives you an idea of timing, because there's nothing worse in presentations than going over time. You could be eating into somebody else's time, or you could be losing the validity of your message, a bit like a salesperson that kind of talks past the point of asking for the sale. So the best presentations finish on time or maybe even a little bit ahead of time. So record yourself and have a go at least 3 times. Then there's participation. So when I say participation, who do you think that I'm talking about involving? You can just shout it out. Who am I involving when I think about participation? Go ahead. Did I hear somebody shout audience? Did I, Alex? Don't know. I'm going to pretend I did, because that is the participation we need. Engaging the audience is crucial for a successful presentation. And here's the reason why. That involvement equals commitment. So when you think about giving a presentation, don't think about stepping out and doing things to people. Think about doing things with people and involving them in the presentation in order to work towards the outcome that you agreed at the beginning. You need to agree the outcomes. And what kind of participation can we use? Well, that's kind of a whole world of detail in itself, but questions are one level of participation. And I'm not just talking about questions from the presenter to the audience, although those are very, very useful indeed. But I'm talking about questions from the audience to the presenter as well. Showing of hands for little straw polls and things, and different contributions of one form or another. Maybe it's participation in a demo. Maybe it's somebody in the audience who's got a bit of a story around what you're saying and can lend that story to you. Just getting people involved is going to be key to the success of a great presentation. And if you do ask questions of your audience and you've been keeping up proper eye contact with all of them, even though you just asked the question openly, then with that eye contact, people will think you are asking them the question. And so therefore, if you ask a question and not an inane question like that, but for instance, I could say, you know, what's the shape of the front door of your house? Now, people aren't rushing to shout out, oh, my one's rectangular and it's made of glass or whatever, but you will have answered that in your head. And so if you were talking about cybersecurity and you started a presentation with some horrible statistic about how much money is lost during a week in the world of cybersecurity, and you filled your presentation with great eye contact, and then you said, stop for a minute, just how secure is your network? Now, people are not going to shout out, oh, mine's not very secure, but they will be thinking about it. All questions are always answered. And so when you do ask a question of your audience in any presentation, remember to pause afterwards to give the audience a chance to answer that question in their heads. Then there's performance. This is where we get out, we step in front of the audience, and just think about this for a moment. Look backwards over those first 5 protocols: purpose, plan, preferences, practice, and participation. All 5 of those protocols showed up before we actually got on stage, because a great presentation is properly prepared for. So in the area of performance, well, you've got to work on your enthusiasm levels. And we all know, I think, that the IASM at the end of enthusiasm stands for I am sold myself. You've got to be enthusiastic about what you're doing. If your boss asks you to give a presentation about something that you just don't feel you can work up enthusiasm and excitement to the necessary level about, then maybe you should say to your boss, actually, I'm not sure I'm the best person to be giving this presentation. You know, maybe Jim or Mary would actually do a better job than me. I do want to do presentations for you, boss, but I want to do the ones that I can genuinely muster some enthusiasm about, so that I can give a good example of things there. And it's all about authenticity. It's about being you. Now, when people think about presentations, they might think of their favorite presenter who's all bubbly and all over the show, and maybe they move around the stage and maybe they shout and they're really funny. That's not what presentation's about, really. Presentations are about being you. So if your style is more serious, if your style is more deadpan, go with that. Don't try and be someone you're not. That's additional pressure. Let me give you a quick example of that. I was teaching presentation skills many years ago in a telecoms company, but it was to all the different staff, not just the technical staff. One of the guys was the facilities manager, you know, the guy that looked after the buildings, and he also looked after health and safety and all of that kind of stuff. And so he wanted hints and tips about giving presentations about health and safety. And he was not this sort of enthusiastic, running around the place, shaking his hands kind of guy. He was a very deadpan guy. He didn't even like standing up. And so he preferred to deliver his presentation sat on the edge of a desk with his arms folded like this. And yet after we'd done some work, he came up with what I regard as a great cracking, an excellent beginning to a presentation. What he did was he kind of sat at the edge of a desk with his arms folded. And then he said, put your hand up if you'd like the afternoon off. And of course, everybody in the audience puts their hands up because they do. And then he says, in hospital, because that's where you'll end up if you don't pay attention to this next 10-minute talk about health and safety in the workplace or whatever. So in other words, he worked with his own style. He was authentic to himself. So deal with the nerves. You can have butterflies, nothing wrong with them. You just need to get them flying in formation and giving positive energy for you. If you're uneasy, as I already said, it will make the audience uneasy. You can also work with your voice, with pitching, pacing, and pauses. So practice those P's in your presentations. Post-event, what did the audience think of your presentation? How did they feel about it? What did they learn? Were the objectives that you set at the outset achieved? It's always good to get immediate feedback, but then in the context of the presentation, that grander context, whether it's adoption of a new work process or whether it's selling something, you need to go into that bigger context for better feedback as well. Anyway, rapport, the magical factor. As you'll see, if you look back across those 7 protocols, it's woven in everything. When you were thinking about the purpose, you were consulting with the person that asked you to do it and with the audience in order to come up with that purpose. And rapport is a critical thread throughout all of your presentation to make the connection that you've got the best it can possibly be. So I've come to the end of what I want to say, and I'm going to summarize, but are there any questions that people would like to ask at this stage? And I can now see the audience. I'm not seeing any. I don't know whether Alex or Max or anybody else is seeing any.
Hi, 1 second. Do we have any questions for David? Anybody?
Okay, that's not altogether a bad thing, Alex, because it will allow me to finish ahead of time.
Well, I mean, you don't have to leave us quite yet. We're going to get Lorenzo in here. He's the next remote presentation, so stick around for a moment. You know, I'm a little surprised that there isn't a question for David.
Yeah, not to worry, Alex. It's not the end of the world. I'm just going to leave people with some information now because I want to finish on time. So here's the summary. The best communications tool you have is you. So you really need to invest time and energy in working on you and practicing your presentation, especially the beginning and the end. And all kinds of presentations are a sale of one sort. Even if you're not asking for orders, you might be selling an idea to people. You might be selling the use of a specific technology for a specific job inside your company. And so in order to achieve that, you really need to remember that people buy you before they buy from you. That's the end of the presentation there. If you'd like to connect, you can get onto LinkedIn and find me there. That's what the QR code will do. Or you can go to that link to letthegeekspeak.com/free report. That's a report called Why Nerds Aren't Heard. There's 7 ways that geeks sabotage their own presentations. So if you'd like some insight into how to avoid those common mistakes, then go ahead and take a look there. But for now, let me just say it's been a pleasure speaking to you about your presentation skills. It's been a pleasure explaining what those 7 protocols are. But here's the main thing. It'll be a pleasure for you to reap the rewards of being a geek that can speak when you put these things into practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. You're joining us next year, is this correct?
I wish I was there right now. If I'd have been in Europe as a base, I would have rattled over, and I salute Flavio for making the trip from Brazil. Sadly, it was difficult in my circumstances to get there, but I'm really missing everybody very much.
Thanks again, David. Let's get one more round of applause for David. Up next, you'll be joining the virtual room here in a second, is going to be Lorenzo Miniero from QXIP and the Homer project. Today, excuse me, today Lorenzo is going to be giving us updates on Homer 2022. Lorenzo, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me all right?
We absolutely can hear you. Your voice is like a ray of sunshine, my friend.
Sad not to be there in person. I would sound even worse, but yeah, that's the first thought is I wish I was there. But you know, on the other side, I'm feverish today, so it's an experiment that's better done remote.
Give us just a second. We're maximizing. There we go. Got it? All right,
Just tell me when we're ready.
Let's give Lorenzo a round of applause. Lorenzo Miniero.
All right, thanks everybody. It's good to be here, although remotely. Today it's a little bit of a double experiment, so I'm going to try to give you an update on the project while having a fever. So I might be slightly delirious, which might make it more fun in the end. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Lorenzo. I run QuickSIP or QXIP with Alexander Dubovikov. Together we founded the Homer project a long time ago. And to this day, we keep on taking it forward. I'm, of course, an open source addict. I have many other repositories and interests around monitoring that are not directly related to Homer, but many of those are consolidated by our company QuickSIP, where we dedicate all of our time and energy into research and development of monitoring technologies. If we want to be in Amsterdam, we have our office in Valencia, and our customers are everywhere except where we have offices, so worldwide, from many startups to very, very large corporations using our software to save time to run their business in an easier fashion. We're self-sponsored, self-sustainable, meaning that our open source does not depend on sponsors other than ourselves. And we use this Robinhood model to make it possible by, let's say that we have our ways to make sure that large companies sponsor open source, whether they like it or not. And that's how we keep our business going. Most of you will know Homer already, but just for a recap, it's a monitoring solution dedicated to VoIP and RTC, which has its root inside of the systems that we partner with. So it's all based on the HEP protocol, which has been adopted over time and integrated into many systems. OpenSIPS to this day remains the best HEP client there is, and the only one that can actually create new HEP packets without changes in the source code. So it's way more advanced than any other implementation, and we're super proud of it and thankful to the OpenSIPS team for gifting us with such a powerful weapon. But this is what brings people to our platform. So all of the integrations that we have in the, let's say, industry standard VoIP platforms around, bring people to Homer and to our solutions when they arrive inevitably at the point of needing to make sense about the traffic. When everything is small, it's simple, small issues are solved, the hardcore ways, and it's okay. But when you multiply this by the thousands, by the millions, it becomes quickly unmanageable. So our solution does that basically. It just helps people make sense of the traffic that goes in and out of the platforms that we support. And that's really our mission at QuickSIP, which is both simple and complex at the same time. crafting great monitoring solutions for humans, for people. So, the technical perfection is not our forte. Everything that we try to do is with people in mind. We were engineers before developers. We were dealing with these issues before helping other people resolve them. So that remains, the focus, making things that people can actually use and are not just, let's say, theoretical. And integrations are everything. With Homer, again, as I was saying, this is what brings people to our door. It's the HEP protocol, which has been, the key part. The initial 5 years, I think we only spent doing that and making sure that it was sufficiently featured and solid to do the job. And ever since, every single week, it brings people, and it brings companies, for the most part, that need to save time, because this is really what the tool does. It saves time. We take people, into the same result that they can have anyway. So there's nothing about our platform that cannot be done with other fantastic tools, most of which are going to be, console-based, and they require you to jump around systems, take traces, take samples, put them back together, manage, permissions, access, and all of that stuff, which we, for the vast majority, take away with our, let's say, permanent monitoring solution. But there's a limit, right? So if it's true that we're quite successful at what we're doing today, which is exactly monitoring for the majority VoIP and RTC systems, that doesn't last forever, because all of these systems nowadays evolves into a component of something else, and on the left it produces more data, and on the right it talks to other APIs. So things get complex, and monitoring just the VoIP part is very often insufficient. So it doesn't cut it in terms of giving people all of the information that they need to troubleshoot and to solve problems. So it's no longer about just sniffing packets and protocols and displaying them in the call flow. That's just a part of it. And it's been for a long time. At the beginning, it was logs. Great idea. Let's add logs. So first you had a format, then you need 2, 3, 4 influx elastic. Then, everything is a log, SBC logs, CDRs, and you start adding stuff. Then, of course, it's interesting. We need to make sense of them. So we need metrics and time series for as many things as we want to measure. So let's add Prometheus, and then also InfluxDB is good, time scale, and then there's other databases. Before you know it, telemetry comes in. So we can also trace applications and stuff. And, it just gets crazy. So, of course, some people become confused. That's too many options. I don't know what to choose, which is really one of the major points of everything that's going to be forthcoming. So they're right. Let's take off some options and let's turn them into integration so that people don't have to deal with all of those things unless they want to. And, turning some of those things into just appendices. So you can deploy Homer, and Homer 7 is still this way, attached to all of those things, but only if you need them. But then other people become upset. That's too many integrations and not enough features into the platform. And now I have to make decisions, and I need to know how to make those decisions, which delays my adoption of the solution. It just gets complex and complex, however you put it. If you give people options, inevitably, the developers will love it and the users will hate it. Why do I have to make a decision? I'm trying to make a decision as if I want to use your platform, and now all of a sudden it turned into 3, 4 decisions I have to make. So that kind of sucks. So if we look within, this is how the situation is. So nobody ever complains about the ingestion part, because HEP is great, and because the HEP integrations are really mature, they do what they have to do, they do a great job, they're into solid products, so there's never an issue with the agents and with sending HEP. There's rarely an issue with our capture servers, which are HEPIC and Haplify server, because again, they do their job in an excellent way, and it's rare that they have issues. But from there on, that's where it becomes tedious, because we give people options. So you can choose which database you want for time series. You can choose if you want to attach logs. You can choose if you want to have both, either or. It's just, a jungle, which, of course, we intended to be just a free choice for people so that they could build a slim or a large, complex system, depending on, their skills and their needs. But in the reality of things, it didn't really work out or play out that way. So people get stuck, and the majority of questions are falling into these pieces, which quite honestly we should make simpler. So the solution should just work. So it's time to reset. What do users, and by users I don't mean developers, which typically have absolutely no friction with the solution. They just take it, they get it, they understand it, they start hacking with it, and rarely they get stuck with anything major. But users, that's a different thing. And by users I mean still engineers, but not necessarily people that want to go and read the source code just to figure out how they have to configure something or what's the best. So they want everything, of course, hopefully without anything that needs to be done, something that just works out of the box. No complex choices. There's always choices, but complex one should belong into the solution itself. So there shouldn't be too many decisions to make, and things should just generally work. There shouldn't be too many new standards or no new standards at all being introduced into the adoptions, or no new concerns into do I trust something? Is it a good protocol? Is it bad? Does it work? Does it scale? All of the things that come with adopting a new standard or a new protocol to transport that standard. And then, of course, no limits in terms of how broad the integration of these tools and the data it produces can be in reality. And it's the everything part that really makes it all complex. How do you make something complex simple? How do you make everybody's dreams come true without them having to continuously learn something new, or without creating islands where people can really get the job done, but it's not connected to the rest of their infrastructure and their business? How do you get rid of stuff and remove the bloat without stopping the expansion and without losing any feature? And this is where, quite frankly, we spent almost 2 years thinking and looking at the solutions and the way that things could be done, making mistakes. We didn't publish many of them. In the past we did. We were more like testing in production, but this time we were after something bigger. So we came up with an idea, or we incubated it, let's say at QXIP. We threw it some large problems, and we tried to make sure that it was working under scrutiny. So, not in a relaxed fashion, but we just threw it at some really, really big problems that we couldn't fail at, so that we were, going to give it our best. And the final solution is actually drastic to a certain extent, but it's the conclusion that we need to just join the world of standards with VoIP. It's time to just become normal citizens of observability. And observability nowadays is made of protocols that people know and appreciate. And, our tools are really at the margins. They can be made into that, but, it was a complex route. And if you wanted to mix the data that a system like Homer produces with something else, or if you wanted to send data that doesn't belong into VoIP inside of Homer, it's always been, a huge challenge, if not impossible. And this is where querying comes in. Querying is the polyglot monitoring system that we built on top of ClickHouse over the last 2 years. It changed names, it had a little bit of a bumpy road, but this is the final incarnation of what we wanted to make, and it does everything that we wanted it to be done. As you can see, Homer is down here within the applications part in the middle. So Homer now is going to use querying as a backend. So in order to understand how Homer is going to change from a monitoring system for VoIP into just a monitoring system, I'm going to tell you a little more about how this works. First of all, it's based on standards. As you can see here, there's a bunch of nice little logos all over the place. That's because those are the standards that we have integrated patiently on top of ClickHouse. So the full Grafana stack compatibility API is there. Querying is basically a drop-in replacement for Grafana Cloud. The logs, the metrics, the observability, everything except the UI really has been re-implemented from scratch on top of ClickHouse using the features that we liked of ClickHouse, which are speed and the capability to have a gigantic amounts of ingestion and processing. We can ingest InfluxDB formats. We can ingest and serve the entire Prometheus API, the LogQL API, Elasticsearch inserts, OpenTelemetry, and a bunch of other formats, which means that this is a standard tool now. It doesn't need any special agent anymore. It just works with industry standard components that are readily available, that people already use, that you probably already have deployed in your company for some other task. So those now can be used to feed data into this system at the same time as everything else. And the point is that, you know, you can be wrong if you don't have anything to choose. So by removing that option, we had to replace it with something that really, you know, couldn't be wrong, that nobody could complain about. So it's no longer Postgres, it's no longer anything else. It's querying on top of ClickHouse, and that's going to be the baseline for all of the applications that we're developing from here going forward. The reason is that it's extremely powerful. So what does it do, and why Polyglot? First of all, it assembles together the three pillars of observability, which are metrics, traces, and logs, which are sorted here in terms of, you know, high, low volume, and complexity, if you will. So logs tend to be, you know, super generic events. Tracing tend to be from inside of the applications, and metrics are sort of, you know, the umbrella that encompasses everything. So from how many requests we have to, you know, custom things that can be emitted or calculated either at the source, by the agents, by the application, or by the network. All of those together make the observability solution that we wanted to have and that we have created with querying. To make it work, of course, we need to be able to ingest data in any format, and we achieved that in a pretty good way. And we need to be able to query it as well. So here I'm going to show you a little bit of a vertical diagram from the top to the bottom and backwards in terms of how this works. Top layer is ingestion, and we see it here. There's a bunch of stuff. So this is a lot of work going into making this uniform, but all of the, let's say, HEP ecosystem remains alive. So all of the agents that we already use don't need to be upgraded, changed, or anything. They just keep on working. But on top of those, we have a bunch of additional features and capabilities, ingesting events, logs, metrics, telemetry, however you want to call it. This is a catch-all, you know, asterisk type of situation where we just worked really, really hard so that there were no exceptions, only, let's say, opportunities. So from Docker and Kubernetes logs into anything that InfluxDB, Prometheus, and Elastic can emit, any custom format, any OpenTelemetry, Zipkin, OTLP, browser events, WebRTC events, you name it. Anything as an interface here that can accept it. That falls into one of these three major columns, which are, it's either going to be a log, it's going to be a metric, or it's going to be a trace. And those are correlated between them. So all of them can have tags, which are in common. So you can tag a log the same way as you tag a metric, and they're automatically correlated in the system. So this is kind of a, you know, a standard on how this is done. And we extended it, of course, to the voice part as well. So you can now use features of a packet as tags and just throw it into one of these three pillars and decide if you want to, you know, trace something just as a counter or as a full event, which of course includes the objects, or as a trace, which maybe measures, you know, the quality of an RTP parameter and then forgets everything else. So those 3 points of ingestions bring us into the query API, where those have dedicated entry points with a bunch of, well, the detail of the API is actually documented. I'm going to show this at the end because it's quite intricate. It might take me 20 minutes by itself. But all of these protocols come into the core, they get ingested, and they get indexed in ClickHouse. The system is made to take a SLAM, so we clocked it up to 500,000 inserts per second per thread. And we're trying to throw this against systems like Victoria Metrics, as well as Grafana Cloud, Mimir, and this type of, you know, big animals, and it keeps up with them. So it's made really for heavy production use, thanks to ClickHouse, of course, which gives us the power, and it's going to be the, you know, the database that you will see popping up everywhere in terms of this solution. Once the data is in the database, the problem, flips. So how do we read this data and how do we offer it back to clients in a standard way? And it's kind of the reverse of the previous. So if it's true that we accept a bunch of protocols that we translate into our formats, we are also able to transpile the three, or what we determine being, the catch 80% protocols that people actually already use, which are LogQL for logs, Prometheus for metrics, and Tempo, which is an extension of the Zipkin API and OpenTelemetry for traces. Those are natively supported anywhere. For instance, in Grafana, they're native, but pretty much any platform has those connectors built in, which means that anything can attach to the platform and make a query. So using any one of these three languages, we can find either the same protocol or leak into the other protocols. So we can query some metrics as if they were a log, or traces from a log, or calculate metrics from either one of the other two when the problem happens. So we don't have to decide before how we're going to solve the problem or what the problem is going to be. We just capture data and then we use it to solve real challenges. So some examples, just analogies with things that we already do. How do we search in SIP messages for anything? In this case, it's just as simple as choosing the label that we gave to our traffic. So here I have some sample traffic that I'm sending through an Haplify, so a normal HAP coming from any system that you already have. And I'm just scanning for anything. I can do a string match, a regex match, and I can write custom filters if I want to. So in this case, just find me something with rpart, and there it is. At the same time, with the same type of query, I can do statistics. So I can just wrap any query that I'm making. In this case, everything that came from this Amplify server with method tag in bytes. So how many in bytes I had each minute. So this is a rate query that calculates statistics or time series from the same data that we have in the database. So it doesn't have to fork it or double it. Whichever way we captured it, we can turn it around and use it for something else. And the magic is, since everything is so simple and beautiful, now we can turn anything into an alert in just a few clicks. So I can take the same metric that I just calculated, how many bytes I have per second, decide what's the threshold that I want to establish, or if I want to do some more complex math on top of it, you can, and just decide how it's delivered, and boom, we have an alert in 3 steps. It applies to anything. So this is an example with Janus, which has been one of the centerfolds of the development of this platform, because one of the largest users of this technology deploys Janus at a really large scale. So one of the tasks was to ingest every event that Janus could emit and make sense of it without having to pre-process them in a heavy way. So the same way we do with SIP, we just choose an emitter. This is my Janus instance, and I get all of my events. And then I can start filtering them, unwrapping them, parsing them, and projecting them into statistics. So here I am calculating the derivative bytes sent by type 32 and grouped by handle and opaque ID, which it could be anything that's in the object. But you can just materialize this type of things as you resolve a problem. So again, you don't have to decide upfront what am I going to store and what is it going to good for. You just give a sufficient variety, let's say, of inputs to the system, and then it does the job for you. This means that you can trace stuff. So here we have an example of tracing, meaning that we can dig into databases, queries, systems, APIs, anything that can be traced. You can just throw a couple of lines in your code, and it just send it over to the system, and it's collected. You can correlate it. Now you can know how much, for instance, an OpenSIPS function took to complete in relation to a session that it was handling, in relation to the message that it was trying to send out. So it can get really deep. Since we support natively now the Prometheus API, it means that Homer can do its own statistics in its own backend. We no longer need any appendices. It's just one choice and it does everything. So here's the new view, how it looks with our statistics are now, let's say, built in, both the inside ones and the outside. We can map services, so we can create graphs. Since everything now is labels and tags, we can use them for any purpose, such as creating a graph of how our system functions are talking to each other, how they're exchanging data. And from those, we can jump into the statistics that belong to each. So it's kind of like a full circle. And when we're tracking something like Janus, it also gives us a method of cascading events that stem from each other. So here we can see in the system natively, we can classify session handles, plugins, and everything that's spawned from them. And we can attach all of the text to them. So you can literally take any event, any object, anything, whether it's from an application, from a packet that you're sniffing, or a mix of the two, and just send it into the system to do something with. So it's kind of, as magic as the data that you throw inside of it. The beauty of this project and the new Homer integrations is kind of course, inherited is that it's fully documented. So again, we've been incubating this for a bit longer than usual, which means that at querying.dev, you have the full details to install, run, configure, and making immediate use of the stack. It's packaged, it's containerized, and it's distributed with CI directly from GitHub Actions, and it's ready just to be deployed. So that's hopefully the completion of that part of the mission, and now the rebuilding, let's say the new Homer on top of it, takes place. We're already halfway through it. It's not ready yet for being displayed, but all the functionality is already there because again, you can already capture all the data and so on. So what you get out of it as users is 100% of what you had before, plus 3 brand new columns that you can use to ingest new data into the system. So whether you're a developer and you want to trace your application, the network, and the users at once, or you run a service and you want to trace all of your elements, a mix of packets, events, logs, APIs, you name it, you can now do it all at once. Mind that this system is standalone. So here you see Prometheus, Temporal, OQL. Those are APIs that we have implemented on top of our systems, but they're standalone. So they don't necessarily depend on other projects, and they can also take new directions in the place. The idea is that they're easy to evolve for us and for the user. So we can use it to solve problems, but we can also quickly evolve them without having to wait on, third-party project PRs being merged, accepted, and whatnot. We just want to remain independent. So I made a little self FAQ. Does this kill Homer? No. This is the new backend that Homer is going to be using. Does it work with HEP? Yes, absolutely. Everything works and continues working. Does it need a UI? Now it's optional. So you can, and you will be able to use a UI with it, but it's completely optional because this can also be used as a standalone platform now, where you can ingest data and then just use it in integration, use it from Grafana and whatnot. Is it open source? Yes, of course. AGPL3, just like Homer. But we also have a commercial license for integrators. So for people that want to create a service with this, there is already a path predefined, so they don't have to invent anything, and they can just be successful making this solution part of something that they already have. Is it ready? Can you install it? Yes. Querying.dev is where you're going to find the instructions, and I'm adding also some new Docker Compose examples to our SIP capture repositories that already assemble Querying and Homer so that you guys can play with it. Does it Docker? Yes. Does it Kubernetes? Yes. Does it work with any input that you throw it? Yes. Prove me wrong. So it's up to you guys to show us or tell us what we might have left out or forgot. I'll be surprised if we did. Can you integrate it in a project? Yes. So this can be either a client or, as said, headless. So it can also be made an element of another platform that just wants to have features to be offered to users. Does it work with CI? Yes. And we also have a GitHub action. I added this earlier when I saw Maxim's presentation. So we have a GitHub action that actually can take all of the logs of an action and vomit them into querying, so that can be mixed with anything. So if you do live deployments or updates or upgrades and you want to see how they might have impacted your infrastructure, you can sort of join them. It's a good example of how it can make new things come together. And last but not least, is there a cloud version? Yes, this time there is, and it should be launching before the end of the year. So all of the above is going to also be available as just a cloud subscription for people that don't want to do anything, but without preventing anyone from installing it on their own. If you want to be early on and you're ready to make the leap, the links are the usual one. The only new one is querying.dev and Metrical, which is the new unit that we have dedicated within QXIP to this challenge, simply because it has a slightly different team and we're growing it in a, let's say, independent way. And that's where you're going to be finding all of the above, plus probably another couple dozen projects that complement, as usual, the concept of it all. And since it's all open source and we're at the OpenSIPS Summit, a reminder to everybody, please support open source before you ask open source to support you back. It's really important to participate, to open issues, to help us, troubleshoot, and not to be those guys that open an issue and then they forget to tell other people how they resolved it, or maybe say thank you every now and then, or even, who knows, making a donation. But I know that's a little bit sci-fi. So that's all I had for today. And I don't know if we have time for Q&A, but we love you. We love OpenSIPS. I wish I was there, and thank you so very much for having us already. And I don't know if you have time for questions.
We have time for maybe 2 quick questions. Let's see, who's got our first question today? Is that to announce you have a question or no? Okay. Any questions for Lorenzo? All right. Of course. Listen, didn't you hear me tell the other guy? You got to put your hand all the way up.
Ciao Lorenzo, congratulations as the first thing, because it sounds impressive and really, I mean, astonished. And I think that I will make, I mean, the question that probably is running in the heads of all the other guys in this room. And it will, one can use this new system with the old Homer GUI and start doing queries.
Well, by the end of the year, you will have a transparent experience, but it works already. So the transition is that you would do it with Grafana instead of our UI, and that you can do it tonight. So it's immediately available and it already works. And as said, from now on, we're going to be working a little harder on the UI. So we want to recreate the, let's say, entire Homer UI experience, either within Grafana using like light widgets, or in the view of Epic, which its own UI, which is made for exploring data. So that's going to be, you know, something that we're going to be throwing out to you guys, to the community. So there's probably going to be a few options as usual, and we're going to let, you know, the best one win, if you will. So expect multiple ways that we'll offer to you and all of the community to access the data.
Thanks a lot.
Any other questions? All right, let's give Lorenzo a round of applause. Thank you so much, Lorenzo.
Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker, actually, let me preface this with a little history. In the US, we have, and I'm sure around Europe as well, we have drafts for different sports. And usually the last person chosen in the draft has been known as Mr. Irrelevant. But our last speaker today could be nothing further than irrelevant. He's been, in the past, an OpenSIPS core developer. He's one of OpenSIPS's best friends. He contributes code. He's an all-around nice guy. He's taken, though, ladies. I'm sorry. Today, Vlad is going to be talking to us. I'm sorry, this is Vlad Payu, and he'll be talking to us about OpenSIPS as a rating engine. As soon as we get his cat off the screen. It's chosen.
We've got the same birthday.
You and Vlad? I'm overly excited. I'm just trying to keep it all inside. Okay, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Vlad Payu.
So as the lovely MC said, I'm going to be talking about how to use OpenSIPS as a rating engine. Yeah. We're going to go through like why do we want to use that, what are the OpenSIPS modules that we can use to get this done. Then we're going to go through some practical use cases about how to do some prepaid rating, some postpaid rating, all with just OpenSIPS. Then we'll go a little bit how, if we have the OpenSIPS aware of pricing, how we can do some accurate and real-time least cost routing, and maybe discuss some future work at the very end. So why use OpenSIPS as a rating engine? Well, first of all, it's a matter of reducing the components in a platform. So like if you have a complex, let's say, business logic in terms of billing, then obviously, yeah, CGRateS can be your best friend. if your, let's say your need is simply, okay, I have a client rate sheet, a vendor rate sheet, I just need, give me the price, I want to know the price to calculate the total cost of the call, then maybe it's a good idea to, let's say, to have everything OpenSIPS internal only, because I guess it's a good principle of reducing the complexity of a platform to the bare minimum is a good idea, but you don't want to overdo it, obviously. So if your logic is complex, stick with CGRateS. If you just need a rating engine, a very basic rating engine, then you can use OpenSIPS for that. And a lot of the advantages stem from this, from reducing the number of components within a platform. One of it is that you get a faster proof of concept. So you can just spin up OpenSIPS, you can have it cache your rate sheets, and at the end of the call, you can have OpenSIPS put a price on the call without, let's say, relying on anything else. So it really speeds up this part of, let's say, the development of getting a proof of concept in place. Another advantage, again, stemming from reducing the number of components is that you get better overall performance and fault tolerance. So every time you rely on an outside source of truth for your platform, like whether it's a MySQL database for your subscriber info, or I don't know, even DNS or CGRateS billing for getting the price, you run into the risk of that outside world not replying to you in time, or getting stuck, or just crashing on you. And so first, if you have everything OpenSIPS internally, you get a better performance because you don't do a round trip time to, I don't know, another service to get the information back to you, and you get better fault tolerance because it's all in OpenSIPS. So if OpenSIPS crashes, okay, you got nothing. If it's up, then you got routing and rating all in the same place. And then another advantage is that if you have the pricing information in OpenSIPS, you can do lots of cool stuff. One of it that I'm going to go through is just real-time least cost routing. So that was the why. Let's see the how. We're going to focus on the rate cacher module. It was added in OpenSIPS 3.1, so not really new, but fairly new. It offers the ability to cache some client and carrier rate sheets, and it offers you the ability, obviously, to real-time query the rate sheets from the script or from the MI, wherever you want them from. And also very important for the least cost routing stuff, it allows you to order some carriers based on the real-time pricing information that, let's say, OpenSIPS has cached. The module, let's say, deals with three major entities. I guess we're all familiar with them. One is the clients. The SIP entity is sending or originated the traffic into our platform. The other is vendors, where we are terminating our SIP calls. And the third one is the rate sheets, which contain pricing information for, let's say, a specific prefix. The module is entirely database-driven, so all of these entities are defined in the database, but everything is cached in OpenSIPS memory. Each client is defined by its, let's say, a client ID name. And a client can have, let's say, 2 rate sheets assigned to it, because as we might know, it's sort of like a de facto standard in the VoIP world to use tech prefixes for various stuff. So you can go to a customer and tell him, okay, if you want the best quality that I can give you, use this tech prefix when sending traffic to me. If you want a better price and you can afford a blended route, use this other tech prefix when sending traffic to me. So that's why, let's say, the module gives you the option to have 2 rate sheets assigned to the client, and we're going to further on refer to those as a wholesale rate and a retail rate. Maybe the naming is bad, but the important thing is that we have 2. The DB schema is as basic as can be, so just the client ID and the 2 rates. On the vendor side, we are even simpler. We just have a vendor ID and the rate sheet for that specific vendor. And then we have the rate sheets. All of the rate sheets are listed in the rate cacher rate sheets table. And basically, a rate sheet in OpenSIPS is defined by the pricing, the table containing the pricing information and the currency. So again, very, very simple stuff here. And an individual rate sheet is where we finally get to the pricing information. So for a specific prefix, we get, let's say, the price per minute for that specific destination, the minimum number of seconds that we want to rate such calls, and let's say the increment number of seconds that we want OpenSIPS to use for this rating. So these, let's say, are the basic tables that you will be dealing with when trying to provision rate cacher into OpenSIPS. So let's get to get closer to the real world of practical example. We're going to define a client and a vendor, each with its own pricing information, and we're going to see how to query these rate sheets from the script, so we can get the price into our OpenSIPS script. And then we're going to look at how to do it from MI. So if you want to just define a basic client, you have to insert it in the RC clients table. I've just called it my client, and I've assigned rates 1 for both wholesale and retail, because I don't really care about that. And then for rate sheet 1, I just insert it into the RC rate sheets table. And I say the prefix price information is in this table, and the currency is USD. And then in the actual client rate sheet, I just define like this 40727, which is the typical Romania mobile Vodafone, let's say, breakout code. And I'm saying, okay, this Romania mobile Vodafone costs me 5 cents per minute. And I'm going to do 6 seconds minimum and 6 seconds increment for the rating of this call. And on the vendor side, I'm doing something very similar. I'm just defining this my_vendor. I'm assigning rate 2 to it. Again, defining the rate 2 in the RC rate sheets table. And it's pretty similar, just for the vendor rate sheets, defining what's the price for this specific prefix. So with all these set up, we can start accepting calls from my client going to my vendor, and we can get the price. How we can do that in the OpenSIPS script is obviously we need the DB-MySQL module in order to read, to have the rate cacher module read this information at startup. We need the rate cacher module, and we need to pass it the 3, let's say, database URLs. The module takes 3 URLs and just trying to be as flexible as possible, so it can allow you to have the clients in one database, the carriers in another database, the rate sheets in another database. If you need it. But many people just use a single database for all of their stuff. And how you would script it in order to get the price information is, let's say I've just hard-coded some stuff, but you can obviously get them from the SIP level. So for my client, on the wholesale quality for this specific dialed number, I can just call get client price. I pass it as input the client ID, the wholesale, and the actual dial number. And afterwards, the prefix, the destination, the price, minimum, and increment are outputs populated by the get client price function. So that's about it for, let's say, matching. And internally, the rate cacher module obviously does longest prefix match based on the provided number, and it searches it in the client's rate sheet, and just gives to you the price and the minimum increment, whatever you need. And on the vendor side, it's fairly similar as well, only that the function is called get vendor price. So based on whatever we've configured before in the database, we should be getting the actual information printed in the OpenSIPS logs, because that's where we're currently at. And again, important to know, this information is all provided from the OpenSIPS memory. There's no DB queries done at real time, so it's, let's say, as fast as possible. From DMI, it's, let's say, fairly similar. You can just do, you can just use OpenSIPS CLI if you want, and just call the RC_get client price. You pass it the exact same stuff, the client ID, the quality, whether it's wholesale or retail, and you can ask OpenSIPS, okay, what's the price for if somebody dials this specific number, and OpenSIPS just returns this nice JSON with the price per minute, minimum increment, currency, whatever. So, as I said, all this information is offered from the OpenSIPS memory. When something changes in your rate sheets, obviously you have to tell OpenSIPS, okay, this rate sheet has changed, go ahead and reload it. Reloading has a granular approach, so you reload just a specific client or just a specific vendor. So we don't have, let's say, the approach similar to dynamic routing where we reload everything. In the rate cacher, we will just reload the specific rate sheet that we need. Reloading is fairly basic. You just call RC reload client rate. you tell OpenSIPS what's the client that you want to reload, what's the quality, whether it's wholesale or retail, and what's the rate ID that you want to now assign to that specific client. So OpenSIPS will just, let's say, go to the database, get all the pricing information, and just store the new info in its memory, ready for, let's say, new queries. And fairly similar for the vendor side as well. So now we're at the stage where we have stuff cached in OpenSIPS. We can print them and syslog. Let's see how we can do some actual rating. Obviously, for postpaid, we're in luck. It's pretty simple. Since we have the price at the call termination time at buy time, we just have to do some quick math and figure out what's the final price. So for invites, the only thing we need to do is get the client price and create a dialog, store the price in the data in the dialog variables, so we can fetch them at buy time. So the only thing done here is get client price to get the price, minimum increment, whatever, and saving them in the dialog variables. And at buy time, I guess this is way too accurate of an example, but you have at the buy time you have the pricing information, so you can just multiply that by the dialog lifetime, which is the total number of seconds that the dialog was active for, divide that by 60, obviously, because the price is per minute, and we have this client price calculated. Obviously, it's not that easy if you care about minimum and increment, because like if the call is 3 seconds and you want the minimum of 6 seconds, you need to rate the call as 6 seconds. And similar for the increment, you need to round it up to the next, let's say, increment for charging the client, for example, for more seconds than he actually spoke. And the nice thing is that at buy time, you can just take this client price that you've just computed and push it straight into the ACC stuff. So when OpenSIPS generates the CDR, you will have it generated with the actual call costs for the call. And obviously, this is just the example for the client side, but you can do the same for the client and carrier side. So at the end, your CDR can contain two prices, the client side, the carrier side, so you can immediately know at the call end how much money you made or lost straight away. For prepaid, stuff aren't, let's say, are not that simple, because prepaid is a little bit more complex. We cannot simply calculate the cost at the very end of the call, because we need to make sure the client doesn't go below zero, obviously. So for prepaid, we need to rely on some, let's say, some other features in the dialog module. And I'm specifically talking about this T on timeout, let's say, thing that was added in OpenSIPS 3.1. I'm not sure if people are aware of it. What it essentially allows you to do is to have a timer that's running effectively at a specific interval per a specific dialog. So when this call recheck route gets called, you will have all the dialog information, and then you can decide in that route what do you want to do with the dialog. Do you want to allow it to run further, or do you want the dialog to end right then and there? So for a prepaid type of scenario, obviously we need to do the same to get client price and to store the cost per minute in the dialog variables. But we will be, let's say, doing a running cost for the call. So every 10 seconds, we will be checking, okay, does this guy have any more credit? If he does, okay, we will let the call run further. If it doesn't, then we will terminate the call and, again, write the CDR with the proper call cost. So in this particular example, I'm just telling OpenSIPS to do credit reservations every 10 seconds. So essentially, I'm telling the dialog module, okay, kill this dialog after 10 seconds, so call this timeout route for me. And then in this timer route, depends, let's say, how complex you want your prepaid logic. I just use some scripting locks to make sure that you can have multiple concurrent calls from the same, let's say, user and still do accurate prepaid. I compute the cost for, let's say, the past 10 seconds of call price, and then I check in the database, which is maybe not the best idea, but you can check the credit wherever you want in the scripting, in the OpenSIPS script. If, very important, if the user has more credit, what we are going to do is allow the call for 10 more seconds, and increment the total, let's say, call cost up until this point. If the user does not have any more credits, so if we don't go into this if branch, we can essentially do nothing here, because if we don't increment the dialog timeout, then the call will end right then and there. So this is pretty much how prepaid works. So if, let's say, when either the user hangs up or the call gets terminated because we haven't incremented this dialog timeout, so when the user runs out of credit, we can just take the total cost that we kept incremented, let's say, every 10 seconds, and again push it to ACC, so we have it in our CDR. Let's say, I think it's pretty cool that OpenSIPS allows you to do this timeout check stuff, because let's say it's useful for prepaid, but it's also useful for so many other stuff, because it's essentially a timer route that runs per call, which is a pretty powerful tool to have. So that was pretty much it for the postpaid and prepaid rating. We're going to dive a little bit into least cost routing. Let's say the usual approach, or the old approach that people are taking for least cost routing is using the dynamic routing module, which is essentially a pre-computed LCR tree. So you have all of your prefixes in the database, and then you know that for a specific prefix you need to route to carrier A, B, and C, because you've already pre-ordered the carrier however you want, based on price, based on whatever, let's say, your logic says. And the big disadvantage here stems from the, let's say, the pre-computed state of the LCR tree. Like if you want to do a real-time or accurate least cost routing, every time a carrier sends you a rate sheet change, you have to go through your entire LCR and make sure you don't have to, let's say, downgrade that carrier and move him further on at the end of the list because he's now, let's say, more expensive, so you don't want to route to him first. And that, let's say, can get very tough when dealing with a lot of carriers, because the LCR gets really huge, so you cannot really afford to rebuild the LCR every time some new guy decides to change one specific price for a specific prefix. And the second other bad thing about going the pre-computed LCR tree routes is you have no profitability options. So as long as, let's say, the carrier is in the dynamic routing, let's say, database entry, it will be used. OpenSIPS won't care, okay, you're losing $10 a call. It doesn't matter, the carrier is there, I'm going to use it. So for least cost routing, again, we're going to get some help from the rate cacher module, because it allows us to, let's say, it knows the price and it exports this nice cost-based ordering function. The function takes as input the client ID, the quality that the client is using to send, and the dial number and the list of vendors. Then the rate cacher module will just, let's say, go through all the vendors, see what, who's profitable, who's not. It will order the vendors based on their price, and it will give them back to you in the out vendor CSV. And you can also pass, let's say, a profitability margin that you're interested in achieving for this call. So for example, let's say how you would script this is essentially like this. You have your client, your dial number, and the quality, let's say it's wholesale. And then by whatever means, you get this CSV list of the vendors that you want to terminate the call to. How you get this list is still up to you. Obviously, you can get it from dynamic routing still. But because like for a specific prefix, you're probably going to want to use some carriers. But this is not, let's say, the final list where the call will go to, because we're going to involve get the rate cacher module by calling cost-based ordering. So when we do this, what the rate cacher module it will get the client price for this dial number. It will get all of the vendor prices for this dial number. It will, let's say, remove from the list the vendors which do not satisfy this profit margin. For example, here I'm saying, okay, I want to make 10% for this call. So it will strip from the list any vendors which are not allowing you to make that margin. And it will order them based on the lowest price vendor first. So let's say in this example, what I've printed here is, in my example, my vendor was not matching the profitability margin, so it was not selected as output vendor. And then let's say the other vendor was cheaper than that vendor, so their order got reversed. So scripting-wise, it's really very simple. Then you have your CSV list, and you can just parse through that CSV and use whatever module you want to send the call actually out. You can even use dynamic routing, okay, route to carrier, this other vendor. And the OpenSIPS will deal, let's say, with sending it out. But the good thing is, by taking this approach, we are actually doing real-time LCR. We can specify, let's say, a margin if we're interested, or if we go negative with the profitability margin, is essentially saying I can afford to lose, I don't know, 10% on this call. So it can go both ways. I want to make money on this call, or I can afford to lose a maximum of whatever the negative number you give it. So I think this is really good if you're interested in doing real-time discourse routing. Some performance considerations, I guess, in production environments where you're dealing with lots of clients and vendors, usually the vendors' rate sheets are very big. So if you're dealing with lots of vendors and very big A to Z rate sheets, the amount of information that needs caching can grow very quickly. And that's, let's say, one of the reasons that you cannot really rely on a pre-computed tree, because you got so much information to let's say, organize. So one good thing is that the rate cacher module takes a granular approach on reloading. So when, let's say, a carrier gives you a price update, you strictly reload that carrier, and that's it. And then everything will work, let's say, will automatically work. The costs will get reflected in the CDR based on the new rate sheet changes. The LCR will get automatically reflected because it's all in the rate sheet that OpenSIPS has cached. And let's say also the rate cacher module, I did some testing with it, as all, let's say, as many OpenSIPS modules, is very memory efficient and pretty fast. Just testing with like 12 million rows of rate sheets of price prefix information. The module was using like 4 gigabytes of RAM just to cache all the trees with all the pricing information. And when querying via the MI layer, it can easily do 50,000 rating queries per second. That means, okay, what's the price for this client for this dial number? So it definitely, let's say, won't be a bottleneck in any, let's say, scenario. About future improvements, I see some guys are using it. I think I got a feature request on GitHub about adding a connection fee, because if you notice in the rate sheet, I was just having a prefix and the price for that prefix, but there was no connection fee, which is, let's say, useful for certain destinations where you have a connection fee. And also good, I think, would be to add support for origin-based rating and routing, especially with what's going on in the European Union, where, let's say, if you're calling from, I don't know, Belgium to Greece, you will get a low price. If you're calling from Argentina to Greece, probably you'll get a higher price. So we need the rate sheets, let's say, to contain both A number and B number in order to be able to do accurate origin-based rating. So that's, let's say, one big thing to add on top, because right now it only supports B number rating, which is, okay, I guess good enough for USA, but over here in Europe, things have kind of changed. And of course, as always, any other feedback is very much welcome. So I guess time for questions. I don't know if I have just one more minute or two. I just listed some useful links over here that you can go check out. Thank you.
Can you let me ask to see if there's any other questions? Max? Who's got questions? Oh, peace, brother.
Hey, nice presentation. I'm curious, what's the question? Do you load into shared memory, or is it on per instance?
Because let's say every SIP worker has to have access to that. 'Cause, yeah, I don't know what you're
Okay.
processing. It's TCP.
Yeah, with regards to being memory efficient, it's like 340 bytes per row. Does not sound too efficient for like just 5 numbers.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
the thing is that I guess the A to Z destinations are the one of the bigger part because I guess I don't know, United States, Hawaii.
Some room for improvement.
I mean, some countries are branded with. That's what
Anyway, thank
it's
you.
like 3 words anyway because you got country, you got mobile operator, you got. So I guess if you can like reduce that part and just have the 3 numbers, then yeah, it's.
Anyway, thanks.
Max, don't be cheap. Put more memory.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Questions? Yeah. Was there one over here? You are raising your hand, right? All right, I'll be right to you.
So that's the last question of the summit? Is that? Okay. Oh, okay, well, you can ask first.
You want to ask the final question?
Okay. Actually, is there a way to handle more than one calls on a prepaid model? I mean, if you have 2 concurrent calls from the same user?
Yeah, I mean, with the stuff that's there, it should be, let's say, multiple calls ready, because I'm not sure if there's, if the phone is too tiny or not, but there were lots of stuff to put in. Here I'm using dynamic locking, so you can, in the OpenSIPS script, you can specify, okay, I want this part of the script to be run under a dynamic lock based on the account ID, so I'm just making sure that no 2 calls belonging to the same account ID are running this piece of code. So yeah, it's multiple calls ready just because I'm synchronizing it at script level and then checking the credit and all of that.
Okay, and the second question is it possible to have 2 ratings per call? So, for example, I want to charge the customer and I also want a rating for the terminating carrier, so I will do the...
Yeah, it's exactly the same as I was saying during the presentation. Let's say there's no difference. I guess in one scenario would be client prepaid and carrier postpaid, so you just do this for the client side, and for the carrier you would do whatever is in the postpaid stuff. So you do get carrier price and store it in the ACC extra carrier price.
Okay,
so you can do both at the same time.
Thank you.
Do you really have a question?
Actually, that was the same question as this. So
Oh, it's been answered. Flavio has a question.
Hi, Vlad. There's something that I miss on the rating is the delay. And sometimes there are countries that use also discard. Delay is you start counting the call just after 3 seconds, but you count the 3 seconds. So below 3 seconds is 0. And discard is you just simply discard the first 3 seconds or the first few seconds.
I mean, this is kind of similar, I guess, to the connection fee stuff. If the delay that you need is per destination, then yeah, we kind of have to code it in to have it in the rate sheet. If it's a global delay, then you can just...
No, it's usually the delay per rates, at least in Brazil, they are defined as, like, say, 30/6/3. 30 is the connection fee, the minimum, the increment, and then the delay. And in some countries, I know that it's not a delay, it's a discard. They simply discard the 3 seconds.
Just discard whatever's below that. Yeah, I mean, you can do that in the scripting, like, I don't know. Let me go to postpaid, for example. If it's above, if it's below the 3 seconds, just count the call as 0. Just discard whatever you had so far.
If they are fixed, yes, but usually in many cases it's per
we
route.
get to the, let's say, the connection fee side where we have to have it in the rate sheet so we know. So feel free to open a feature request.
Okay, I'll do it.
How reliable is the dialogue route timer? So I noticed you had it configured to run every 10 seconds for the prepaid example. So does that run once every 10 seconds per script or every 10 seconds per call?
If we do it like this, it's going to be every 10 seconds per each call.
Okay, and if you've got, say, 10,000 concurrent calls or well, crazy numbers. How
bigger
how
CPU, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's quite a lot of work, of course, to have a timer 10 seconds per each call.
Yeah.
If you can afford to make this, let's say, higher, then of course you can do that, but you kind of lose some stuff if you do like a minute credit reservation. So usually you want this as low as possible. So it's about getting a balance, I guess.
And would it cause delays and concurrency issues if that callback took a second each time the callback happened?
Well, that's what I was saying. Going to the database to update the let's say the credit is probably not a good idea. It's more about getting a proof of concept, what I have here.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want this route to essentially be as fast as possible because it's running under dialogue log. So dialogue is essentially waiting. Okay, what do you want to do with this call? Do you want to increase it more, give it more time out, or do you want to kill it right now?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? You. Is final question? Last chance.
No, just a small comment with what Pete said.
How about you use the microphone? Let us know.
Okay. So trying to complete what Pete said, it may potentially the performance may degrade. Let's say if you have multiple prepaid calls on the same account, because that the dynamic lock that you use to protect the credit will become also a bottleneck. But typically, okay, there are not so many calls on the same credit. Now, depend on the model, but just as a point.
Happy problems. Can you wait for the microphone? Jesus, you're a bunch of heathens, all of you. It doesn't work. Come on. You opened your mouth.
It's Happy Problems chapter.
Very useful.
All right, Nitsan's going to take your question slot.
Actually, I just wanted you to walk all the way here so I can say, we're hungry. No, I'm kidding.
I got something you can eat. I'm going to go make it for you right now. I'll be right back. Any other questions? Okay, round of applause for Vlad. So, with the exception of a couple of you, you were all very well behaved these last 2 days. I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. Hey. Look at each other and applaud each other. Okay, we're going to cover a few things here now. The dinner tonight is going to be at 8 o'clock. We've confirmed this. Somewhere, maybe let's say it's about a 10-minute walk, Bogdan? Yeah, it's about a 10-minute walk. So let's say that 10 minutes to 8, some of us will just meet downstairs and start like a walking trail, and everyone can follow, or you can make your way over there. I believe it's in the Slack channel, the Summit Slack channel, the location? Yes, it is. Okay. So anybody here not have access to the Slack channel and cannot get the location, see this man in the coral shirt? Yes, the mouthy one. That's right. You can see him. He can also give you directions to the restaurant as well. So can I see a show of hands? Who's coming to the restaurant tonight? That's right, free food. Like I don't see a hand that's down.
You can't go wrong.
In closing our 2 days of Summit Talks, I want to go back to thanking all of our sponsors. Our diamond sponsor, EcoSmob, our organizational and what is the next one? Gold? What sponsors? Sponsors. Failure. Well, we do have some of our sponsors right up here as well. So both sponsors and organizers, Voiceland and Voice Center. Let's give them a round of applause, show our gratitude. Others are Connect CS, They've also, I believe, sponsored some of the food that you've eaten thus far. Let's give them a round of applause. But Banafo, thank you. Banafo, they also sponsored some of the food. You've gotten some cool swag. I see people with T-shirts and stickers. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job. And then also, like I said, EcoSmob really, they went above and beyond. They were the diamond sponsor for a reason. I do want to give them one more round of applause. Thank them for supporting the community and making this possible. Okay, so a couple other things. I'd like to get everybody up here once I finish talking. We want to take the group picture. We're also going to be moving from this room. So the next day here is the design clinics, the demos. All of that's going to be happening in a room on the 10th floor. So don't show up at these doors tomorrow and expect them to be open. They won't be. And if they are and there's people in there, they're not your friends. So the 10th floor, I believe it's the Urano room, right? Uranos room. That's where we'll be holding some demos and design clinics. A lot of cool stuff still to learn before we're done here this week. So those of you that are going to be around, make your way up there. What else? Oh, that's right. So we've held you for one more round of applause. Dinner tonight is on Voiceland. So, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Dinner tonight is on Smob. Echo's Mob, sorry. He's just screwed me up. The Voiceland did help with that, though, in choosing the restaurant. Am I correct? Voiceland helped in that they chose the restaurant. It's funny that the guy that probably tasted it is no longer with us, so... So one more round of applause for Echo's Mob. They're doing the dinner for us tonight. Thank you again. Thank you all for being the second best MC. Listen, Sleeping Beauty. Just because I don't have the picture doesn't mean it didn't happen. So let's get everybody up here in the front. Let's take a group picture. Tall people in the back, taller people in the front. Seriously, if you're tall, get in the back. If I find any tall people in the front, I will embarrass you. Let's get more tall people in the back. Let's make this as wide as possible so we can get everybody in here. All right. What, you've never been in school? You never lined up by size? Okay. Tall people in the back, Banana Man. All right. Let's see if we can get some more over this way. Just like maybe Flavio and Razvan. And who do we have? See if there's somebody out there that can take there he is.
After 4 years doing that picture, I'm going to be in it this time.
That's damn right. All right.
And I demand to be like here.
Listen. Don't make me put you in the back.
Can I have your hat?
Yes, you can.
Good. You should say 3, 2, 1. I'm going to jump in the back like this. Sorry, but please use
Nick, no, Nick, I don't really. It's not, the picture won't steal your soul, trust me. Come on. Oh, where? Come on. All right. Let's do the kneel down.
Let's do a sit down.
Come on, Razvan. Do the kneel down.
Ready?
Everybody say, Opa!
Opa!
Let's dance, eh?
Yeah!
Now freestyle.
Plenty? You got everybody? All right. Let the man check it.
Check it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Did I say I'm taking a taxi?
I'm coming with you.
Okay.
What? Dismiss the guy.
We're not ready to dismiss yet. Vogtan's still checking the picture. We might have to do this again. Don't anybody go far.
Good?
Is it good? Yeah. Sure. Everybody's in there.
No, I'm not in it.
Εντάξει, και σένα, βάει τον μέσα του τον εδώ.
Thank you. Photoshop, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, you're all dismissed. Naste kala. We'll see you at 8 p.m. I already said that. About 15 minutes before, we'll be leaving, making a snake train through the streets. Okay, everybody. So if anybody is willing to stick around and help with the move, we would really appreciate it. We just need extra hands. Yeah, I know, you're the first one around. See ya!